and E. Kornilova. Narrated by Kevin T. Collins. Prologue. Blue eyes peered at two yellow stars. Instead of pupils, he had sharp spindles. A man and a dragon looked at each other. The creature, which had been alive for millions of years, had spent its most recent ones in a tomb. Unable to move its tail or claws, it gazed into the infinite emptiness of its soul. The man had lived but one life in the prison of his own body, and then continued to exist in the same prison during his second one. The amazing dragon, whose beauty had been praised in 1,001 songs, the legendary conqueror of heaven and the lord of starlight, had been cast down like a simple mortal. The young man was disgusting to behold. His hands twisted at unnatural angles. He also had skin covered in scabs, a scarred face, an almost white, bald scalp, and purulent blisters. Instead of legs, mere wooden stumps. He'd been one of the most brilliant masters of his time, who'd reached the pinnacle of the martial arts practiced in his country. The once talented prince was now trapped in a body that was incapable of even running, not to mention practicing the art. In a dark cave, amidst ancient chains, sealed away with energy so dense that it could even be felt, touched, they lay in front of each other, a bug and a monster the size of a mountain. Whether fate, chance, or ridiculous coincidence had brought them together, nobody knew. The dragon was so bored. He wanted to devour this disgusting mortal, but suddenly noticed the look in his eyes. Those intense, azure eyes. Despite everything that had happened, there was no despair to be found in that gaze, no regret, no fear. Only the body was rotten. The gaze had remained clear and ferocious, so ferocious that if it were to be manifested, it could split the heavens and bring them down to the ground itself. "What is your name, little bug?" "Hadjar Duran. And what's your name, scaly face?" The dragon was about to dissolve the insolent whelp with a thought, but then he suddenly laughed, and his laughter made the 1,000-year-old chains shake and the stones of the dungeon crack. "My name is Traves." They looked at each other, one a prisoner of the impregnable dungeon, one the prisoner of his own body and fate. Traves knew that, even without being chained down, no mortal could escape this place. What puzzled him was how the ant had managed to end up in here. This Hadjar couldn't help him, couldn't tell the world that the great Traves was still alive. Now they were locked in here together, forever, or until the mortal died of starvation. And so, Traves' revenge would never come to pass. Hadjar didn't understand how lucky he'd been. He hadn't drowned in the underwater current. The endless rapids hadn't broken his head open. He hadn't drowned in the waterfall, nor broken his body going down it, nor had he been shot by the archers. How had he managed to escape from the city on his improvised artificial limbs? And yet, after only one glance at the whirlpool that had spat him out into this underwater grotto, it became clear that he would die of starvation here. And so, Hadjar Duran's revenge would never come to pass either. The dragon looked at the bug's fierce gaze. He didn't flinch, didn't let go of his rage, even after realizing that it was all completely hopeless. "I've lived a long life, Hadjar Duran. I've seen empires built. I've seen eternal cities collapse. I've fought with geniuses and defeated immortals. I've created techniques so complex that many adepts are still to this day racking their brains over them. And yet, Hadjar Duran, I remain only a small spark in the world of martial arts." "A small spark?" Hadjar hummed mentally and invoked one of the few functions that his neuronet was still capable of. Name, Traves. Level of cultivation, lack of data. Strength, lack of data. Dexterity, lack of data. Physique, lack of data. Energy points, lack of data. If a small spark looked like that, then what the hell had all the adepts he had previously met been? What was he, for that matter? A microbe? Mere dust? A recollection? I have lived 2 lives. If Duran had had the strength for it, he would have given the dragon a smug grin. And so, I'm cooler than you. All he had left now were stupid jokes and bravado. Well, to be honest, that was all he'd ever had in principle. Jokes, bravado, and an indomitable will. "Hadjar Duran, will you make a deal with me? One which, most likely, will lead to you dying in such agony that children, listening to stories about you, will pass out from fear." "You would make a deal with me? Even idiots would laugh at you if you were to do so." The dragon laughed. Today was a good day for him to die, and to begin exacting his revenge. Finally. "Move under my claw, bug." Hadjar didn't argue. If it had wanted to do so, this creature would have already split him in half, and so Duran, gritting his teeth, crawled over. The scabs and blisters, irritated by the stone floor, caused him unbearable suffering. But he still crawled. The steel claw was the size of a windmill and resembled a guillotine. Undaunted he crawled, toward his death, toward his revenge. The 10 yards became his own personal green mile. Traves lifted the claw with visible effort, not very high, just a little, for the dragon's size, but enough that the little bug could crawl under it. "Are you ready, Hadjar Duran? Come on, you bastard. Do whatever you need to." And then the cave was flooded with the man's cries of anguish and the dragon's roars. Urgent message for the user. Unauthorized changes to the owner's body detected. One of the vital organs has been replaced. The old heart of Hadjar, who had endured so much pain and despair, was sinking into a whirlpool. The dragon's heart was now beating in his own chest. It had been created by Traves, using a drop of his blood and all the willpower that he'd been able to find in himself. The dragon died, and the man was reborn. The age-old chains were crumbling, the ancient dungeon was collapsing, and the streams of water enveloping the body that was writhing in agony were carrying it towards the sunlight, flickering above the surface. The question remains, how had the man with the neuronet found himself in front of the dragon, and how did he get his heart? Chapter 1. He was never a lucky man. Many stories begin like this, and this one is no exception. He was born on Friday the 13th. That day, sheets of rain poured down, accompanied by hail. Only this fact hinted that his destiny wouldn't be an ordinary one. His mother apparently thought the same. Typical gutter trash, she became pregnant with a street tough's baby. They abandoned him on the threshold of a local hospital. They didn't put him down on it, but instead threw him away out of the car window as they drove by. They'd been afraid of being noticed, or something like that. No wonder he was bedridden, literally from birth, able to move only his right hand. He probably shouldn't have lived long, with a broken backbone and craniocerebral injuries, but he decided to disregard that. He chose to live. He was housed in a special orphanage. He lived there until he was 12, always alone, cooped up in a small room. Sometimes the other wards of the orphanage toyed with him. They thought they were good at making fun of him. They were amused by how he couldn't talk, and could just move the only hand weirdly when they played their cruel games. Needless to say, he never won one of those games. Except for the children, a nurse came to him twice a day. She washed him, cleaned, changed his clothes, and often cursed. She complained about her life and the fact that she had to take care of a vegetable. Sometimes, when she was in a foul mood, she used to beat him. But he was still determined to survive, in spite of it all, in spite of all of them. When he was 12, his life became much better. The delegation of a well-known magnate came to the orphanage. He immediately decided to use the vegetable for his own purposes. He placed him in the best hospital, the ward of which exceeded the size of many apartments. He visited him once a month or so, with the press in tow, bringing gifts and probably avoiding taxes very successfully. So, his life changed. He was fed delicious meals. Smiling psychologists talked to him, and other patients often visited him. Some of them were terminally ill, others had recently lost someone. He was able to listen well, although he wasn't able to speak. Nevertheless, music remained his only friend. He listened to it all the time, when he ate, when he read, even while someone was confiding in him yet again. When he was 16, a high-tech laptop with special software was given to him. Now he could communicate. He would type, and the laptop would talk for him. The visitors began to come less often. Only the tired but smiling orderlies remained. Then he started writing. Not books. He wrote music. Of course, the magnate did everything possible in order for the paralyzed musician to become a star. When he was 18, 100,000 people would download his music every day. He didn't need the money, and the magnate was all too happy to dispose of it. He said he was using it for charity, but that was unlikely. Everything changed that fateful day. He was lying in bed without feeling himself doing so. He turned his own head toward the window with his right hand. The city lights glittered at the foot of the hill in the distance. "Aren't you sleeping?" The voice sounded like it was very close. He turned his head back around. New visitors would always shudder upon seeing that, but not this man. He was 40, or maybe older, with a strong chin and clear, bright eyes. "Who are you?" a mechanical voice asked. "Who let you come in?" He hated when somebody came in without knocking. It made him feel even more helpless. "Oh, don't worry. I work here." The man sat down on the edge of the huge bed. This irritated him even more. "I'm from the 7th floor. The Department of Neurosurgery and Bioengineering." The people working there were called Frankensteins. He wondered what one of those scientists wanted from a simple cripple, just a little bit more famous than the others. "I'm a chief physician, too." The snow-white smile didn't appeal to him either. "Dr. Paul Cowell." Paul held out his hand. He shook it. "A strong handshake," the doctor muttered, rubbing his palm slightly. He smiled inwardly. When you do everything, absolutely everything, with just one hand, it becomes much stronger than other people's hands. The same as blind people who have particularly sensitive hearing. "Please get to the point," the mechanical voice said. "I'm not a big fan of small talk." He should have said that he wasn't a big fan of people either. A troubled childhood and stuff like that. "I'm glad to hear it." The man's blindingly white smile could compete even with the whiteness of the walls. "I have an offer for you." "Sorry, I haven't thought about marriage yet. Plus, you're not my type." Stupid jokes had always been his defense mechanism. They pushed people away better than anything else. No one liked it when someone made a silly and clumsy joke. However, the doctor just laughed. He wanted Paul to leave the room as soon as possible. He had to finish a set in time for his new release. "What do you know about neural networks?" Mr. Koval asked him. "Just what's written in fiction," the special emoticon shrugged on the screen. "It's a kind of neural interface." "Only partially," the doctor nodded. "It's more like an extra nervous system." The emoticon raised its eyebrows on the screen. "Do you think that if the surgery is successful, you might be able to walk and talk? Not immediately. You'll have to go through a long and painful rehabilitation. It may take a few years, but—" "I agree. But I agree," the metallic voice shouted. Mr. Koval looked into the bottomless, determined eyes of a man who hadn't even been able to turn his head, and there wasn't a hint of hesitation in his eyes. "Then as soon as we're done with all the bureaucracy, we can proceed." The long and very crowded days he spent waiting felt like an eternity. Various specialists visited him. They covered his head with different sensors and did specific tests or checked some obscure parameters. So many tests were done on him that astronauts would have probably sympathized with him. It was absurd. They'd taken a piece of his nail, and they'd sent in a special person with laser scissors to do it. This, perhaps, had been the only entertaining event. Various psychologists also came to talk to him. There were even more of them than the ordinary doctors. They, as always, asked absolutely stupid questions, and each time he graced them with the same smiling emoticon face. When he really got tired of them, he began to tell inappropriate jokes. It seemed that he'd even managed to offend one of the graduate students. She'd asked him what he wanted to get out of the neural network in the immediate future. He answered her almost honestly. He wished to have the opportunity to invite her to dinner and then get her laid. She had, probably, wanted to say something unpleasant in reply, but she stopped herself from doing so and just walked away in silence. He laughed for a long time. It was funny that the psychologist hadn't understood that he, someone who'd never felt anything but his hand, had never experienced sexual attraction, even a mental one. He didn't know what it was. Then the journalists came to interview him. They interrogated him for a long time, under the greedy supervision of the magnate. He was surely the sponsor of this operation, and had already calculated his future profits. He must have been thanking his lucky stars that he'd decided to take the disabled orphan under his wing. Finally, he was dressed in a special robe. Some muck was injected into his veins, and he was sent down a long corridor. He was slowly losing consciousness, disappearing into a deep, viscous lake in his mind. For the first time in his life, he wasn't trying to resist that feeling. On the contrary, he opened his arms to embrace the deep. The last thing he saw was the worried face of the young nurse. He was dreaming. He was flying over the vast expanse of a smooth green sea. Well, he'd thought it was smooth at first, and then looking closer, he saw the huge mountains propping up the sky that were in the sea. The beautiful cities were so big that they could have fit the entire territory of some countries within them. Strange animals were soaring in the sky. They looked like dragons. The green sea turned out to be the endless forests, valleys, and meadows. The blue veins were the broad rivers that looked more like elongated oceans, and the seas were the size of a starry sky. The wind was blowing. It was a pleasant wind, a wind that promised to grant him his only wish, to be free. What a stupid dream it was, but so enjoyable. His old friend Pain brought him back to reality. He knew it better than he did most people. He was burning up, and his body was contorting. A scorching hot metal rod was being attached to his nerves, and molten iron was being poured into every cell of his body. The pressure's increasing. The neural activity is spiking. His pulse is at 250 BPM. We're losing him. He heard all these voices, as if from far away. There was also a distant, muffled, and almost inaudible cry. That's how he first heard his own voice. Among the blurry individuals, the unclear outlines of the variety of instruments and mirrors in which his split-open head was being reflected, he saw the information window. He'd used to see those windows on the screen of his laptop. The network is activated. Version 0.17.6, condition is critical. He's going into cardiac arrest. Everything had faded. There was only one sense left to him, which made him laugh. Someone must have opened the door to the operating room, and the wind was blowing in, reaching his heels. He hadn't known something could be so funny. Chapter 2. He wasn't one of those people who were interested in death. He didn't care about what came after one's path ended. He was simply too busy fighting for that very life every day. And so he'd expected neither a harem of virgins, nor an eternal feast among soldiers, neither seraphim nor the Golden Gate. Instead, there was only darkness. It was warm and tender. He was fine with it. He didn't want to leave it. For the first time in his life, he felt neither anxiety nor unease. That's why he'd been so unhappy when the bright light appeared at the end of the narrowing tunnel. He didn't want to leave this intimate darkness, but it forced him out, pushing him closer to the scorching circle of the white flame. Finally, the light flooded everything around him, and then pouring down inside him as well. He felt a burning sensation in his chest. He shouted, not from the pain. He knew how to endure that. He'd done it just to make sure he was truly alive. But instead of screaming, all he heard was a nasty squeak. Dat har Herion. He heard an unfamiliar, gruff language. He opened his eyes with great difficulty and saw an incomprehensible, blurry, clearly inverted black and white spot. Out of habit, he reached out his hand toward the keyboard to type. What the hell? But instead of the keyboard, he ended up squeezing something soft. At first, he thought it was someone's hand, but looking at it closer, he recognized a finger. How huge that finger must have been if he'd held it with his whole palm. Wait a minute. Reconfiguring the interface, correcting the original error. The host's age is 35 seconds. What? Suddenly, the black and white image was filled with color and returned to normal, changing the perspective back as well. Finally, he saw the face of a woman, or even a young girl. She was about 20, certainly not any older. Her lustrous black hair, which was in a thick braid, lay on her narrow, elegant shoulder. Her clear green eyes glowed with happiness. Her round, tired, sweat-covered face was perhaps the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. He didn't see the environment, not the huge stone chamber decorated with velvet and gold, not the painted walls, nor the girls in light leather armor who were standing around them. He looked only into the depth of her shiny eyes. She stroked his cheek gently and said, "Dlahi, Hadjar, Dlahi, Hadjar." "Look, Nanny," Elizabeth smiled. She stroked the crying baby's cheek. She wasn't alone on the damp sheets now, rocking her newborn son in her arms. The nanny bustled around her. She gave orders to the women, and they immediately ran into the depths of the palace corridors. "My dear Hadjar," the queen lulled the little prince to sleep. "Dear Hadjar." A kind smile was on her tired face. "My queen," the plump, kind nanny came up to her. "Look how tightly he is holding on to you." Elizabeth only then noticed that Hadjar had been squeezing her finger tightly. In his clear blue eyes she suddenly saw the reflection of something that the baby should not have been able to feel. It was confusion. "A son?" Suddenly there was an almost bestial roar. In the corridor she heard the tramping of a dozen feet. The gigantic doors opened wide, and a tall, broad-shouldered man flew into the hall. Wearing golden, comfortable clothes, with a sash at his belt, he was an impressive man, and he was also taller than his warriors by 2 heads. He had light brown, shoulder-length hair, and a leather strap with metal inserts covered his forehead. "My king," the nurse immediately bowed low. The armored girls, who had returned to the chamber, did the same. "Darling," Elizabeth's smile became even brighter than it had been before. "I have a son, brother." The king grabbed the man standing next to him by the shoulders. He looked like the king, but was even taller and a little older. His black beard had some gray in it. A golden medallion was fastened to his heavy fur cloak. "Congratulations, brother," the man answered in a deep, baritone voice. The king shook him a little and almost jumped onto the bed. He embraced his wife and touched his firstborn gently, a little wary of harming him. The baby was warm. "Why isn't he crying?" the king asked worriedly. "Call the doctor, quickly." "Calm down, Haver," the queen laughed, and her gaze stopped the knight's. "He's cried, he's just stopped now." "Stopped crying?" Haver was surprised. "Is that at all normal?" This time the question was addressed to the nurse that had straightened up. "No, your majesty. You cried for almost 4 hours after your birth." Haver wanted to scold the grumpy old woman, but he remembered that his newborn son was next to him, just in time to stop himself. Could he hear him? "Don't worry, brother." The tall man came closer. "Look at how tightly he's holding Elizabeth's finger, and how hard his eyes are." The king turned back to his son, and for the first time a feeling of pride flared up in his chest. He held out his own finger, and the baby grabbed it with his other hand. Tightly, very tightly. "The gods know," the smiling king whispered. "He will be a great general and—" "A scholar, dear," Elizabeth interrupted him. "We agreed that if a boy was born, he would become a scholar. But, my love, look at him. He weighs as much as a young scary wolf." Elizabeth's look hardened. The warriors tensed up. The king frowned. "What is going on here?" the nanny suddenly shouted. "You can argue later. The child needs a rest now." After saying that, she went to the prince and wrapped him in a gold-covered veil, then carried him to a small comforter. The queen fell back onto the pillows with a sigh of relief. Breathing heavily, she stroked her husband's arm. Despite their quarrels, which were legendary throughout the whole country, she loved Haver with all her heart. and he loved her in return. "Congratulations, brother," the man bowed. "But, my queen, I beg that you forgive us. We need to attend the war council." "Just a couple of minutes, Primus," the weakened Elizabeth whispered. "Let me spend a bit more time with my husband." The king's brother bowed once more, and then went out into the corridor, donning his cloak. He was followed by all the soldiers, both the knights and bodyguards of the queen. Finally, the new mother and father were left alone. The royal couple had precious few moments they could just spend with each other, basking in their love and devotion to each other. The governing of the country demanded their full attention. It often happened that they couldn't see each other for several weeks at a time. It was a great mystery how they'd managed to conceive a child in such conditions. But taking into account the timing, it had most likely happened during the feast in honor of the harvest festival. Hadjar sat down next to his wife, and she lowered her head to his mighty, scarred chest. "Stay with me this time, darling," she whispered. "The war's starting, dear." The king stroked his wife's hair, silky and thick. It smelled like jasmine, untouched by any gray, the same as the day they'd met, almost 70 years ago. "This one will end, another will begin, and so on endlessly. Wars never stop." Elizabeth put her hand gently on the scars. There were more and more of them, marring the body of her lover, each time they met. "I was born a king and warrior. This is my fate. That is why I want our son to become a scholar." The queen's voice trembled. "Let's not allow the martial arts world to touch him." "Will he live a mortal life, then?" the king sighed. "In 40 years, his hair will turn gray. In 60, his teeth will fall out. And in 90 years, if he lives, he won't even be able to remember your name. And you'll still be young and beautiful." The queen had celebrated her 90th birthday last month, but she didn't look a day over 20. The king had ruled the country for almost 3 centuries. By the standards of the cultivators, they were still young, and compared to those who'd reached the level of the heaven soldier and had touched the edge of eternity and immortality, they weren't that different from their newborn son. "But it will be a full life," Elizabeth whispered, falling asleep. "He will have no hardships, no troubles. He will marry, have children, and live happily, like all the mortals. He won't know the horrors of this world, about needing to fight for a place in the sun, about the enmity of the practitioners of the art. He will never be drawn into the endless conflict of the strong sects. He won't be taken away from us by the Academy of Martial Arts, where he will forget all about the joys of life. He won't be, like many others are, obsessed with his cultivation. He will live a good, peaceful, happy life. You can make our next son a warrior. We can't hide him forever, but we can do it until he's old enough." Elizabeth ran a hand over his scarred, powerful chest once again, and finally fell asleep. Hadjar sat next to his beloved wife for a short time, and only after he was convinced that she'd fallen asleep did he get out of her embrace. He covered her with a blanket, closed the door, and went out into the corridor. His elder brother, Primus, the first warlord of the kingdom, was already waiting for him. "Does she still dream that he'll be a scholar?" They walked toward the small throne room, where the generals and senior officers had already gathered. A new war was coming, although, admittedly, Hadjar didn't remember a time when one wasn't being fought. "I can understand her," the king sighed and rubbed his numb neck. "Her whole family died when she was little. Have you seen little Hadjar? He looks like a scholar about as much as a heaven tiger looks like a tame kitten." Haver smiled proudly and stopped near the window. He looked at his golden-domed capital, which stretched out for miles around. Almost 30 million people lived just in this city. Overall, more than 2 billion people lived in his kingdom, which occupied a large swath of land. The king shook his head. His kingdom, Lydas, was very small, almost imperceptible on a country map. Maybe that's why they had to fight so often. Maybe Elizabeth was right, and Hadjar's fate was to be a scholar. At that exact moment, he didn't know how wrong his wife was, or how right his brother was. Chapter 3. Much had changed in Hadjar's life over the past year. He wasn't bedridden now, at least. However, that bed had been so multifunctional that it had even massaged him. And now he was forced to accept the fact that, in the future, he wouldn't only have to sleep on a cold mattress with preheated coals in an iron box stuffed underneath for warmth, but also that he'd have to pee in a wooden outhouse, upholstered in velvet, decorated with mosaics, but still wooden. Life hadn't prepared him for this. It hadn't prepared him for the fact that, after his death, he would find himself in another world either. Fortunately, he wasn't a farmer, but a prince. Still, he wasn't sure about what awaited him in the future. There were some strange rules regarding inheritance and the throne of his country. "But our northern neighbor, the kingdom of Ballium," a white-haired old man, was standing near the huge map which covered the entire wall. He delineated the boundaries of different states with a pointer and explained something to the children of the nobles. They were sitting at their desks and sketching something, using feathers to write on scrolls. "Is under the protection of the Black Gates, and that's why we're not at war with them. It would be tantamount to suicide." "Record," Hadjar ordered mentally. "Processing the request. The request has been processed. The data has been included in the database. General information about the world." "Why don't they attack us?" The owner of the surprisingly beautiful eyes and thin wrists raised her hand to ask. "What could a vassal of the Black Gates possibly need from a small kingdom such as ours?" Hadjar, lurking in the corner of the hall, tried to roll his eyes, but his body didn't obey him. In addition, it had taken him almost 2 hours to crawl from his chambers to the hall with the map, where the lessons for future officials and scholars were being held. Not because he'd crawled slowly, he'd just fallen asleep periodically. The neural network would inform him about his lack of energy, and then he would fall asleep. Now he understood why babies loved to sleep. Crawling a few yards had taken a lot out of him. "We're all within the sphere of influence of the Darnassus Empire." The first court scholar continued speaking, but Hadjar was looking at the map greedily. He'd almost fainted when he'd first seen it. His mother had been holding him in her arms at the moment. Admittedly, he'd probably just gone back to sleep, but it didn't matter. In general, the palace alone was larger than several city blocks. The city blocks back in his old world, of course. Furthermore, the ceilings were so high and the walls were so long that he often felt his head spin. And the map, sewn from the skins of various beasts, was stretched along the width of the entire marble wall, which looked like the wall of a fortress. The seams were the mountains, and the veins were rivers. This didn't mean that barbarians lived in Lydas, just that the map was very old. It was extremely old, even by the standards of the locals, several million years old. And yes, the lifespan of people was abnormally long here. And so, new areas would be sewn into the map to honor the memory of the ancestors. Since Hadjar had been a highly educated man, he'd used his knowledge of geometry to calculate that Lytus was 3 times larger than the Eurasian continent. Surely, this had to be a huge piece of land, even gigantic, right? But it was impossible to find the kingdom on the map, at least without using a magnifying glass. It looked like nothing more than a village, and was just a small piece of land in this vast, titanic world. Even with the help of his neural network, Hadjar couldn't understand why the day lasted the same 24 hours on such a different world. He'd lost most of the functions it had. All that was left after his rebirth was the ability to record and play those recordings back, as well as very basic analytical mechanisms. Still, he wasn't complaining, since he shouldn't even have that much. "Which sect's sphere of influence is our kingdom in?" the impudent-looking boy asked. "That is a very good question." The scholar put the pointer down and returned to the department. "The sects aren't interested in us for exactly the same reason that the kingdom of Balium doesn't attack us. The level of martial arts in our lands is very low. For example, to become just an outer disciple of the Black Gates, one should have reached no less than the 8th stage of the bodily rivers." The students all exhaled at once, and Hadjar gave the neural network an order to record this. The locals had some strange, fetishistic obsession regarding the subject of martial arts, which the local magic had probably been transformed into sometime in the past, and yet he still believed that living in a world of might and magic was better than being a vegetable. This strange quirk in the evolutionary path of these people could be explained by the fact that war and the constant struggle for survival in general were more common here than a trip to the store on a Friday had been back in his old world. "And that isn't even the most difficult part," the scholar continued. "It needs to be reached by the time they turn 16. Otherwise, the cultivator won't even be accepted." A wave of gasps swept through the classroom again, if this room could even be called that. "I have to remind you that this path of cultivation is a long and winding one. Each disciple begins at the level of the bodily nodes, which is divided into 9 levels. Then you advance to the level of the bodily rivers with its 12 stages, and only after you step over that threshold, which separates the mortal from the cultivator, will you reach the stage of formation, when you become a cultivator and a part of the world of martial arts." All of them were sitting with their mouths wide open in astonishment. They had certainly already known these facts, but the scholar was able to convey the information in a manner that made the old subject seem very interesting, especially to Hadjar. Every ounce of knowledge was important for him. "Can anyone tell me at what level a warrior can become a junior officer in our army?" A lot of the disciples raised their hands, wanting to answer the question. Almost half of the 200 children knew the answer. "Please, Viscount Vale," the scholar nodded. A red-haired boy, about 10 years old, stood up. Hadjar himself was only a year and 2 weeks old. "At the 8th stage of the bodily nodes." "That's right. Sit down." And the boy lowered himself back onto the stool, looking at his companions rather arrogantly. "And this is considered to be a good level. To become a mid-level officer, you need to cross the threshold and reach the level of the bodily rivers. The ones who become senior officers in the army are the few who've managed to reach its 3rd stage. Our generals are at the 5th stage of the bodily rivers." The children scribbled with their feathers on the scrolls and listened to the mentor carefully. Now, in their crazy fantasies, they were probably dreaming about becoming the strongest cultivators of the kingdom. Fortunately, there were no inequalities between the genders here. Hadjar saw a charming lady wearing armor and with the regalia of a general. If you can do it, if you know how, if you want to, go ahead. All the roads are open to you. And why shouldn't you? After all, this lady could not only easily stop a running horse, but also lift said horse with one hand and then throw it a couple of yards away. So, you can imagine how difficult it is to reach the required level of cultivation, not only so that the Black Gates will be interested in you, but to even be allowed to take part in their entrance exam. You said an outer disciple. Are there any other types? Of course, the scholar nodded. In most sects, disciples are divided into the following groups: the external or outer. There are a lot of these. The children looked at each other. So many young boys and girls were at the 8th step of the bodily rivers, but they hadn't even started to train because their bodies were too weak for it. And that was in spite of all the stimulants and drugs which they'd been crammed full of since birth. Next are the students of the inner circle, or the inner. I don't know about other sects, as they are either too far away or aren't interested in us at all. Hadjar whistled mentally. Too far in this world was approximately the distance from Earth to Mars. But in the Black Gates, only those who have reached the formation stage before the age of 20 are allowed to take part in the Inner Circle exam. For the sake of comparison, our two strongest fighters, King Haver IV and his brother Warlord Primus, reached that stage by the age of 60, and they are considered to be the strongest warriors of their generation and the whole country. This time, the wave of sighs turned into a tsunami of whispers, and Hadjar tried to keep his mind from experiencing cognitive dissonance. A year ago, he'd thought his mother was only 20 years old, but as it turned out later, when, thanks to the help of the neuronet, he'd been able to understand the local language, she was about 100. As for his father, he was about 3 centuries old. It was scary to think about how old Primus was, considering the gray hair in his beard. So, what's next? The girl with the beautiful wrists asked. Next come the core disciples. These are the ones who deserve personal attention from the teachers in the sect. To get this honor, you need to be an extraordinary person. I know of only one such cultivator, and by the age of 25 he was at the level of the Heaven Soldier. This time the children couldn't resist asking their questions all at once. Is it true that a Heaven Soldier can fly, that with a wave of their hand they can create fire, that their sword can cut an enemy from a distance of 200 steps, that they can send an arrow through the slot on a helmet from a distance of 3 miles, that for a Heaven Soldier to live 100 years in solitude while meditating is as easy as living for a day is to a simple mortal? Silence! The scholar slapped his hand down on the pulpit. And this slap produced a wave of air, which overturned some scrolls and ruffled the hair of even the children in the back rows. The children immediately fell silent. That's right, children, the scholar nodded. After a cultivator passes the formation and transformation stages and manages to break through the second serious barrier between the stages, they will be able to reach the real level of a cultivator. They'll cease to be an ordinary mortal and will touch eternity, becoming a Heaven Soldier. And according to many, only then can a person really be considered a cultivator. The kid from before raised his hand again, but he had probably been planning to ask a stupid question. Since it was that arrogant Viscount, most likely something about the bedroom prowess of a heaven soldier. Hadjar, forgetting himself, raised his stubby hand and asked, "And what exactly should be formed and transformed? What are these nodes and rivers? What kind of sick fantasies did the creator of all this have?" The classroom got very quiet. Standing on all fours, dressed in silk and velvet, Hadjar slowly lowered his hand back down on the floor. He'd forgotten that his questions sounded more like "Agu gagagu, aglu ansa naglu, ha ha gagumag." The host's level of speech distortion, 100%. Possibility of correction, 0%. Some of the smart ones jumped to their feet and, pressing their hands to their chest, bowed. These were the most notable, the children of the dukes. The ordinary nobles collapsed to one knee, and the future ladies sank into deep curtsies. The scholar bowed deeply. "Your Highness," he said, "how did you—" The doors of the classroom opened, and the person that even some generals were afraid of appeared on the threshold. The elderly but very energetic royal nanny. She was called royal because she'd once nursed Haver IV and his brother. There were legends that before that she'd been a general in the cavalry, the elite among the elites. "Your Highness," she roared with such force that the giant map began to shake. "How have you managed to escape again?" Hadjar wanted to answer that. For a week now he'd been able to use a hole in the door to his chambers, but most likely they would guess that on their own later. Also, he couldn't answer, despite the fact he wanted to. "I beg your pardon, Professor Southwind." The names were kind of ridiculous around here. The nanny held Hadjar in her arms. Despite her stern expression, she did it as carefully as if he were not a human, but a fragile vase. She wrapped him in the blanket she'd prepared. Hadjar protested, but couldn't deal with her, and as soon as he was back in its warmth and comfort, he couldn't resist his natural desires and immediately fell asleep. The soldiers had already appeared from the hall by then. They surrounded the nanny in a ring of bodies and left the room with her, leaving the shocked disciples and the professor alone with their thoughts. The nurse sighed, imagining how the king and queen would surely make a big deal out of this. No wonder the soldiers were checking their armor and shields. If Elizabeth started throwing plates again, it would be necessary to call the architects and builders to take them out of the walls. Chapter 4. Hadjar was sitting at the table and playing with wooden knights, or so everyone thought. In fact, he was carefully studying the open scroll left there by the king. Frankly speaking, he'd allowed the neuronet to copy everything into its database. He couldn't read the strange squiggles yet, but he'd realized that the drawings were associated with martial arts, or, to be more exact, with palm strikes. In the prince's opinion, it was quite corny. Thankfully, nobody was interested in his opinion. In fact, he was seated at the royal table with only one purpose in mind: to prevent the palace from needing costly repairs again. "Record," Hadjar said for the umpteenth time. "Processing the request. The request has been processed. The data has been included in the special database, Information about Techniques." The king and the queen didn't quarrel in the presence of their son. They probably only interacted pleasantly on rare occasions, when they were trying to make a brother or sister for Hadjar, when he was sitting next to them, or when they were in different parts of the country. Oftentimes, their very similar temperaments gave rise to some legendary scenes, and what else could you expect from two cultivators at the level of transformation? Moreover, Elizabeth loved to bring this topic up, using her characteristic scathing sarcasm. She often reminded Hadjar that she was 3 times younger than him, but had already reached the same stage of cultivation. The most sensitive topic for a man wasn't the organ in his pants, but his personal strength and age, which was surprising considering the lifespan of these cultivators. "I don't understand why you're so upset. There weren't that many people in the office." Nanny, despite her low status, she secretly remained one of the most powerful people of the kingdom, was there, along with Primus, the king and queen, as well as the court scholar and the master. This short, gray-haired, though it was difficult to call him that, old man taught the nobles the arts. He trained them hard and without mercy. For his services, he received so much money from their parents that a large merchant guild would envy him. "Don't you care that our son was crawling around the palace alone?" Hadjar looked at his son. He was playing with his toys and not paying any attention to the adults. "It's hard to find a safer place in the country than the palace," the king shrugged. "He's tiny," Elizabeth raised her voice. The nurse covered the nearby dishes, and Primus clenched his fists. The air around him swirled slightly. It was hard to notice, but it hadn't been hidden from the neuronet, and therefore from Hadjar. Message to host. Power has been activated in the vicinity. This was a message that Hadjar had seen before. He'd decided to call the local magic by a name he'd taken from a franchise back home, simply naming it Power. "He's a little boy," Hadjar corrected her. "I remember that I used to crawl around everywhere in my childhood, too." "I have to say, Your Majesty," the nurse coughed, "you only went out if you were accompanied by the late Queen till you were 7 years old." Hadjar snorted at the bitchy old woman, but didn't answer her. "And what if he'd fallen and hurt himself?" Primus rolled his eyes. In his opinion, Queen Elizabeth cared for the prince with a bit too much intensity. "In my opinion, Elizabeth, you're trying to make a hare out of a wolf. It'll lead to trouble." "No one is interested in your opinion," the Queen barked. "And what are you doing here anyway? Some war council, hunt, feast, brothel, or whatever else you do is surely waiting for you. You know, the stuff you call national administration." Primus looked at his brother, raised his palms, and murmuring something, left the office. "Honey, let's calm down. Nothing bad happened, but it could have." The situation was clearly heated. The neuronet was pouring out messages about potential threats to its carrier. "Please, let me tell you something, Your Majesty," the scholar bowed. Elizabeth glanced menacingly at the old man, but soon enough the fire in her eyes went out. "Please, Honorable Professor Southwind, go ahead." The old man bowed again. "I may be wrong, but it seems like the fate of the young prince has already been written down in the Hall of Mysteries. It seemed to me, during our classes today, that he wasn't just crying, but had in fact wanted to ask a question." "A question?" Nanny snorted. "Have you completely lost your mind because of your scrolls, Southwind? You should take more walks. The baby can't even talk yet." Even the king and the queen didn't allow themselves such liberties when dealing with the scholars. There was only one person in the entire kingdom who didn't watch her tone and words in front of Master Southwind. "It's easy enough to check." The scholar suddenly came over to the table. He took out some parchment, a quill, and an inkwell. He put them in front of Hadjar and said, "Draw me the map of our kingdom, disciple." They were taken aback at the word disciple. The nobles who attended his lectures weren't his disciples. They were only the children of those who'd paid the tuition, and the scholar considered them merely a source of income. Regardless, the king hadn't heard about Southwind taking somebody as a disciple in ages. "Thank you for the honor, venerable scholar." Elizabeth suddenly bowed. The queen had bowed to the commoner. "But my son—" Silence descended on the study. Hadjar hadn't needed to think about it for long. What was his purpose in this new world and his new body? The dream he hadn't been able to realize before. When he'd watched TV or videos on the internet where people traveled the world, he could only envy them. They were climbers, divers, simple tourists. They could feel and embrace that seemingly large, expansive world. He lived in this new world now, which was huge, full of danger and puzzling opportunities. And he had to be strong in order to be able to discover them all, to be free from the shackles of his fate. He had to be much stronger than his father and mother, and much more powerful than his uncle. His first goal was the Black Gates sect, and in order to get there, he needed to reach the 8th stage of the bodily rivers by the age of 16. How could he do that with the meager resources of the kingdom? He would succeed only if all of those limited resources were devoted to his personal cultivation. And so, Hadjar gave the order to his neural network, and it projected the map onto the parchment. Of course, the projection was only visible to Hadjar himself, but it was enough for him to start tracing the contours with the quill. "That's incredible," Nanny exhaled. "This child can't speak, but he can understand us." Southwind seemed to be surprised, too. "Tell me, disciple, what change will you get if you pay 200 gold coins for a sword worth 180? "Scholar, don't joke." The master spoke for the first time. "He can't possibly know about—" Hadjar slapped his face mentally. He had never gone to school, but if the same smart questions were asked there, it wasn't surprising at all that very few people liked to go to school. He raised 10 fingers. The people sighed disappointedly and then sank back into their chairs, stunned. Hadjar had squeezed his fingers and spread them again. "This," the master finished his sentence, incredulous. "Where can you find the grass of 17 rays?" That time, no one tried to argue with the scholar, and they were very surprised when the prince pointed his finger at the correct hill on the map he'd drawn earlier. "How many grams of this herb and how many grams of the old soul powder would it take to make a cure for the blue scorpion poison?" That question was so complex that the king, queen, or the nanny wouldn't have known the answer. Only the master and the scholar knew what the correct answer was. Hadjar knew the answer to that question too, or rather, the neural network did. He was very pleased with the fact that the neural network recorded not only books, but also the lectures he'd overheard. Fortunately, Southwind had given a lecture on this topic just a month ago. "Amazing," the master gasped when he saw 2 fingers of one hand and 4 of the other raised. "It seems, Your Highness, that the heavens have blessed you with a genius." Everyone was silent, and Hadjar was looking at the master. They used to say, back on Earth, that if a young man wanted to get a beautiful girl in bed, he needed to get closer to her friends first. No, the prince wasn't going to sleep with the master, but the path to his discipleship was through the South Wind's lectures. "What do you say, dear?" Elizabeth asked the king. "Esteemed Southwind," the king addressed the old man meaningfully, "are you really going to take Hadjar as your student?" The old man nodded. He'll be my first disciple in the last 2,000 years that I've been alive." Well, the old man's 2,000 years old. Nothing surprising there. Hadjar thought sarcastically. He no longer doubted that this was a different world entirely. "Analyze," he ordered, looking at Southwind. "The request is being processed. The request has been processed. The table is being generated. Name, Southwind. Level of cultivation, lack of data. Strength, lack of data. Dexterity, lack of data. Physique, lack of data. Energy points, lack of data. The request cannot be processed. There is insufficient data for an analytical comparison." "It's settled, then," Haver nodded. "From this day onward, you can visit Hadjar's apartments at any time convenient to you." "But, pardon the intrusion," Elizabeth added suddenly, "Nanny will be present during your classes." At first, Southwind wanted to argue that his knowledge couldn't be shared with the clumsy old lady as well, but then he looked into those clear blue eyes. Those weren't the eyes of an ordinary child. Was the scholar that eager to become one of the teachers of a future luminary of the sacraments? Well, he could make the sacrifice and let Nanny attend his classes as well. That was the beginning of Hadjar's studies. That was how his devious plan was set in motion. Chapter 5. Another year of Hadjar's life passed. At the banquet organized to celebrate his birthday, he was introduced to his future wife. She was only 4 days old. The prince, to put it mildly, had been shocked, even though he'd already known that these kinds of marriages were quite a normal thing amongst the nobility. The girl was the daughter of a head of a large trade cartel. Well, large by the standards of the kingdom, but Southwind had said that the merchant fleet, numbering 700 ships, was a beggarly business. Fortunately, in addition to his wife, the prince was also presented with a good amount of all sorts of other things. Well, Hadjar called them things. Scholars would call them very pathetic artifacts. However, all these swords, bows, sabers, books, etc., were at the level of mortal artifacts. The next level were spiritual artifacts, which would have cost almost as much as the entire royal palace. No wonder that only Haver and Primus had those. Each of them owned a special spiritual blade. Hadjar didn't know yet how artifacts differed in the power they could exert. The Neuronet had again complained about having too small an amount of data to work with, a useless piece of iron. But he was definitely going to find out. Actually, that was one of the questions that he was going to ask Southwind in the near future. Fortunately, he'd learned the local language 6 months ago and could now speak it fluently, and he'd learned to read quite well. The scholar complained that, despite his genius, learning to speak and read had taken Hadjar too much time. Well, of course it had. In comparison to the earthly ones, these local squiggles had little resemblance to a normal language. Who knew how long it would have taken him without the help of the Neuronet? Now, swinging his legs, Hadjar was sitting in the corridor with his father, uncle, and a dozen warriors. Each of them was able to lift a stone that weighed 700 pounds, throw a spear 400 yards, and split a thick oak with their sword. The main thing was to get a good sword. They were at the 4th stage of the bodily rivers. Previously, Hadjar had thought they were insanely strong, but memories of his time on Earth faded more and more over time, with the help of Southwind's lectures. Now, Hadjar knew that a heavenly soldier wasn't the pinnacle of cultivation. Stronger cultivators existed. those who were almost immortal, those who could move seas and mountains with a wave of their hand, and it frightened and fascinated him at the same time, the fact that Hadjar didn't know whether this was an exaggeration or not. And a week ago, he'd been taken outside. Well, outside was just the balcony. From atop it, he'd been able to see the almost boundless city and valley, stretching out beyond the titanic walls. The wind blew, tousling his wavy black hair. The wind called to him. "Which do you want more, a brother or a sister?" his father asked again. Hadjar pondered the choice again. Each of the options had its advantages. Haver laughed and ruffled his son's hair, as was his habit. "Southwind says that you can already pass the exam to be an official, but you can't answer my question for some reason." "It's too complicated, Dad," Hadjar said. "If I have a brother, I can play with him, and if I have a sister, I can protect her. Plus, a sister will clearly be more beautiful than a brother." "Well, who can say?" the king smiled. "Going by what nannies told me, the ladies of the court cuddle you every day. The healers say that in future you will break a lot of girls' hearts." Hadjar barely kept a smug smile off his face. By local standards, he was a very handsome young man. However, what else could you expect from such good genetics and such amazing parents? "I hate girls. And why have you given me a wife? It would have been better if she'd been a boat." The king laughed and ruffled his hair again. "When you grow up, I'll definitely teach you some secrets." "Southwind's already teaching me." "Oh, believe me, the old man won't teach you about this. I'm afraid that this area is one of those where he only has theoretical knowledge." The warriors laughed quietly, and the king winked at his son. Hadjar made a confused face, which elicited a new bout of laughter. Fortunately, he was a great actor. He had to play the role of a 2-year-old child. Ingenious, but still a child. After all, it's the squeaky wheel that gets the grease. Finally, the doors opened and Nanny came out. "It's a daughter," she smiled. Haver picked up his son and rushed off to his chambers. This time they burst in there without Primus. His uncle had gone to the southern borders on a military campaign. Nomadic tribes had plundered the villages and towns there. Hadjar hugged his mother quickly and sat down beside a small, pink, crying lump. His sister had already been wrapped up in golden blankets. She looked quite ordinary, but something in the prince's chest tightened. Sitting on the bed, next to his mother and father, looking at his newborn sister, he suddenly realized what he'd been deprived of back on Earth. It hadn't been the ability to walk and talk, no. Something much more vital had been taken from him. Since childhood, he'd been deprived of this very feeling. The warmth of a family. "And we'd been expecting a son," the tired Elizabeth smiled. 2 years had passed, and she hadn't changed at all. Not a single wrinkle had appeared on her beautiful face, not a single gray in her thick black hair. "What should we name our daughter?" The king rocked the little bundle tenderly. "Elaine," Hadjar said. "Let's name her Elaine." The parents looked at each other and nodded. And so, Hadjar now had his forever crying, but already beloved little sister Elaine, and she changed something deep within him. Without noticing it, he suddenly realized that his performance, his "I can protect her" act, had stopped being a performance. Just a month after Elaine was born, Hadjar was able to obtain permission to visit the training grounds. It would have been difficult to get in there, the most sacred part of the palace complex, even if he'd been the son of not Haver IV, but the son of James Bond himself. The grounds were guarded even better than the chambers of some of the high officials. The master taught the future elite of the country there, and he couldn't allow his knowledge to be stolen by someone. He'd had to work hard to earn the trust of Southwind and to make him work on his cultivation. The cultivation of his martial arts, of course. The scholar, in principle, didn't like this field of study very much. Hadjar learned from his nanny that once upon a time the old man could have been admitted to the Black Gates, but his meridians had been damaged during the exam. The meridians were the channels in the body through which force flowed. So while he was healthy outwardly, he remained a cripple for life internally. As for meridians, Hadjar managed to find out some details about the stages of their cultivation. The first stage was called bodily nodes. There were 9 steps in this stage. Special passages, invisible to the eye, were opened in the body of the practitioner at this stage. They used some kind of acupuncture. The warrior could then absorb energy through them. The local air was full of it. After accumulating the energy in their centers, they directed it through the veins, opening the meridians, which were normally sealed from birth. This stage was called the level of bodily rivers. When all the points were opened and all the meridians were saturated, the practitioner came across the first so-called threshold. It was a state where the nearest level was so very close, but it was incredibly difficult to reach it. Many people couldn't handle it at all. They simply couldn't condense the energy and reach the formation stage. The first level was when the seed, woven from force, would form inside the soul of a person, and not only there, but we'll talk about that later. Then it was necessary to split the seed into several parts. This was the fragment level. And in the end, it was necessary to gather the fragments back together and create the core. This was the third level of the formation stage. The transformation stage followed next. This was when a person's soul adapted, but not their strength or body. The mortal shell, the awakened spirit, and the new soul. Hadjar knew nothing about them because Southwind had no information on the subject. According to him, only the king himself could teach his son how to progress past these stages. And as for the transition from a mortal to a cultivator, there wasn't a single person in the entire kingdom that knew how to make the transition between the transformation and the heaven soldier stages. Those who knew how to do so lived only in sects or in larger states. Anyway, Hadjar spoke to himself aloud. I've already taken the first step. He stood on the edge of the grounds where the soldiers trained. He'd made a cunning plan a long time ago. He only had to implement it. And that's how his cultivation would begin. Chapter 6. The site resembled a sandy parade ground. It was a huge, sandy parade ground. Thousands of soldiers trained here, sparring. They were tirelessly beating each other up under the scorching sun, wearing only short pants, sometimes with a bandaged chest in the case of the women, under the guidance of the master walking around. Someone moved his arms like a whirlwind, parodying the famous Chinese fantasy movies. Crazy jumps, contrary to the laws of physics, were the norm here. Someone stopped falling as easily as a feather on the wind by pushing off the earth using just a single palm. Others were easily shattering wooden shields. Others fought with a variety of weapons. Their diversity was impressive. Hadjar didn't know the names of most of these weapons, and he was glad that the familiar staves, wands, swords, bows, axes, and hammers were at least there. Some of the girls sometimes waved ribbons around. It might have looked funny, but not when those ribbons left scratches on the stone walls. And, of course, all of their characteristics were gradually being studied by the neuronet, gaining enough information to be able to perform a detailed analysis. For example, it could produce a table detailing names and their corresponding training swords. Name: training sword. Quality grade, non-artifactual weapon. Endurance: lack of data. Damage: lack of data. Energy points: 0. The prince walked along the edge of the parade ground, listening to the master's shouts. He constantly repeated obscure phrases like energy circulation, external techniques, internal techniques, and so on. Sometimes the old man stopped duos that were training together and showed them how to do something properly. Then an unlucky disciple found themselves flung, crashing into the wall, and they'd be considered lucky if they didn't leave a dent behind. A new wall was probably erected here every season, because at that moment it looked like it had withstood a shelling. When someone noticed Hadjar, they stopped training and bowed. This continued until the master noticed a toddler walking around the court. "Your Highness," he bowed slightly, "may I ask who let you in and where your nanny is?" "I asked for permission from Southwind," Hadjar replied. Judging by the old man's face, he was interested to know where the scholar had gotten the ability to give such permission. "And Nanny is busy with Elaine." "And did you decide to come to visit us since you were feeling abandoned?" Hadjar bowed his head in annoyance. Despite all of his peculiarities, the master still treated him like a small child. A child whose uncle and father had gone to war, and how could they cover such vast distances so quickly? Whose mother had gone to a nearby town to execute some corrupt governor, whose nanny was busy with his sister, and whose teacher wouldn't be coming out of seclusion for another month. Southwind was currently working on a new medicine that he was going to use to speed up the cultivation of the nobles. If he got lucky, it would probably bring him a lot of money and, more importantly, fame. The scholar, even being a cripple, didn't refuse his attempts to get the attention of the sect. So, to the master, he looked like a lost child. "No, master, I've come to study." "Study?" The old man was surprised. He scratched his long, thin beard. "And what are you planning to study here?" "Martial arts," Hadjar said proudly. The old man should have known better than to ask. The master laughed, and a few dozen soldiers that had been standing nearby laughed with him. "Why do you, Your Highness, think that you can study martial arts?" "Because I've decided to do so." The old man twitched slightly, having glanced into the child's deep blue eyes. Damn it, he could have sworn that he'd seen a look that could bend iron. "Your determination is worthy of praise, my prince," the master nodded. "But—" The martial artist came closer and touched the child's wrist. He listened for a second, and then opened his eyes and shook his head. "While you do undoubtedly possess some talent," the master sighed, "it isn't strong enough to achieve true greatness on the path. Perhaps you should go back to Southwind's scrolls." This news could have broken another man, but Hadjar was adamant. He had heard all his life that he couldn't do anything or couldn't handle anything. But in spite of everyone's words, he'd used to achieve his goals and deal with his problems, punching through any obstacles. He knew that hard work and diligence produced much better results than mere talent. "I've decided to do it," Hadjar repeated. Suddenly, the master realized that he couldn't convince this 2-year-old boy to give up. "I'll take you on as a disciple, then." The old man stood up, blocking the sun. The court grew silent. The silence hung heavily on the shoulders of the people. They froze, remaining in poses that they'd been in a moment ago. Some of the disciples were even standing with their feet raised above their heads. First was Southwind, who had been alive for 2,000 years and had never taken a disciple before, and now the master, who was almost twice as old as him and had also never taught anyone personally before. To tell the truth, luck was part of it. Hadjar had been born the son of the king, and had then expressed a desire to study and then become a disciple of the master. He was quite a lucky boy. "But you have to pass one small test first." "What kind of test, master?" The old man smiled and pointed to the opposite side of the court. There was a large barrel of water there, on the surface of which floated a wooden cup. Soldiers often went there to rinse their mouths. They were allowed to drink only a few times during training, and the master oversaw them very strictly. He would say that nobody was allowed to mix. He said that one couldn't mix the energy of the sun, fire, with the energy of water, whatever that meant. "Do you see that barrel over there, my prince?" "Yeah." "Then your test shall be this. You need to pour water from that barrel into this one here." He patted a barrel next to him that was exactly the same as the other one, only this one was empty. "You mustn't spill a single drop." Hadjar estimated the distance that he needed to cross. It was about 1,500 feet from one end of the parade ground to the other. Given the fact that it was difficult for him to take even 100 steps, it was daunting to imagine having to walk so much more than that. The task was further complicated by the scorching sun, as well as the large size of the barrels. He needed to pour a whole barrel of water. The warriors hid their smiles behind their fists. Well, they loved their king, who was strict, strong, and fair, and yet they were glad that the little prince had been put in his place. They hoped that he, being a well-bred boy, would turn around and leave, offended, but without making a scene, as the spoiled children of petty nobles usually did. Neither Nanny nor the Queen would approve of that kind of behavior. "Well," Hadjar nodded, clenching his fists. Nobody had expected this. They also hadn't expected that the boy would lift a heavy barrel and drag it through the parade ground. The master blinked a few times, rubbed his beard, and screamed, "What are you staring at? Keep working!" No one moved, because the prince, Haver, and Elizabeth's son was walking among them. The very thought of touching him caused them to tremble. They were afraid of hurting him accidentally while sparring. "But, master, we could—" "The prince is doing his job, and you have to do yours as well. Those of you who are going to take a break can forget the way here. Whoever pauses to cool off, they can forget the way here as well." Forgetting the way to the parade ground meant missing out on the opportunity to train with the best instructor in the country. No practitioner could allow himself such a thing. They all craved strength, and they weren't afraid of the danger along the path of cultivation. The complexity of it only fueled their excitement. So it wasn't surprising that, just a minute later, Hadjar found himself having to dodge other people's heels and hide his eyes so sand wouldn't get in them. He was dragging the heavy cup, looking at the barrel ahead of him intently. The master looked at the little prince. He was ready to save the child's life at any moment if the need arose, but the disciples whom he was training were also trying not to injure the boy, and so their movements became calmer, more measured, more reasonable. Well, little Hadjar's stubbornness had produced a lot of benefits. He, the master, smirked inwardly, was an excellent training obstacle. Maybe someone would get so deeply immersed in their movements today that they'd be able to get some inspiration and get to the next level. It would hardly be that beneficial, but who knows? The master wondered how long the prince's willpower would last. Could he reach the barrel? It was extremely difficult for a 2-year-old child to overcome 500 yards under the scorching sun, among all the flickering bodies. And what if a heavy cup and hot sand were added to the mix? However, Hadjar overcame the first 100 yards, then 200, and after a quarter of an hour, all 500 of them. He'd already surprised the master. But a simple surprise wasn't enough to force the old man to take him on as a disciple. And as soon as Hadjar scooped up the first cup and went back, he would understand that it was impossible, at his age, to pour 50 gallons of water without spilling a drop. This wasn't just difficult for 2-year-olds. This kind of exam was used in the army for people being recruited into the common infantry, and not even every adult could handle it. And yet, the prince got to the 2-foot barrel. He puffed and dragged over a small ladder, putting the cup in. It was small for an adult and huge for a baby. Climbing on the ladder, he scooped up the cup and carefully went back down. Turning around, he walked back. The master saw how difficult it was for the boy. He was almost on the verge of fainting, but his eyes, these blue eyes, made the master, who had thousands of life-and-death struggles, shiver. There was something inflexible and endless, like heaven itself, in them. The boy went back, staggering, almost falling. He held the cup with both hands, not allowing a drop to fall onto the sand. "Hadjar!" came a cry from behind his back. The master turned around and froze. On the stairs leading into the palace, the queen was standing. Her spacious, amber-colored robes fluttered in the wind. Her hair framed her beautiful face, and a fire burned in her lovely green eyes. "Careful, Hadjar!" Elizabeth pushed off the stairs. It was about 20 yards from her to the ground. For a cultivator of her level, it was no more than a step was to a common man, and yet, no matter how swift and powerful the queen's movement was, the lingering warrior's leg was much closer. The master barely managed to turn back and stretch out his power toward the clumsy disciple. He threw him aside with only an effort of strength and will, but it was too late. Hadjar had been hit with the full force of the blow. Like a limp doll, the boy was thrown into the air and slammed right into the rack of swords. The master and the queen hurried after him, but it was obvious that they wouldn't get there in time. Chapter 7. Hadjar had understood from the very beginning that things had gotten out of hand, and his plan wouldn't be easy to implement. It had been foolish to expect that he could just become a disciple of the master the same way he'd done with Southwind. You could talk to scholars, prove you were intelligent, but warriors were people of action. They required a demonstration of something else. Alas, in that regard, the prince had nothing to give. He didn't possess innate martial arts skills. He wasn't one of the legendary cultivators who'd been born with their meridians or nodes already open. He didn't have one of those divine physiques that would allow a 5-year-old child to lift a grown horse into the air, and of course, He hadn't been born with innate techniques, whatever the word technique even meant. Nevertheless, he'd hoped that he would be able to overcome these obstacles using sheer stubbornness, as he'd always done. Stubbornness was Hadjar's main strength. He'd never stopped until he'd reached his goal in his previous life, and he wasn't going to stop now. Pain, boredom, or loneliness didn't matter. If he had a goal, he would find a way to achieve it. That was why, feeling the tidal wave of pain in his chest, he regretted only the cup that had fallen. Some water had leaked out and onto the sand, which meant he'd have to do everything over from the beginning. Only after thinking about this did he pay attention to the messages from the neuronet. Critical message. It was urgently warning him about a danger to the host in the form of sharp pieces of metal. Wait, what? Pieces of metal? Hadjar, twisting his head, noticed that he was flying directly toward the sword rack. Damn it! He might not get his second chance now. He was going to become a bloody kebab, and not the adept hero he'd fantasized about. The prince waved his hands as hard as he could, but this obviously didn't halt his flight. The swords, reflecting the sun's rays, were already close to his face when suddenly he felt a gust of wind. It got tangled in his clothes, then rested in his hair. What had it brought him this time? The story of some distant country, the shadow of many great battles, perhaps the tale of amazing heroes and villains alike? No, this time it brought him peace. If, at that moment, someone had been looking not at the master or the queen, but at Hadjar, they would have seen a complete absence of fear on the boy's face. He flew towards the swords as calmly as a sparrow would toward the branch of a birch tree on a clear summer's day. When he landed right on the blades of all those swords, Elizabeth's cry flooded the parade ground. The master could already hear the executioner sharpening the guillotine which would cut off his head, or the angry queen would finish him off herself right then and there. It didn't matter that she was weaker than him. An angry mother who'd lost her child was easily as scary as a wounded tigress. And yet, the master was unable to see the inevitable fountain of blood. He couldn't even see one drop. The swords fell to the sand with a ringing noise, and Hadjar stood among them as if they were merely a harmless rain. He looked at the falling blades and couldn't help but feel surprised. The sunlight ran along the polished blades, and it was a beautiful sight to behold. The ringing of steel sounded better than his music back on Earth ever had. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand, and the handle of the lightest and thinnest dagger rested itself in his palm. It was a flexible, short cutlass. This toothpick seemed like a gigantic broadsword in the grip of a 2-year-old boy. However, Hadjar took hold of it firmly, and at the same time he did so with ease, his grip both careful and powerful. The master and the queen stood nearby. They froze, trying to understand what they'd seen. The warriors stopped in their tracks as well. Even the clumsy soldier who had kicked the prince could come away from the wall and look at what was happening, though blood was running down his face. The swords fell to the ground, but not a drop of blood left Hadjar's body. He stood, lost somewhere deep within himself, holding the dagger, which had become his first sword. Elizabeth had wanted to go to her child, but the master stopped her in time. "A moment of inspiration," he whispered, as if that meant something. But since these few words stopped the angry and worried mother in her tracks, they must have carried a really amazing meaning. More than 1,000 people watched the young boy. He stood there calmly, serenely turning his face toward the east wind. Suddenly, Hadjar opened his eyes, and they lit up for a moment with a beautiful, clear light. Afterward, he took a small step forward and swung his blade lightly. In response, the wind blew, and a crescent moon, barely perceptible to the eye, rushed out from the tip of the blade. It was only visible thanks to the wind-swept sand. The sword strike hit the wall and left a small cut on it. It was no longer than Hadjar's little finger, and no thicker than a woman's hair. But it was still there. That strike had been performed at a distance of 2 steps, by a 2-year-old child who hadn't touched a sword before. Attack made. Analysis of the attack is not possible. Recording the attack is not possible. Error.
"Let the demons curse me," the master exhaled, "and let the center of my power go back to the endless universe, if that isn't one with the sword."
"One with the sword," Elizabeth repeated. "Is my son at the one with the sword stage?" Suddenly, the old man fell to his knees and touched the queen's feet with his forehead.
"Your Highness, please, let me take the prince as my disciple."
This time, none of the soldiers allowed themselves to even think about class inequality. Who would dare call it such, after what had happened? To do so would mean that such a person lacked not only a heart, but also a brain as well. Many of those who walked the way of the sword spent decades to acquire the skill won with the sword. Only a second and a threat to his life had been enough for Hadjar. If geniuses existed, Hadjar wasn't one. He was a monster, hiding in the body of a 2-year-old. Alarm, followed by resignation, and then determination, all quickly flitted across Elizabeth's face. "If a carp has turned into a dragon, it is impossible to turn that dragon back into a carp again," she said, quoting the old saying of her people sorrowfully. "Rise, venerable master." The old man stood up, but didn't dare to look back at Elizabeth. "I think South Wind is going to try and stop this, but if you can work it out with him, then you have my permission to teach Hadjar." After speaking, the queen ran to her son and scooped him up in a crushing embrace. The boy, dropping the dagger, closed his eyes and fell asleep. It had been too hard for his body and mind to bear this exhausting adventure. And though he didn't fully understand what had happened, at that moment, while falling asleep, Hadjar knew one thing. He'd achieved his goal. Now, not only would the best scholar of the kingdom be teaching him, but also the best martial arts instructor as well. 4 years passed, seemingly in the blink of an eye. Hadjar lay on the hot sand, enthusiastically doing push-ups, with 2 boulders weighing a bit over 20 pounds each on his back. South Wind sat in the shade. He was fanning himself with a white fan and constantly adjusting his white robes. "Where can I find the trees of 5 lives?" "In the valley, near the river Buffalo," Hadjar replied, mentally counting his 3rd set of 10 repetitions. "Which star will lead you to the mountain of loud whispers?" "The 5th one, from the constellation of the bow." South Wind nodded and turned to the nearby master. He closed his eyes, muttering something under his breath. "Now it's your turn," the scholar said, hurrying him along. He couldn't wait to continue his examination, but he could only do it when it was his turn. That was their agreement.
"How many have you done, Prince?" the old man asked as he approached the sweaty boy who was grinding his teeth from the strain.
32, 3, and
and 33, Hadjar counted out, barely able to do so. Excellent, the master nodded. He walked over to the flat cobblestones, which were the same as the two that were currently on the prince's back. The master had personally carved them out of stone that the northern wind had batted against for 200 years. Its energy permeated the rock, and that would supposedly strengthen the prince's weak body. No matter how proud the master was of his apprentice, he had to admit this simple fact. As strong as Hadjar's spirit and skills with the sword were, his body was equally weak, as if a hero's soul had been placed in a peasant's body. The heavens had been surprisingly unfair to the prince, but his tenacity could overcome even their will. "Then you could probably use a little help," and then, saying that, the master put another cobblestone on Hadjar's back. The weight of the stones was over 60 pounds now, and sweat rolled down the prince's forehead. His elbows were trembling, and each new repetition caused him unthinkable pain. But this was the only way he could reach the required level by the age of 16 and take the exam of the Black Gates sect. Even if he were to take just a moment to relax, he would end up forever stuck as the prince of a small kingdom on the outskirts of this boundless world. And he could forget about his freedom, adventure, and the wind that was calling out to him from the distance. "Name the 3 stages of sword mastery," the scholar suddenly asked. The master nodded his approval. "It's 1 with the sword, followed by 1 with the world, finally, wielder of the sword." "That is why not everyone can say that they mastered a sword or spear," the master explained. "Many people are only able to truly master their weapons after reaching the stage of the heaven soldier." Many people had to work hard on their weapon skills, but Hadjar was different. It turned out that he did have one talent, and while fate had given him a weak body, his talent for the sword arts was difficult to overestimate. At the age of 2, he'd been able to reach the 1 with the sword stage. He could feel his blade as well as his arms and legs. It was an extension of him. He had possessed this skill almost from birth, while other people would be forced to study for years and grasp the skill through sweat and pain. It was kind of funny, since he might never have found this out if it hadn't been for that one event that had left a bruise on his chest. With his skill, he had earned the envy of many courtiers, who were so-called geniuses. Some of them had also achieved unity with their swords at an early age, that is to say, around the age of 20. "1 with the sword can hit an enemy that's up to 5 steps away," the master recounted. "1 with the world can use the energy of the world itself and combine it with a blade to hit an enemy at a distance of 20 steps. Those who have fully mastered the sword no longer have need of it. The sword is in them, and everything around them becomes a sword. They see the spirit of the sword everywhere, even in a leaf or a drop of water. And they can hit an enemy with that spirit at a distance of 50 paces. It sounded like an old Eastern fairy tale from back on Earth, but this was actually an achievable goal for Hadjar. After all, he'd seen with his own eyes how the master's sword strike had cut a wooden doll at a distance of 16 steps. And so, combining his lectures with physical exercise, Hadjar spent the rest of the day trying to grow stronger. And the next day mimicked the previous one, and the day that came after it was also the same. In any case, this was how it had to be.
Meanwhile, Primus rode in on a horse, passing by the 600 feet tall lion guards, majestic statues of stone and copper at the palace gates. He was in a hurry to deliver some wonderful news that promised many riches, news that would bring great trouble with them, and change Hadjar's fate and the destiny of the whole kingdom forever. Chapter 8. "Repeat what you just said, but in more detail this time," the king requested. It was unusually crowded in his cabinet today. Almost all of the top officials had gathered by the kingdom map: the generals, Southwind, the master, a few dukes, the chief justice, and someone else that Hadjar didn't know. He had built a system of mirrors, and was now using it to watch the scene from the ventilation duct. It was quite convenient, but a bit risky as well. If someone were to inspect his hiding place, he would immediately be discovered. It was called feeling, and if one were to believe the master, a heaven soldier was able to feel and see an ant at a distance of 5 miles away. The locals didn't have such abilities, but each of the people present could have detected the prints in the ventilation shaft. Luckily, they were too busy discussing the news Primus had brought to bother doing so. "We've crushed the Bajek tribe," the man reported, "but an enemy cultivator's wounded General Lasset. I don't know how, but the Bajeks managed to send a cultivator at the level of transformation against us." The assembled people shook their heads. The younger ones even whistled. This stage was very impressive by the standards of these backwoods. However, Hadjar wasn't impressed. As his master often said, the whole sect of the Black Gates was no more than a bunch of country bumpkins when compared to the children of the Empire's nobles. In the Empire, a person was required to reach the stage of transformation by the age of 14 in order to be trained by a sect or attend one of the academies. The prince simply couldn't reach that level, even if he were to try 10 times harder than he already was. Realistically, it was impossible. The Darnassus Empire had a lot more resources than were available here on the outskirts. "I made the decision to camp near the town of Silent Evening." Primus moved several figures, which served to depict his army, to a point on the map. "We hired the best healers we could find there, and waited for any news. Alas, the town is small. 4 million people live there, no more than that. That's why we didn't ask them for food, as we would have ruined them with a demand to feed the 300,000-strong army." "Did you have to hunt?" Elizabeth asked. "Yes, my queen," Primus nodded. "Fortunately, the local forests aren't able to give birth to strong creatures. We didn't encounter a single monster that was higher than the initial steps of the awakening of power." Well, it would seem humans weren't the only ones in this world who could work on improving themselves. Animals could as well. Southwind had often told about such animals that were actually stronger and smarter than most people. They, like the adepts, have their own paths for cultivation, with different stages, but that's not important right now. "During one of the hunts, one of the senior officers fell from his horse and into a hole. 'Treasurer,' the king called, 'give this officer an estate and 1,000 servants. No one else in my kingdom has ever fallen off a horse so successfully.' The treasurer, a man with a simple face but a very sharp mind, nodded and wrote something down on a scroll. 'Go on, brother.' Descending into the cave after him, we discovered a vein of solar ore." Everyone there exchanged glances once again. Solar metal was made from solar ore. It was much more durable and lightweight than simple steel or iron. and artifacts, which were a level higher than even spiritual ones, were also made using solar metal. So, to put it simply, the officer had fallen into a hole that didn't contain mere riches, but a vein of ore whose cost exceeded the total value of the whole kingdom. How big is the vein? They had no reason to rejoice quite yet. Maybe there wasn't much ore there. Possibly less than nothing. No one would set up a whole mine there for the sake of 4 or 5 pounds. A couple of miners with a military escort would be sent there. They would then bring the ore back to the treasury. It's no less than 6 miles deep and a bit less than 250 feet wide. Everyone quieted down. Only Southwind closed his eyes slightly and then said, "No less than 1,000 tons, then. It's useless to measure its value in gold or in the azure coins of the Empire. It's just useless. I don't know how much such a vein could even cost." "It's priceless," the king concluded, "and we have to do something about it right now. To begin with, anyone who breathes even a word of this to outsiders will automatically become an enemy of the kingdom. No one will be leaving the room until they take a blood oath." No one argued, despite the fact that a blood oath was a rather serious thing to bind yourself to. If a person went back on their word, all the blood in their body instantly caught fire. As a result, their death was terrible and very painful. "Primus, have your soldiers and that officer already taken the oath?"
"Immediately after the discovery,"
the warlord nodded. Hadjar sighed with relief. Such news could attract vultures from all around the world, and there were at least a dozen kingdoms, equally strong or even superior to Lytus, that might have tried something, not to mention the family clans and sects.
"I wouldn't be so happy if I were you, Hadjar,"
Primus said. He was the only person in the kingdom who could say something like that with impunity. "There's no way we'll be able to mine this vein and keep it secret from everyone. We will station a garrison there, build a fortress around it. Each soldier will be hand-picked, and all of them will take the blood oath." "The warlord is right," Southwind said. "It'll take at least a month to build a fort. The construction will draw attention. Everyone will immediately be interested in it, in why Lytus needs a powerful stronghold so far from the border."
"It's not that far. 4 days, if you ride at a gallop."
Primus shook his head. "All our outposts are 2 days away by road, and this is twice as close." There was now a heavy, oppressive silence in the room. The situation was a tricky one. They had the wealth, but it was impossible to get to it. They could easily lose their lives and the whole kingdom if they make a single misstep. "And what do you suggest?" Hadjar leaned back and looked pensive.
"We could appeal to the Black Gates for help," Southwind suggested. "Stop talking about these gates already," the master snapped. "It's not their prey. We need to go to the Emperor. We'll be sending him a tribute next week anyway."
"Go to the Emperor," Hadjar repeated. "To the Emperor, you say, honorable master. And do you know that the Darnassus Empire is currently at war with the Laskan Empire?" Everyone there looked at each other. They hadn't heard the news. Only the king and queen were aware of such nuances of the world's politics. "Can you imagine what'll happen if the Emperor finds out about this vein? One of his armies will be sent here. And how many warriors does his army have? 120 or 130 million? Even if he decides not to install some governors here, how will we feed them all? Our forests will be completely cut down during their construction. Our cities will lose all their fields and reserves. The whole southern region will be ravaged. And that is the best-case scenario. And what might happen in the worst? If worst comes to worst, ordinary people will be sent to do forced labor.
They'll be turned into slaves and taken away, and the imperial governors will come here. This already happened with one of the other kingdoms. Do you remember, Primus?" The warlord looked at the dumbfounded queen and nodded. "I remember, brother. I remember." "I would like to point out, my king," one of the dukes said, "that despite the possible devastation of the area, we will still thrive and—" "Shut your mouth, Duke, before I shut it for you." A palpable menace emanated from the king, and the speaker instantly subsided and turned pale. "Brother, calm down and think about this," Primus insisted. "Duke Remain has a point. Just think. What happens if we do give up this southern territory? There's nothing wrong with that. We'll get the peaceful times you and your wife covet so much. After all, who would dare attack us if the Emperor's own army was stationed here? I've heard that all the senior officers are no weaker than the level of the Heaven Soldier, and the generals are the Spirit Knights." The Spirit Knights, word that inspired awe and disbelief in the hearts of ordinary people. For many, this stage of cultivation was nothing more than a part of the tales told to children at night, to put them to sleep. It was difficult to imagine that such monsters could really be living under the same sky as ordinary people. "What are you trying to say, brother?" "We would gain a lot more than we'd lose. If we did it right, we'd be able to get no less than 10, maybe even 15% of the production. Do you have any idea how much money that is? We'd finally be able to build new, large cities, establish schools, and invite high-ranking instructors to teach there. Cultivators would flock here, hoping to make a profit or be recruited into the Imperial Army." Primus looked intently at a point on the map, indicating the place where the solar ore had come close to the surface. "We'll be able to acquire techniques and knowledge that we couldn't have even dreamt of before. You and me, and the others as well, we'll get a chance to become Heaven Soldiers, a chance to grasp eternity, to be eligible for the title of cultivators, no longer mere mortals. What must we sacrifice in return? The destinies of tens of millions of people? The destinies of poor ragamuffins, of miserable rodents swallowing in the mud? What are their lives compared to ours? They live for just a century and no more. On top of that, at the age of 50, they stop working the fields. They stop being of any use to us. They become useless parasites, ones that waste precious resources. The kingdom would be better off without them." "You forget yourself, brother. No, you forget yourself, Haver. How long can we endure the ceaseless raids of the nomads and the attacks of our neighbors? How long will we be forced to eke out our miserable existence? You don't go to the Empire to pay tribute. I do. I've seen their border villages, which are richer and more beautiful than even our capital. I hate the ridicule of their petty nobles, who don't even consider us to be peasants. I've seen beardless boys who are several times stronger than me. Why? Because from the day they're born, they're stuffed full of herbs that we don't grow. They can buy drugs that we don't know how to make. They're taught techniques we haven't even heard of." "Are you worried about the kingdom, or are you giving in to your envy?" Haver whispered, but the whisper was more powerful than most screams. Things got heated. "I don't understand why you're so blind, brother." "I'm not blind," Haver shook his head, "but you are, Primus. Do you remember what our father used to say? The life of a single peasant, even if they're old and infirm, is worth more than a dozen carts laden with gold. It is an honor to protect their lives, an honor worthy of a king." "Father was weak and stupid, and so are you. That's why he made you king instead of me." Haver grabbed the hilt of his sword, but Elizabeth's soothing touch stopped him. She merely shook her head and smiled warmly.
The rage was gone from the king's eyes, and his breathing was once more steady. "You said it yourself. He made me king, and my royal decree is as follows. We bury the pit of the solar ore. We won't talk about it any further. We'll continue to live our lives as if it had never existed. That is all." Primus hit the table angrily and left the room. A good half of the dukes followed him out. At that moment, Hadjar realized that he would have to train even harder, if that was even possible, because he had a gut feeling it wouldn't end so easily. Chapter 9. Despite Hadjar's fears, another year passed without incident. A few of his parents' quarrels led to Elaine being moved to his chambers. Not because they didn't have vacant rooms available, but because it would otherwise have been very difficult for their bodyguards to ensure their safety. Elizabeth had this weird thing about making sure they were safe. His 5-year-old sister was, in fact, a pain in the ass. She constantly followed him around like a puppy, which irritated the master and Southwind. But regardless, that nuisance was his sister, so the prince endured it. And if the prince could handle it, then the scholar and the warrior had to put up with it as well. And now, after letting all the students who'd paid for their training go home, the master started working with Hadjar. They stood on the parade ground. The master, moving the blade forward, struck a pose that was vaguely reminiscent of a classic attack stance in fencing. It should be immediately noted that a sword in Lytus was short and narrow. It was about 1 yard in length and about 2 or at most 3 fingers in width. The most interesting thing was the weight of the sword, which was concentrated not in the blade itself, but in the handle, thanks to a weighty pommel. The handguard was almost non-existent. It was easy to see that the master's technique would be focusing on speed, coupled with thrusts at a distance. The faster the attack, the more elements were added, the more impressive and damaging the attacks would be. Yesterday, Hadjar personally witnessed the master behead 17 practice dummies while remaining in one place. The dummies had been positioned in a semicircle around him at a distance of 16 paces from the warrior. The local arts were true magic, and they were amazing to behold. And of course, Hadjar had tried to analyze what he'd seen, using his neural network, but it had once again complained about not having enough data to work with. "Move more smoothly," the master instructed, watching Hadjar's movements, "but at the same time, move more swiftly as well." They were practicing on the parade ground, leaving long, sandy furrows in their wake. From the outside, it might have seemed like just a slow morning stretch, but in fact, they were practicing the basic techniques. "Tell me the first 3 levels of these techniques," Southwind demanded. Today, the scholar was sitting in the shade again. Fanning himself, he kept adjusting his gold, spacious clothes. They were an interesting mix of a robe and a dressing gown, belted with a wide strap. "The first is the level of mortal, then the spirit, and finally the earth." The scholar nodded and made a note in his scroll. "Can you learn the spirit technique?" "No," Hadjar answered. "I need to reach the heaven soldier stage before I can do that." And that's why a lot of people believe that a practitioner can only be considered a true cultivator once they reach the stage of the heaven soldier. Southwind was often irritated when someone in the palace called themselves a cultivator. In his opinion, most of them weren't even close to it. While the scholar was grumbling something unintelligible under his breath, the young but already beautiful Elaine was watching her big brother. She noted his black hair, gathered into a tight bun, and his blue eyes. She had a handsome brother, and he was moving around amusingly, a sword in hand. She'd seen her father moving around, too. He was swift and as sharp as a death tiger. Hadjar floated through the air, moving his sword as if he were guiding a toy boat along the surface of a spring stream.
"Tell me, Hadjar, how do you distinguish a heaven soldier from a simple warrior?" the master asked suddenly.
These kinds of questions were usually asked by the scholar, not the warrior. Hadjar thought about it for a while, trying to find the catch. The heaven soldier is able to fly, to summon fire and water. They've grasped eternity and can live for many thousands of years.
"That's right," the old man nodded and stopped demonstrating the technique.
The prince stopped practicing as well.
"Now look at this and tell me what you see."
The master closed his eyes. His breathing became steady, and the sand under his feet suddenly started to spin, rising higher and higher into the air. A moment later, a faint, sandy tornado was whirling around the master. It had been summoned by the swirl of unleashed force. "Urgent message. Activation of force has been detected in your vicinity." He'd noticed that on his own. Sometimes the neural network was more annoying than helpful. But, to the prince's surprise, that wasn't the last message. Expected power, 2 units. I'm sorry, what? Hadjar didn't get a chance to think about what that message meant. The master exhaled sharply and swung his sword. Suddenly, a fire sparrow appeared, and leaving a trail of smoke behind it, flew for about 40 steps, then crashed into a wall, melting a section of it the size of a tennis ball. The prince staggered back and instinctively raised his sword in a defensive position. Now he saw the master in a completely different way. "Are you a heaven soldier?" After a moment's silence, the sound of 2 people laughing rang out. Both the old man in short training pants and the old man in the golden clothes were highly amused.
"No, Your Highness," the master shook his head. "I just showed you the mortal technique."
The prince assessed the damage. Perhaps the tennis ball-sized amount of damage to the wall didn't look very impressive, but Hadjar had seen something truly magical for the first time. Despite the fact that he'd been able to cut a dummy with his sword at a distance of 3 paces, he still sometimes found himself questioning everything around him. "Venerable master," Hadjar fell to his knees and lowered his forehead to the sand. "Please, teach me." The master lifted the prince back onto his feet immediately and shook him off. He didn't want the queen to see that her son was bowing to him.
"Of course I'll teach you, Your Highness."
The old man smiled. He went over to a small chest, not far from the barrel that had been pivotal in Hadjar's apprenticeship 5 years earlier. The old man put his hand on the lid, and it opened. Neither untold treasures nor amazing artifacts were inside. There was only one old, battered scroll. The master handed it to Hadjar. Having already given the order to record the scroll to his neural network, the prince unrolled it. "The Scorched Falcon Technique," Hadjar read. It was Volume 1. The scorched falcon was one of the local fauna's magical birds. Say, for example, that adult birds could have reached the alpha level. It was the equivalent of the spirit knight among people. One such falcon, with its wingspan of 12 yards, could have burned down half of their kingdom. Recording information in the detailed description of techniques, a register of the Scorched Falcon Technique has been established. "Is this the right scroll, master?" Hadjar smiled a little devilishly. "I saw only a fried sparrow."
"Shame on you, your highness," the elder frowned. "You won't find another scroll of the mortal technique in this entire kingdom. I only have this one because I went on an amazing adventure in my youth, and it took me almost 2 centuries to comprehend it." Hadjar read the contents of the scroll once more. There was little he understood, but fortunately the text was accompanied by detailed drawings. They showed the way in which he needed to circulate his energy, and through which nodes he needed to do it in order to produce the fried sparrow. "Tell me, Prince," Southwind spoke up again, "what kind of technique is this?" "This is a weapon technique." "And what other techniques do you know?" "Besides the weapon technique?" The old man nodded, continuing to fan himself. Hadjar could answer this question even without the help of the neuronet. He remembered it easily enough. "I know of the body techniques, the external energy techniques, and the internal energy techniques." "And do you now understand what they're intended for?" The prince looked at the scorched wall again. "Do the techniques allow us to use the power of the higher stages?" "Not exactly, your highness," the scholar disagreed. "Mostly they allow us to use our current level of power better. In other words, a heaven soldier doesn't really need any techniques to create fire. But if a formation practitioner were to create it with the help of a technique," Hadjar continued, "then their fire would be stronger." The scholar and the master exchanged glances. "I can say both yes and no to that," the master sighed, scooping up the cup from the barrel. "The world of martial arts is complex and multifaceted, your highness, and you have yet to see even a true glimpse of it, let alone actually scratch the surface. Now, try to memorize the contents of the scroll. It'll take you at least a year." Hadjar nodded, very glad he had the neuronet, since, as it turned out, it was quite useful. Thanks to it, he'd already remembered all of the contents, even the commas, even if, admittedly, there were no punctuation marks in the local language. "It says Volume 1 here," Hadjar pointed to the heading. "Are there any others?" "The techniques are often divided into volumes. Their complexity increases with each volume, demanding more from a practitioner with each higher volume." The master returned the cup to the barrel and washed his face. "I've seen it with my own eyes, your highness. A practitioner at the heaven soldier level summoned a fiery bird with a wingspan of almost 3 yards with this technique. But the scorched falcon, Adult specimens have a wingspan of 12 yards. "That's right, your highness," the master nodded. "What you're holding in your hands are just the basics, and yet you could still count the number of techniques of the mortal level in our kingdom on the fingers of one hand." "Does that mean that the second scroll would be at the spiritual level?" "Exactly, my prince." Hadjar looked at the scroll, then at his teachers, and then again toward the east. The wind blew. It told him stories. It called to him. The prince was weak. He couldn't answer the call of the wind. Nevertheless, at that moment, a smile of anticipation spread across his face. Every day he could see the way forward more clearly, the path leading to his cherished goal and freedom. The path which would lead him to the vast expanses of this amazing world, to its secrets and dangers, to everything it had to offer, something that Hadjar had been deprived of in his previous life. And while this brief moment of enlightenment was happening, he didn't know that the wheel of fate had already spun, that his dreams weren't going to come true. At that very moment, the warlord was on his way back to the capital to celebrate his 7th birthday. He was the king's brother and the tribute collector for the empire. Primus was coming.
Chapter 10. Only a week was left before the celebration, but the atmosphere in the palace was tense. Primus and Hadjar pretended that they'd forgotten all the insults they had hurled at one another, and ruled the country peacefully, at least in public, but in reality, everyone felt that they'd had not just a tiff, but a truly horrible argument. But Hadjar was worried about something else entirely, and it wasn't the fact that he would be introduced to his future wife again. Maybe she'd grow up to become a real beauty. True, her family had a lot of money, but the prince still felt like a dog, a pet more than a son, as if his own father had gotten him a bitch to mate with. Of course, for a 7-year-old boy to have such thoughts should have been impossible, but Hadjar had lived another life before his current one. As a legacy of that previous life, he'd inherited the neuronet, which was acting strangely at that moment. The interface is being reconfigured. The upgrade to a new version is complete. The current version is 0.18.1. Hadjar didn't understand what the hell it had reconfigured and where the update had come from. There weren't even any normal toilets in Lidus, let alone a patch for the neuronet, and yet the network was miraculously updating itself. Perhaps this was due to the fact that he shouldn't have had it in the first place. The prince had been reborn in a new body, with a new nervous system. His old body had remained in the other world, and the neuronet should have been left behind too. So taking into account the fact that local people not only believed in the existence of a soul, but had proved it was actually real, then most likely the neuronet was attached to his soul as a sort of energy component. And since Hadjar had been training and had managed to get to the 6th stage of the bodily nodes by the age of 7, which was an impressive achievement by the standards of the kingdom, the network also developed alongside him, absorbing the energy of, as the locals called it, heaven and earth. Reconfiguration completed. Ability to process new analytical information has been acquired. How should the new information be displayed? Hadjar pondered the question and then decided on the simplest option. In tabular form, he said, deciding to use the format in which the neuronet had initially shown him information. Immediately, a table appeared before his eyes. Name, Hadjar. Level of cultivation, the bodily nodes, the 6th stage. Strength, 0.4. Dexterity, 0.7. Physique, 0.2. Energy points, 0.5. Fuck, the prince said. The new function of the neuronet more than made up for all its shortcomings. According to the master, someone else's level of cultivation was one of the most important secrets anyone had, and no one could find such information out easily. If you knew in advance what your opponent was capable of in battle, you would have an incredible advantage. That's why, according to some rumors, special equipment used to identify the level of enemy power existed. Hadjar had a clear advantage. He could find out how powerful others were and have it shown to him in great detail, with clear, precise numbers. This new discovery had to be tested right away. That's why the prince ran out into the corridor, rushing toward the parade ground. The warriors were already training, and the master was sedately pacing around, supervising them. That's who Hadjar ended up scanning. Name, Master. Level of cultivation, lack of data. Strength, lack of data. Dexterity, lack of data. Physique, lack of data. Energy points, lack of data. The prince slammed his hand against his face in frustration and spent another hour trying to find out why the capabilities of the neuronet were so lackluster. It was only able to analyze someone that didn't exceed his own level of cultivation, or, more precisely, those who were equal to his own level or below it. "Very well," the prince sighed, sitting down on the steps. "At least I can monitor my own progress and recognize those who are stronger than me." Despite these clever words, he'd hoped that the neuronet could show him more about people at a higher level than his. On the other hand, he still didn't even understand what energy points meant. Did this mean that the software was able to calculate the power of cultivator? Taking into account that during the demonstration of the scorched falcon technique, a message about the 2E units had popped up. That was most likely the case. This meant that the master's single strike had been 4 times stronger than the whole of Hadjar's current level. You couldn't even call it a one-off trick, since the old man hadn't looked at all tired afterward. Why? Hadjar shook his head. His mentors were right. He hadn't even truly seen the martial arts world yet. The fact that he could do 20 push-ups with a weight of 90 pounds on his back at the age of 7 didn't mean anything. He was no stronger than an ant. A long and arduous journey lay before him, but Hadjar refused to give up. No, he was too motivated.
"Your Highness?"
The master distracted the prince from his thoughts. Having noticed his disciple, he'd walked away from the warriors and approached Hadjar.
"I was sure you wouldn't let yourself miss class because of the holiday."
The prince blinked a few times and berated himself for his laziness. He really had been planning to miss out on training. However, he no longer had any such plans. Not because of his instructor's words, but because he'd realized his own weakness.
"Change clothes and get to the training grounds,"
the old man hurried him. The prince followed him, and after a few moments was practicing the basic sword technique enthusiastically. Moving from one rack to the next, he fought his shadow, dodging attacks and punches while throwing out his own. He rarely sparred with someone. None of the warriors could keep up with Hadjar's talent, nor his hard work. The master had said that it was a rare phenomenon for a 7-year-old child to be able to start exploring the mortal technique of the sword. Most warriors were only able to master the main basic skills by the time they turned 16. Many of the warriors present, if put in front of a practice dummy and given a sword, despite their strength, wouldn't always hit their intended target. They wouldn't be able to control the sword like an extension of their body. Tap, chop, pierce, rising slash, strike on the way down, dodge, parry, sword drawing and sheathing it back, all of these were intertwined in a single web. And if someone else needed years to understand all these basics of handling the king of weapons, which the sword was, Hadjar had known how to do so from the very beginning, all thanks to his instincts. And so the years passed, 5 years to be exact, and if someone performed 100 strikes, Hadjar performed 1,000. If someone made 1,000 attacks, Hadjar made 10,000. If someone drew their sword 500 times, Hadjar did it 5,000 times. He trained 10 times harder than ordinary people because he knew that it was the only way he could achieve his goal in this world. And while the rest of the kids his age had to be forced to train, he would go to the parade ground every day, refusing to take a break. He made his father proud, but worried his mother.
"Your Highness,"
the master called. The prince stopped practicing and turned around. The old man was carrying a wooden dummy to the parade ground, one that he'd never brought in before. It was the size of an adult and had 9 red circles on it, denoting targets to aim for with the sword. The targets were the throat, heart, joints, abdomen, center of mass, and forehead. Most sword strikes should be aimed at these points on the body. "I haven't missed for a year." Hadjar got angry because the dummy babies practiced with had been brought to him. The prince ignored a few envious glances that were cast his way.
"That's with a stationary opponent, my prince."
The master smiled in a slightly bloodthirsty way. He put the dummy down, then put a wooden sword in its hands and placed his own hand on the dummy's back. A moment later, Hadjar saw the dummy begin to spin on its own, without any mechanisms, his mouth open in shock.
"Please, your highness, go right ahead."
Hadjar approached the dummy cautiously at first, and then more confidently. He'd kept his weighted wooden sword used in training. Assessing the speed of the dummy's rotation and the maximum distance it could reach, he rushed in to attack. He moved, almost touching the sand with his chest as he used a lightning-fast strike, cutting the dummy with an upward slash. Such skill and speed drew astonished gasps from the audience. No one could believe that a 7-year-old boy was capable of such a feat. A breath later, lots of giggling followed the gasps. The prince was amazed. Even the paint on the targets had been left untouched. His blow had struck the broad side of the dummy's sword. However, he hadn't just been blocked, but also parried, and the prince received a painful poke to his chest as a result. Collapsing on the sand, he growled, sounding like a small wolf, jumped to his feet, and rushed in to once again attack it. Thrusting with his sword, Hadjar moved his wrist, making the tip of the blade twist as he lunged. This time, he easily bypassed the dummy's attempt to block him and almost managed to reach its throat, but then the dummy moved. It lowered its sword slightly, changing the trajectory of his own sword, and with its free hand tripped him up, once again knocking the prince down. The prince jumped up again and doggedly resumed his assault. Every time, he came up with something new to try. He'd dive under the punches, but then he'd just get pushed away. He'd go around the blocks, but he'd end up knocked down. Hadjar was furious. He even ended up using one with the sword, and reached out with it toward the enemy when he was within range, but he only managed to leave a small scratch on the wooden blade. The warriors, tired of watching his fruitless attempts, went back to sparring, and Hadjar continued charging the dummy. He attacked it 100, possibly even 200 times. He didn't care about the bruises and cuts he was receiving. He wasn't planning on going to the feast until he'd defeated the dummy. And after he'd once again been thrown to the ground, he suddenly noticed one small detail. The dummy didn't move. Yes, it waved its long wooden arms around, dealing very painful blows, but it wasn't moving its body. The dummy was stationary, buried in the sand, while Hadjar jumped around it like a crazed insect. It was like a stream, trying to cut through rock. But would the stream even do that? Would it try to break through the mountain, spending billions of years on such a stupid endeavor? Or would it simply overtake the rock and continue forward? The wind blew. Hadjar hadn't heard the wind for a long time, but right then he thought he could discern a little more of his old friend's words than before. Once again, the same as 5 years ago, he stood on the sand and listened to the world around him, looking inside himself and trying to feel what he saw there. He tried to feel what had brought him this new inspiration he'd been waiting for while training hard every day. The warriors stopped to watch again, able to feel that something strange was happening. The master opened his eyes slightly. He hadn't hoped that Hadjar would be able to defeat the dummy. The prince, shocking everyone at the parade ground, put the sword back into its cloth sheath. And so the 7-year-old boy went toward the dummy, unarmed. It swung its sword, aiming at his unprotected forehead, but it failed to even touch a hair on his head. Hadjar made a subtle movement with his feet, moved his center of gravity, and walked away from the impact. He dodged the blow smoothly and calmly, like a leaf floating in the spring wind. The dummy aimed its next attack at his stomach, but it once more struck only air. Hadjar spun on his heel, dodging the blade by a hair's breadth, as it barely missed his back. Then he slipped forward and stopped near his enemy. His sword flashed, and the dummy froze a moment later, as Hadjar's blade had struck all 9 of the vital areas, drawing paint from each of them.
"Congratulations, Your Highness," the master applauded. "Now you can truly be considered one with the sword."
The prince was breathing heavily, but he was happy. He now knew what was missing from his swordsmanship. He hadn't been controlling his own body properly. Before, he'd used to make a dozen unnecessary moves, whereas now he knew that he really only needed one. He'd been making 5 different attacks, but now he could smoothly position himself and make just the single necessary attack. "Really?" Hadjar asked, sheathing his sword.
"I've told you, my prince, that the world of martial arts is deeper than the boundless cosmos. And if you were to compare 1,000 swordsmen who are one with the sword, you wouldn't find 2 with the same level of skill."
The prince nodded, understanding what the man was saying. There was always a mountain higher than the one just climbed. There was always a practitioner who would be better than you. All these stages and levels gave only an approximate direction to follow, while one's power depended on the person themselves.
"I'll admit, I'm surprised you were able to grasp the basics of the footsteps technique so quickly, despite the fact that I haven't taught them to you yet."
Then the master looked around his domain, a sandy parade ground.
"I sometimes feel sorry for you, my prince."
Hadjar raised an eyebrow in surprise.
"If you'd been born on the outskirts of the empire, or in some strong clan, your name would have been revered in the entire valley in as little as 100 or 200 years. I've lived a long life, and will soon go on to my eternity. But I've never seen a swordsman as talented as you."
The master shook his head.
"Apparently, that old saying is right. Luck is also a strength. And despite the fact that I've had the opportunity to teach a genius, I'll never get to see him bloom and conquer the glory he deserves."
The prince wanted to argue that he still had a chance to join the Black Gates, but then Elizabeth appeared on the stairs. "Hadjar, the feast has almost begun, and you're not dressed," the queen called out to him and turned toward the children of the nobles. "You shouldn't linger either." "Yes, my queen," the kneeling warriors shouted in chorus. Hadjar looked at his master, who was taking the dummy back to the warehouse. For some reason, he had the strange feeling that he was seeing the old man for the last time. Chapter 11. With half an hour left before the feast, Hadjar had to endure being dressed by 7 maids at once. After that, he meditated. That's what everyone called it. The prince had hated using the word at first, but then he got used to it. Meditation was an okay term. On Earth, it had sounded a bit strange and even silly, but here it was appropriate. What else could you call what he was doing? He was sitting in the lotus position, breathing steadily, clearing his mind and trying to absorb energy. Fortunately, he could now feel it much better than before. At first, he'd even doubted its existence. Now, after getting to the 6th stage of the bodily nodes, with many points on his body open to it, Hadjar could actually feel the energy. It was like the feeling preceding a thunderstorm, or when the air is too electrified, like someone nearby had turned on a huge magnet. It felt like someone sizing you up murderously for half an hour, something even the most skeptical people would notice eventually. So, something did exist in this world. This something made Hadjar stronger, and at that moment, that was all he cared about. Hadjar was fully aware that meditating was necessary. That's why, while the rest of the children slept instead of really trying to absorb the energy, he did his best, although it was difficult. It was as difficult as trying to capture wind in a pot or sunlight in a box. The only difference being that he was slowly succeeding, and his level of cultivation was already considered abnormally high for his age. But the prince knew that, apart from his talent for swordsmanship, he didn't possess any outstanding abilities. This meant that had the nobles of the kingdom been raising their children better, they would have been able to achieve the same results. "Hadjar, honey." The door opened, and Elizabeth appeared at the door. She was wearing a dress embroidered with amber and gold, with a silk belt that emphasized her thin waist. Jade flower buds had been woven into her hair, and her eyelashes shimmered with color. Her clear green eyes glowed with love and warmth. He had a beautiful mother, whom he probably loved more than anyone else in this world. He'd never had a mother before, nor a father or sister, for that matter. He loved them all. The prince ran up to the queen like a little boy, which he was, and hugged her tightly, leaning his head against her belly. "That's enough," Elizabeth laughed, and smoothed his long hair. He was wearing black and gold robes, as well as a wreath on his head. All of this was terribly inconvenient, but the prince had already grown accustomed to such eccentricities, therefore he wasn't terribly put out. Calmly ignoring the mocking glances, he walked down the corridor, holding hands with his mother and sister. Many people thought he behaved too childishly, in a manner unworthy of a genius swordsman, but Hadjar didn't care. Nobody could forbid him from enjoying this moment. Alas, it didn't last long. The jasper doors opened, and they entered a spacious hall full of pillars. It resembled the feast halls of Scandinavian peoples back on Earth. It was a spacious room, with a ceiling so high it couldn't be easily seen, and wide columns which were decorated with carved patterns and bas-reliefs. They depicted scenes of heroes fighting huge monsters and beasts, as well as scenes of great battles. The hall was huge, even by local standards. At least 5,000 people were now gathered at its long, wide tables, and at the head of it all were the main chairs, the golden thrones where the royal couple were supposed to sit. So far, only Hadjar IV was there, the king. As was the tradition in this world, he wore his armor to all celebrations. Not a gilded one, not an armor decorated with expensive stones and silks, but the armor he really used in battle. It carried the smell of combat with it, was covered in many dents and scratches, and made from a special ore. It was said to be an old mortal artifact that had been inherited by the family. Wearing it, Hadjar's father looked even more powerful and unapproachable than usual. He looked like a mountain in the face of an impending storm, utterly unaffected by it all. Foregoing the crown, the king instead wore a leather strap with metal inserts. Hadjar never wore his crown because he believed that first and foremost he was a warrior who defended the country. Being king came after that. Perhaps he was wrong, but the people only loved him more for it.
Her Majesty, Queen Elizabeth Salmon,
a major domo announced the newcomers. All of the 5,000 people stood up and bowed simultaneously. They straightened their backs only after a couple of seconds had passed, and only after the Queen nodded in turn.
Her Highness, Princess Elaine Durant.
They didn't bow this time, just lowered their heads. Elaine, embarrassed, hid behind her mother. This earned her a couple of kind smiles, and even a few people applauding, which made her even more embarrassed. The royal couple believed in raising their children simply. They had the best clothes, the best food, and, as much as the knowledge of the kingdom allowed, they were given the best potions. However, they didn't have the noble's snobbery.
And now we welcome the man of the hour.
This time the king made the announcement personally.
My son, Prince Hadjar Duran.
A flurry of applause filled the hall after they gave him a synchronous bow, which hadn't been as low as they'd given the Queen, to be honest. Most of the guests welcomed the prince honestly, although for plenty of others it was just a formality. News of his phenomenal success at such a young age, both as a warrior and as a scholar, had spread throughout the country. Residents of the outskirts predicted that he would be a king in the future, as Hadjar wouldn't be able to sit on the throne forever. The people only had good things to say about Hadjar. Everyone knew that he cared about his servants and was always polite and courteous to them. They loved him much more than the haughty children of nobles. Hadjar, smiling, reached the thrones and sat to his father's left. The Queen and her daughter sat to Hadjar's right. This was all according to the rules of etiquette.
"Let the feast begin,"
the king declared. Countless servants placed various dishes on the tables. The inhabitants of the kingdom were also being treated to a feast in the squares of all the kingdom's cities, and were even being served the best vines. The birthdays of the royals were celebrated by the whole country. They were almost public holidays. The people weren't against plenty of free food and drink. The fun began. People danced in the squares, and many traveling circuses performed a variety of acts. Hadjar wasn't paying any attention to the clowns performing for the enjoyment of the guests in the palace. Their tricks were of little interest to him. After all, he knew a lot about the worth of true cultivators, so the circus didn't impress him. He just enjoyed his meal. The selection of food on offer was amazing, from simple reindeer to the meat of a fierce boar, which had been at the stage of awakening of power, which is almost the same as the formation stage in the human world. "Slow down, dear," the Queen whispered across the table. "It's not the last time you'll get to eat."
"Okay, Mama,"
Hadjar whispered back, his mouth full. The Queen and the princess looked at him as if he were an uncouth barbarian, and his father secretly encouraged him. A warrior had to eat a lot to grow strong. Hadjar couldn't blame his son for wanting to be powerful. The only thing that was spoiling the king's mood was the absence of his older brother from the festival. The feast wasn't fun without Primus. Or at least Hadjar thought so, since he'd gotten used to the fact that they were always together. Their different opinions on how to run the country had recently alienated them from each other, but the king still believed they could set aside their differences. They'd used to argue in the past, but it never stopped them from fighting side by side in thousands of different battles. "Honey, people are watching," Elizabeth whispered in his ear. The king snapped out of it and immediately smiled happily while ruffling his son's hair. No one should see the king looking troubled at a feast. You never knew what they might think about it, and if it would make them uneasy. Fortunately, Hadjar didn't have to worry for long. "The Honorable Warlord Primus Duran." The people stopped eating, stood up, and bowed faintly. Primus was feared and respected, but not that loved. He was too sharp and even dangerous to be loved. "Brother, I'm glad to see you." The king rose and spread his hands, beckoning his brother over to embrace him. "What kept you so long?" Primus came over, and the brothers slapped each other on the back. It looked as if mountains were fraternizing, or at least it seemed that way to Hadjar. These two mighty warriors were similar to bears, both scary and exciting to be around. "I wanted to stop by the castle." Primus moved to the foot of the thrones, "to pick up a gift for the young prince." "Son, thank your uncle." "Thank you, Uncle Primus." The prince bowed his head. Any normal kid would have just grabbed the gift, but Hadjar wasn't normal. He'd managed to live a life trapped in an unmoving body, and had therefore learned to understand people. Though his gut had been dulled by years of living a quiet life, his self-preservation instincts were warning him that something wasn't right. "Bring the gift." Primus waved his hand impatiently. 4 soldiers came through the door, and their appearance shocked everyone there. The king, who'd been sitting on his throne, rose anxiously. The 4 soldiers from the Imperial Army, clad in green armor, marched in. Their black cloaks brushed against the floor, and their helmets covered their faces, but a single glance at them was enough to tell they were strong practitioners. "Analyze," Hadjar ordered. "Processing request. The request cannot be processed." They were at the formation stage, or even the transformation stage. They could have been elites in the army of the kingdom, and yet they were ordinary privates in the Imperial Army. They carried a heavy chest in their hands, and when they reached the king, they set it noisily down on the table without even bowing. "What is the meaning of this, brother?" Hadjar asked quietly. "A gift for the prince," Primus shouted, ignoring the king and opening the chest violently. There was a sword in a sheath of light inside, on velvet bedding. Grabbing it by the hilt, the warlord pulled the blade out from its sheath, making everyone inhale sharply. The blade glowed with a barely noticeable, dull golden glow in the light of the torches and lamps. "A spiritual artifact," the people whispered in awe. "Forged from solar metal," the rest of the guests commented. Hadjar made a barely perceptible step back. "What the hell? Why would Primus give me such a gift? That sword's worth a whole palace," he thought. "What does this mean, Warlord Primus?" Hadjar shouted, resting his hand on the hilt of his own sword. "It means treason," a quiet voice spoke, and the room plunged into silence once again. A thin, middle-aged man walked into the hall. He was dressed in simple black robes and had an aura of such great power around him that it was difficult for Hadjar to breathe. He queried the neural network, but it couldn't show him anything. Lack of data. With a wave of his hand, he lit up the hall as if it were the middle of the day, and it became clear to Hadjar that he was seeing a heaven soldier for the first time in his life. "The governor?" Hadjar seemed to recognize him. "We're happy to welcome an imperial official to our celebration, but may I ask what you're doing here?" "I came to see the festival," the cultivator grimaced, glancing at the people around him with his most disdainful look. "If that's what you can even call it, Hadjar. Well, it's not like I'd expected more from your village." The soldiers grabbed their swords, but the king waved his hand and they froze. Even if the entire army had been there, they would have hardly been able to touch the Heaven Soldier. Of course, it would have been impossible for them to execute him for merely insulting the king. Honestly, I hadn't expected such stupidity from you, Haver. For centuries, your backwoods have paid tribute to us. Sure, it was a pittance, but you paid it on time and without trying to cheat us, and so you didn't get into any trouble. We're still paying it. Enough! The cultivator barely raised his voice, and yet many of those who'd been standing next to him fell unconscious. A wave of inconceivable power reached Hadjar and almost bent him in half. Haver made a strange sign, and it became easier to breathe. Out of the corner of his eye, the prince noticed that a slightly shimmering sphere now covered the throne. "You pretend you don't know you've committed treason." The cultivator raised his chin proudly. He was clearly mocking what was happening. "You've hidden the solar ore from us, Haver, and that's a clear betrayal of the Emperor." The king looked at his brother with disbelief, and pain etched on his face, but Primus only gave him a predatory smile in response. "We are not the subjects of the Empire." "Don't kid yourself, Haver." The adept shrugged his words off like a bug. "The Empire simply wasn't interested in you before because you had nothing. We just maintained a border town at your expense. Your tribute was barely enough to cover the expenses." "What? Our entire kingdom was only able to feed one city of the Empire?" Hadjar had known that he'd been living in a well while an entire ocean raged around him, but he'd had no idea that the ocean was so vast. "You know the penalty for treason, Haver." The king grabbed his sword, but the adept just waved his hand, and the world froze. The sphere burst like a soap bubble, and no one else was able to move. They could only manage to breathe with difficulty. It was the power of a Heaven Soldier. He'd turned them into weak-willed slaves, without any techniques or artifacts, by just using his desire and will. "Our king has betrayed us," Primus roared, walking through the rows. "He's weak and stupid. He doesn't want to admit the simple fact that our kingdom's no more than a village on the outskirts of this world. He had the chance to change that, but he didn't want to. We found a solar ore vein, and it's so large that the Emperor himself would have been interested in us." While the warlord talked, the cultivator stood around and examined his nails idly. He had no interest in what was happening in the room. He thought they were uncouth hillbillies who were wallowing in manure. "He's a traitor to the Empire and to his own crown. The only punishment the traitor deserves is death. And because I understand that you were deceived by his weakness, I'm offering you one last chance. Those who wish to serve me, your new king." Primus swung his sword, leaving a long, deep furrow in the stone floor. "Take a step beyond that line." The cultivator remained motionless, but suddenly all of the 5,000 people were freed. Some of them crawled over the line like beaten dogs while crying in fear. Some of the people glanced at the royal family and, after bowing their heads, walked humbly toward the line. Only a few hundred out of the 5,000 people remained motionless. There were both men and women among them, even children. They remained faithful to their king, the man who devoted his whole life to them. "The poor fools," Primus sighed, and suddenly began to emit the same power the cultivator had been emitting earlier. Somehow, Hadjar's uncle had reached the stage of the Heaven Soldier, and that could only mean one thing. They didn't stand a chance. Chapter 12. "Brother, The king's voice showed no fear nor trepidation, only a little bit of hope. "Let my children go." Primus turned to Hadjar, and Hadjar realized that they couldn't expect anything good to happen here. The look in the warlord's eyes was cold. He waved his hand toward the entrance. A black wind gusted out from his fingers. It slammed into the heavy doors and opened them as easily as if they'd been made of paper. "Greet your new prince, my son, Aaron Duran." Once again the room went silent. No one had known that the warlord had a son. Aaron looked to be at least 4 years old. He stood at the entrance, looking like a smaller, younger version of his father. He had a cold look about him, standing in a haughty pose, wearing black and gold clothes, the same as Hadjar's. He really did look like a prince. "Did you really think that solar ore could have been found with simple luck?" Primus whispered, approaching the thrones. "How easily you believed the fairy tale of a soldier falling into the pit, brother." He almost spat out the last word. Primus was so full of hatred and malice that they poured from his mouth. "All this time," the king shook his head. "How old is he?" 4. 4. Apparently something had happened 4 years ago, but the prince didn't know what. He only remembered that his father and uncle had gone on a campaign at the time. They'd taken almost 200 warriors with them, but less than half of them had returned. Hadjar had never been told anything about that trip. "It was an accident, Primus. Just an accident. Shut up." The warlord swung his hand. The same black wind from before now whirled in his palm. One glance at that miniature tornado was enough to make Hadjar dread what was to come. It had enough concentrated power to destroy the entire hall. "Is this how I die?" "Run!" Hadjar spread his arms, and a powerful rush of force threw his family toward a secret passage hidden behind the wall to the rear of the thrones. Hadjar felt strong, but gentle hands lifting him up. Elizabeth, taking the children into her arms, ran down the narrow corridor. She pressed Elaine to her chest, and the prince, because he was rather tall, she carried over her shoulder. This meant that Hadjar saw everything. He didn't want to look, but ended up seeing it anyway. He watched as Primus's hand slowly moved toward the king's neck, slowly, but with the inevitability of an executioner's axe. He saw that the king had raised his sword to defend himself, and how it crumbled under the might of the black wind. He saw blood coat the walls, the leather strap falling to the floor. With a metallic clinking, the inserts rolled along the now scarlet-painted boards. Witnessing this, Hadjar felt something break inside him. "Stop, Your Majesty!" Elizabeth's personal bodyguards appeared ahead. As a matter of fact, all of them were females. The queen let out a sigh of relief and stopped, but a moment later she was cursing the fact she couldn't take out her sword without letting go of one of the children. The warriors didn't lower their weapons. They looked at their queen, their spears and shields held at the ready. "Please, don't make us do this," the lead bodyguard almost begged her. "What did he promise you? Please, what did he promise you?" Elizabeth snarled at them. Her green eyes burned with a mad rage and despair. Behind her, through the magical seals superimposed on the secret door, soldiers were already making their way through. "That we'll be able to become stronger," one of the bodyguards said, with mild anger coloring his tone. "Stronger. Damn the world of martial arts. It turns animals into humans and humans into animals. That's enough, my queen. Give it up." A thunderbolt struck somewhere behind them, or so it seemed to Hadjar. In reality, Primus had hit the wall with his black wind.
How long do you think you can elude me, Elizabeth? He laughed, moving ahead of the soldiers, now wearing green armor. The Queen's warriors stood in front of them, all of the fighters she'd personally selected. Behind them were the Empire's soldiers, their curved blades out. Her Majesty stood, paralyzed by indecision. At that moment, Elizabeth was no longer a cultivator or the ruler of a kingdom. She was a mother, and she didn't know which of her children she should put down in order to use her sword. "Run, Mom!" Hadjar shouted. He wriggled out of Elizabeth's grip, grabbing his ceremonial sword, which was tied to his belt and too big to be practical. He rushed toward the warriors. They were clearly weaker than the Imperials. In addition, they didn't have a heaven soldier with them. "Hadjar!" Elizabeth roared like a wounded beast. But it was too late. The prince slid under the lead bodyguard's spear. What level of cultivation had she achieved? The bodily rivers? Maybe the formation? Possibly the transformation? Hadjar didn't care. He had a sword, uselessly ceremonial or not. He could wield it. The east wind called to him, and his eyes saw the target. His heart pounding wildly, he called upon his mastery of the sword and swung the blade. A barely visible strike answered his call. He bypassed her shield, angled himself toward the bodyguard, and sliced through the unprotected narrow strip of skin between the bib of the helmet and the helmet itself. The heavy helmet fell to the ground, and a moment after it, painting the floor and walls red, fell the warrior. An expression of extreme surprise would forever remain in her glassy eyes. Not paying any attention to the fact that he'd killed someone, Hadjar continued his crazy, desperate dance. He dived under the spear of the nearest warrior. She'd already recovered from her initial shock and was about to hit the prince with her shield, but he was faster. Despite her experience, despite surviving hundreds of deadly fights, she was helpless against Hadjar's talent and fury. He moved as elegantly as a swan across a lake, only needing to swing once. He flicked his wrist and cut the bodyguard's forearm tendon. She dropped the shield with a crash, and Hadjar, pushing off of it, soared into the air. He flew over the warrior's head, his blade moving so fast it left an after-image in its wake. Another body fell behind him, but the remaining bodyguards had managed to snap out of it. 7 of them rushed in to attack him. They attacked from all sides, forgetting that they were trying to kill the prince, not a ferocious tiger cub. Hadjar jumped. His legs were strong, and his body felt light. He rose into the air again, evading all 7 spears. Bouncing off of the spear tips, he once more swung his sword, and a ghostly strike from his blade found its target, going through the eye slits. Another crimson spray of blood followed. The blinded warrior cried out. Hadjar landed behind her and used her kneeling body to block several attacks. Instead of hitting him, their spears embedded themselves in the body of their ally. Despite how much had happened, all of it took only a couple of seconds. In fact, Hadjar had been moving so quickly that he'd been leaving behind black and gold-colored, ghostly silhouettes. A 7-year-old boy managed to kill 3 experienced practitioners of martial arts with only 4 strokes of the sword. "Hadjar!" The familiar voice tore Hadjar out of his rage and fear-induced trance. He turned around. The ceremonial sword fell from his exhausted hands. There was a lump in his throat. Heavy, salty tears rolled down his cheeks. Hadjar! A palm, shrouded in the black wind, had been thrust through the Queen's chest. He could see it grasping something red and twitching. The unconscious Elaine lay on the floor. She looked so small and fragile. Her hair covered her body like a thin, golden blanket. Elizabeth took a step forward. Her clothes were soaked in blood. Her green eyes grew dim, and a weariness that made her seem older settled over her. "Mother!" Hadjar ran up and embraced the fallen queen. "Promise me,"
At that moment, all the prince could manage was to hold on to his mother tightly. He had no idea what was going on. His mind refused to accept reality. "Promise me that you will never enter the world of martial arts." Elizabeth's body trembled as she awkwardly kissed her son on the cheek, and her last words were uttered with a sigh. "It brings only misfortune." Hadjar looked at his hands, covered in the blood of his mother. The body of the woman who'd once given him a whole new world, meant the whole world to him, now lay at his feet. The prince didn't remember how it happened, but it seemed that he'd growled and rushed at Primus. He didn't need his sword. He was ready to sink his teeth into the warlord's throat, but Primus just grabbed the boy's neck and lifted him into the air. "I would advise you to kill them, Primus," a dispassionate voice offered. "They are my family, Governor." "What about Elizabeth and Haver, then?" "That had to happen. The country can't have two kings." Hadjar clawed at his uncle's hand, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't even scratch the heaven soldier. He didn't have enough air. Strange, alarming sounds filled his head, and he started to panic as darkness encroached on his vision. "Did you see his swordsmanship, Primus? If he lives, you can never rule in peace." Primus looked at his suffocating nephew. It would be so easy to squeeze his hand and send the boy to be with his father and mother again, and yet he was his flesh and blood. "Then I'll make sure he never picks up the sword again." Hadjar, if he'd been able to, would have been screaming in pain. "Host is in critical condition. Irreversible damage has been dealt to the internal organs. The meridian and nodes are being destroyed." The governor watched without any emotion as the black wind tormented the body of the twitching boy. He still didn't care what these cretins did. What mattered was that a steady stream of solar ore would be sent to the Empire. To be honest, the solar ore wasn't that rich, and the metal made from it wasn't the best, but resources were very limited in this world, and there was a constant struggle for control over them. The metal from the solar ore was one such resource. Maybe if he spent a couple of centuries working on it out here in the sticks, he would get the inspiration he needed for a breakthrough and reach the level of the Spirit Knight. The higher the stage of cultivation was, the more valuable resources it required, resources that were harder and harder to find. Even while the exhausted son collapsed onto the bloodied corpse of his mother, the governor could only think about his own future. New horizons had opened up to him thanks to the new king of Lydus, Primus Duran. Chapter 13. "Your supper, Your Highness," the young guard mocked him, then closed the door. Hadjar was once again one with the darkness. This cramped stone cell had become his new home. It was designed to ensure that an adult couldn't lie down or stand up straight. Hadjar was lucky in that regard. Thanks to his small size, he was quite comfortable in its confines. He'd already spent a month locked up, and what's worse, there was no information in the Neuronet's database on how to fix the damage he'd received. Primus had destroyed the very foundation for his cultivation. The damn warlord had burned all the meridians in his body and destroyed all the nodes as well. The prince, although he was no longer a prince, Hadjar could still feel the energy in the air, but he couldn't harness it. Besides, Hadjar crawled to the bucket of dirty water, not trusting the wooden stumps that now served as his legs. A loaf of moldy bread sat beside it. A beam of light made its way up to the ceiling through a small hole. Hadjar positioned himself above the bucket and looked at his reflection. He'd used to think that he was lucky, having great parents he'd inherited good genes from. He'd been a handsome and dignified boy. Now, however, a face covered in scabs and sores looked back at him. The right eyelid was swollen, covering the eye almost completely. His head was almost bald, and his trembling hands smelled of something rotten and musky. Hadjar drank greedily, gulping down close to half of the bucket. He hadn't been fed for 3 days, so the boy ate the bread as well, despite its disgusting smell and taste. Leaning his back against the cold wall, Hadjar looked at the grating. He watched specks of dust spinning in a beam of light. The wind was blowing again. It didn't call him anywhere. Duke Valen, Earl Veslia, Primus, the governor, Viscount. The musicians played trumpets, the choirs sang hymns, the bells rang, the coronation of the new king of Lydus was in full swing. But the enthusiastic exclamations of the people were absent. Duke Valen, Earl Veslia, Primus, the governor, Viscount. The funeral processions were probably being held in the small towns and villages that day. People mourned for the dead king and queen and threw angry glances in the direction of the capital. But none of them dared to take up arms and rebel. No one was foolish enough to try and fight the imperial soldiers marching along the roads of the country. Their power was far beyond what the ordinary villagers could even imagine. The people that had reached the stage of the bodily rivers had been great heroes to the common people, and the Imperials surpassed those cultivators in every way. Duke Valen, Earl Veslia, Primus, the governor, Viscount, and yet there was still some hope in the hearts of the citizens. Rumors spread. Few people believed they were true, but they still told the tale, using the cover of night to escape the notice of the authorities. It was about Prince Hadjar. The prince was said to have slain 10 warriors with his sword, then wounded Primus and the governor, and after that he escaped from the palace. Duke Valen, Earl Veslia, Primus, the governor, Viscount. They said that he was now training somewhere in the distant mountains, killing the cruelest, most ferocious animals. He lived in solitude, gaining the kind of power that would make the mountains themselves shudder in terror and the skies above cry from fright. People wanted to believe that their suffering under the rule of Primus and the Empire would last no more than 9 springs. After all, Prince Hadjar would then be 16 years old. He would have a legal claim to the throne. Peasants and merchants, warriors and artisans, scholars and ordinary citizens alike, all believed that the hour would come, that the bell in the ruined royal castle would ring again. And when that ringing was heard in all the fields and forests of the kingdom, the army would rally and overthrow Primus. They wanted to believe in this comforting, fictional tale. They wanted it more than anything. But no one knew the truth. The prince hadn't even seen the sky or breathed fresh air for an entire month. He could no longer fight anything, neither beasts nor humans. No one knew that the prince's legs had been cut off below the knee. No one knew that Hadjar had been deprived of any and all opportunities and chances to develop his power. But even now, sitting in a dungeon, crippled, he refused to give up. He would find a way out of there, even if he had to sell his soul to the devil. He would find a cure. And he would get justice for his family, so they could rest in peace, even if he had to slaughter every imperial warrior and every traitor in the kingdom to do it. At that moment, his blue eyes burned with an unyielding, almost palpable light. And that's why Hadjar was muttering, Duke Valen, Earl Vaslia, Primus, the Governor, Viscount. He repeated the names of the traitors to himself over and over. There were dozens of them, hundreds. But they'd all pay one day. He didn't doubt it for a second. Even if the sky itself were to stand in his way, he would go to war against it. His name was Hadjar. They'd taken his power, destroyed his sword, cut off his legs. But his will was indomitable, his determination endless. No one could change that. He would not be broken. That day, an ancient dragon awoke. He resided in a cave, hidden by a waterfall, and had been forgotten by all. He was chained down and unable to move, but suddenly he felt something approaching him from the west, something driven by fate. The dragon thought the feeling must be false, only a remnant of its 1,000-year sleep. Such a thing might have happened 10, 20, 50,000 years ago, but no one had come to him for countless centuries of his imprisonment in that cave. No one was coming this time either. The dragon only managed to catch a glimpse of 2 fierce blue eyes in the reflection of the waterfall. "How much do you want for him?" Hadjar awoke not because he'd heard a voice, but because this voice was new. For the past year, he'd only heard the mockery of the guard who would bring him moldy bread and a bucket of grimy water. Once a month, when the cell began to stink so much that even the guard couldn't bear to go in, he would bring him a waste bucket. Then he would ruthlessly beat Hadjar. His warden believed that cleaning up the half-prince's shit was beneath him. That was what he called Hadjar, the half-prince. 5 gold coins. 5 gold coins? You're insane, Lithium. Hadjar's guard had a really funny name, Lithium. But alas, except for the prisoner himself, no one could appreciate the humor behind it. There was no periodic table in this world. Even if there was, it would probably have different elements in it. "I wish I hadn't met you last night. You bought your own ticket to see our freak show. No one forced you. What's that got to do with it? If you hadn't offended the owner, no one would have put you in such an awkward situation." Freak show. Anyone else in Hadjar's position would have been afraid after hearing that, but he only saw a chance at freedom. "I owe the owner 2 gold coins to pay for the tent I ruined." The soldier had apparently gotten drunk and made a mess. Recently, he would often drink and complain to Hadjar about his life. He'd told the boy about how his wife had left him. She'd abandoned him for a stronger practitioner, a man who'd reached the level of formation and had attained a high rank in the army of King Primus. To be honest, Hadjar was glad to see his tormentor suffering. "Look, you'll give me 5 coins, I'll give 2 coins to your boss, and he'll pay you a bonus for the freak. It'll probably be more than 5 gold coins. We'll both profit from this." Someone was hesitating behind the door, shifting uneasily from foot to foot. "This seems like fraud, and you know what the new laws are like. I'll lose my hand for this, and you'll lose your head. No one will notice if this freak disappears. No one but me has come here for a year." "Who is he?" Hadjar only pursed his lips. Wow, he costs 5 gold coins now. Previously, his right shoe alone had cost 100 times more. But he didn't care about that. The main thing was to get out of here. "The son of a disgraced nobleman," the soldier lied easily. He'd become so impudent that he was planning to sell the prince.
His father died long ago, and the son's been completely forgotten. Or he was just a moron. 5 coins, you said? Yup, 5. The stranger hesitated a bit more. Let me look at him first. Yes, please, go right ahead, the soldier agreed easily. Just try not to breathe. The smell is awful in there. The sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor, and the door was unlocked. Hadjar closed his eyes, unable to handle the bright light. The soldier had previously always come in without a torch, but now he'd brought 2 oil lamps at once. For Hadjar, who'd spent a year in the darkness, it was like 2 midday suns had suddenly appeared in the dungeon. "What a stench!" a tall, thin man in a patched jacket said. He looked quite unobtrusive. The scars on his face and the burns on his hands hinted at troubled and violent youth. "By the demons!" he breathed, bringing the lamp up to Hadjar's face. The young man almost howled in pain. "You didn't lie to me, Lithium. He's a real freak. The crowd will be delighted to see him." The soldier just chuckled. "We have a deal, then?" he asked. The stranger again hesitated a little, and then slapped his outstretched palm. "Deal. 5 gold. Good. Just wait a second." The soldier left the room and returned with a heavy black blanket. "Here, let's cover him up," he said, throwing it over Hadjar's shoulders. "He stinks so much that all the other guards will come here, and he hasn't seen any light for a long time. Oh, wait, do you need a blind freak?" "No, we have enough blind freaks already. The owner will find another use for him." Hadjar was propped up on his legs, and he managed to stagger to the exit. Every step he took produced a metallic knocking and made fiery pain shoot up his hips. But Hadjar tolerated it all. He just muttered the names, adding another one to the list. Lithium. And so, a year later, he left not only the dungeon, but also the palace and the capital, leaving the only home he'd ever known behind. He rode in a wagon, half listening to his new warden. They were in a hurry to join up with the wandering freak show to which he'd been sold. Hadjar barely paid any attention to the boastful man. He kept checking the collar that had been placed on him. It had a magical slave seal on it and looked at the receding lights of the city. It was the first time he'd ever gone out into the world. This wasn't how he'd pictured the beginning of his adventures. What awaited him now? Slavery? Having to entertain crowds? Hadjar just smiled wickedly. Chapter 14. "Come on, stop wasting time and come look at our monstrous freaks," the crier kept shouting at the top of his lungs. Hidden under the tarp that covered the cage, Hadjar could hear the howling of the crowd. He'd gotten used to it after 5 years, and after 2 more, he'd even grown to like it. At least it was something different in his otherwise routine life. "Yes, my lady, that's a good choice, the manfish." And with a clap, the cover was thrown off the neighboring cage. The crowd gasped in horror, the girls screamed, and Lear did his best to perform well, trying to bite someone with his sharpened teeth. He often claimed he hadn't even lost consciousness while they'd been filed. Hadjar didn't believe it. "3 silver coins, just 3 silver coins," Steffa repeated as she worked for the crowd. The girl was friendly with almost every normal-looking employee of the show. However, she was also a very nice person, and sometimes even let the freaks out for a walk. She did it at night, hiding them under black cloaks. Because of this, Hadjar was far kinder toward her than the others. "And now, get ready to see a creature born out of the love between a woman and a wolf." This meant Ernesta was being shown to the crowd.
She was the girl covered in thick hair from head to toe. She couldn't even speak, and she didn't need to fake her bestial rage. Hadjar once nearly fell victim to her fangs. She was the result of what happened in this world if a person bred with wolves. Because of the energy in the air, or possibly some other reason, the mutant progeny could grow up and even be mighty. She had the strength of 3 adult men, not practitioners, of course, but she was still powerful.
"Is she as wild in bed?"
one of the assholes asked, laughing as he did so.
"If you're interested in trying it, we could make a deal, but it would cost you 10 silver coins,"
Steffa replied calmly. The man immediately stopped talking and instead began muttering something unintelligible under his breath. Steffa knew how to calm the audience down. Frankly speaking, cowardly men, the ones who were all bark and no bite, rarely argued with her. Steffa was very experienced when it came to sex and didn't even try to hide it. Thanks to that, she had this mocking look to her that unnerved and quieted the usual troublemakers. Hadjar fiddled with the collar around his neck. It was a strip of metal, sealed with magic. The seal itself looked like some sort of Eastern figure, and if they activated it, he would receive a very intense and painful electric shock. It was, quite frankly, a disgusting way to keep someone in line.
"Now, get ready,"
the crier began to speak in a more subdued tone of voice.
"We present to you the horror of the mist. A nightmare from the darkest corners of the Misty Mountains, a place where even the demons hide in their caves at night. I ask that all cowards please leave immediately. Even I'm afraid to look at it sometimes."
Someone from the crowd began to brag, and others stayed quiet. He saw the same thing in every city. Hadjar has already stopped counting the years of his life he'd spent wandering. He'd visited so many places in the country that were the same as this one. Everything was the same everywhere, really. Tired and frightened of the authorities, people were looking for entertainment to help them forget, even for a moment, something to help them leave their hardships and tribulations behind.
"Are you ready?"
the crier whispered to the public.
"Yes." "Can we leave?" "Show us this terror of yours."
"Darling, please, let's just go." The crowd cried out, most of them wanting to see this supposed monster. Today was a good day. The governor had allocated the central square for the circus. They would normally not even be allowed inside the city walls. They'd have to make do and perform in the fields and meadows, which was far from ideal. When that happened, all sorts of thieves, troublemakers, and people who just plain refused to pay would come out to see their show. However, nobody dared to take liberties inside the cities, under the watchful eye of the guards that had been trained by the new government. Nobody was eager to receive 10 to 50 lashes, lose their property, or even their limbs.
"Behold!"
A bright light hit Hadjar's eyes. He was glad for it. He often had nightmares about a small, dark oubliette, about being trapped in it, unable to move or breathe. He would probably remember the dungeon his uncle had thrown him in for the rest of his life.
"Demon!"
the girls in the crowd screamed.
"Damn it!"
the men moaned weakly. A person that was apparently squeamish hurried to throw up into an urn. Hadjar began to howl and growl like a rabid beast, while barely clearing his throat because the popular clichés demanded he do so. The boys and girls that were too cowardly began to move away from the cage and leave. The soldiers who were standing on the perimeter of the square started reaching for their spears and swords.
"Calm down, beast!"
The crier hit the bars of the cage with his iron stick. Hadjar roared in his direction and then waited for the second blow. After that, like 1,000 times before, he froze.
"Please, don't be afraid," the crier told the people soothingly. "Let me tell you this monster's story. One day, a great hero went to the misty mountains. He could cross thousands of miles in one step. He could cut through the whole sea by swinging his sword once. Did he forget something in the misty mountains?" The people in the crowd laughed. "His sweetheart," the crier responded loudly, and Hadjar frowned. He'd figured out this story 3 years ago. Thanks to it, he could now eat meat every day. The crowd also paid handsomely to see his performance, and the profits made the circus owner happy. This new crier, however, was really messing things up. "What was she doing there?" The people continued to laugh at the crier while trying not to meet Hadjar's eyes. "This beast had kidnapped her." The crier hit the bars of his cage again. "Don't pay attention to his horrid ugliness, or the fact he no longer has legs. This monster used to be the size of a mountain. He could create hurricanes and destroy entire countries with his breath alone. One single stomp of his foot could create a tsunami. He'd reached such heights in his cultivation that he was able to turn into a handsome young man. He fell in love with a beautiful and innocent girl, but her heart belonged to another." The crier was finally starting to sound convincing and wasn't fumbling his replies. People in the crowd began to get interested in this story. The girls clung to their companions tightly, while the men stared at Hadjar angrily. He answered them with the same kind of look. While they were busy listening to the story, all Hadjar could think about was the meat he'd be fed after this. "Then the beast kidnapped her." The crier hit the bars again. "The hero immediately went after them. He managed to survive going through even the wildest places, where he fought ancient monsters, the kind whose strength and power we can't even imagine today. He found himself on the verge of death hundreds of times, but love gave him the strength to keep going." All the women were listening attentively. "And so, at the end of his journey, he came upon a palace of unprecedented beauty, where his beloved was being kept, chained to a huge column. The battle that made even gods and demons quake in terror began. They fought for 10 years, day and night." Everyone had stopped talking. The man's audience was all ears. "The hero finally defeated the beast after 10 long years. He returned to the palace, but—" The crier paused. "But what?" a guy asked. "What happened to his lover?" a girl standing in the back asked. The crier looked around at the crowd and just shook his head sadly. Many sighs and quiet whimpers were heard. Their battle had been so fierce that its echo had reached the palace and stopped the heart of the hero's beloved. Some people were crying now, and it wasn't just the girls. The hero wanted to kill the beast, but at that moment he became enlightened. He now understood all the secrets of this world. He threw away his sword, for he no longer needed a weapon. He'd reached the 4th stage of the sword skills. "There's only 3, the soldier who was the closest to the cells of the circus grumbled. "Most people think so, yes. The first is one with the sword, when a warrior is able to attack their enemy at a distance of 5 steps. The crier made a clumsy lunge with his iron stick. He mocked the soldiers, but got the attention of the crowd. The second is one with the world, when a warrior can hit their target at a distance of 20 steps. And the third is wielder of the sword, a practitioner who no longer needs the sword. They themselves, along with their surroundings, become the sword. But—" The soldiers moved closer in order to hear the story better. "But there is a 4th one. When a cultivator reaches the highest degree of enlightenment and power, they understand that neither the sword nor the power exists. Then they cast the sword aside and know eternity. And the hero, who had thrown away all his skills and power, knew eternity. Before he returned to the mountain peak so he could stay next to his beloved forever, he decided to give the beast a second chance. The crowd turned to Hadjar. He pulled at his fake chains sadly. They were lighter than paper, but sounded good and looked heavier than normal ones. "What kind of second chance did he get?" one of the ladies asked, while wiping her tears away. "He cut off the monster's legs. Then he sealed his power with great spells and turned him into a freak. He gave the beast his favorite ron jar and commanded him to play it in front of people. The only way for the beast to be restored is for him to fall in love with someone who would then return his feelings." "Who could ever love such a freak?" someone in the crowd shouted incredulously. "That's why the beast's been playing for 3 million years. No one can love someone like him." The people looked at each other and smiled. They thought they understood what the hero's intentions had been. Instead of simple revenge and just murdering the beast, he'd instead doomed his enemy for all eternity. It was a sad story, but it had a just end. "And now, let's enjoy the beast's music." The crier turned toward the cage and struck it with his rod again. "Play, monster! Play!" Hadjar snarled and took out a musical instrument from his black rags. It looked like a large, round balalaika. It had a round base with 2 holes in it, a short neck, 4 strings, and 4 long pegs. The instrument played mostly high notes, but Hadjar had managed to tweak it a bit and was now able to play a larger range. And so he started to play. The people calmed down, listening to his song in silence, a song which was as old as the world itself. He'd used to play for a lot of money in his past life, and now he was playing for a piece of meat. Ironically enough, he was back where he'd started, and if, before, it had only been Hadjar's outlet and a way to keep in touch with the world, now it was what kept him going, what gave him hope. He felt lucky for the first time in 5 whole years. Chapter 15. "How much?" the first person asked after Stefa approached him. "Give as much as you think this performance deserves," the girl said, smiling as she did so. The man, despite wearing simple clothes, appeared to think on it a bit and then gave her 9 silver coins. Moving to the side, he winked at Hadjar, who gave him only a brief nod in return. It was their subtle way of tricking people. They didn't ask for a fixed price, but for as much as they thought the performance deserved. Turin, the same man who'd bought Hadjar when he'd still been in the dungeon, would always pay first. The ruse worked, and the crowd ended up paying no less than 6 coins per person. This meant that the owner of the circus had earned a whole 1.5 gold from just one of Hadjar's performances. That was a lot of money. A peasant family of 5 could live off of that for a month. Hadjar had earned only 2 silver coins and a piece of meat. Well, the other freaks hadn't earned even that much. They didn't get any money or a hearty dinner. They would just get more abuse. That was why they hated Hadjar, but he didn't really pay much attention to them. After the performance, Hadjar's cage was covered with a dark blanket. It was then wrapped up in the same fake chains he'd been put in and dragged into a large wagon.
At the owner's insistence, they kept up the charade for as long as they were within 10 miles of the city. Only after getting far enough away, the freaks were allowed their so-called freedom. The ruse was closely guarded, and no unnecessary risks were taken. People could have their suspicions and think whatever they liked, but every measure possible was taken to prevent them from finding out the truth. Hadjar didn't complain. Truthfully, he couldn't. The owner could electrocute any one of them if they messed anything up or tried to ask for too much. With that kind of threat looming over them, they became much more docile and careful. They'd been traveling down a bumpy country road for about an hour now. The farther they got from the city, the worse the roads became. Despite the army becoming more powerful, the country itself was falling apart. Entire villages and even small settlements had already disappeared. People either fled their villages and moved to the cities where they eked out a miserable existence or were enslaved. The Imperials always needed more labor for the mine, which had become absurdly huge. Hadjar would often hear about some new pestilence sweeping the country, or people starving to death when such news reached the cities. Needless to say, the number of bandits on the roads had increased exponentially. In the old days, each village, despite the extreme scarcity of resources necessary for their cultivation, always had at least several practitioners. Well, they'd be at most at the upper levels of the bodily nodes, but that had still been enough to protect people from wild animals and bandits. Now, with the villages and towns disappearing, these warriors rarely joined the army. More often, they went to pasture and became useless. That's why the circus caravan was being guarded by a group of mercenaries, 7 men and 5 women to be exact. They considered themselves a powerful force, and couldn't understand why Hadjar didn't fawn over them as everyone else did. He only smirked at their stupidity. If he ever managed to take up the sword again and hear the call of the wind, 3 minutes would be enough for him to kill all of these arrogant assholes that never missed an opportunity to mock the freaks. "You can come out now, Hadjar," he heard Stefa's voice, and then she pulled the blanket off his cage. It wasn't surprising that Hadjar hadn't come up with another name for himself. After all, to the locals, his name was quite ordinary. The Queen hadn't been particularly ingenious when naming him, and there were certainly a lot of other Hadjars roaming the world. The former prince took off his chains and stretched out his aching arms. An ulcer on his elbow burst due to the motion, which nearly caused Stefa to vomit. Being nice, she tried to hide it, but wasn't successful. "Could you come up with another ending for the story?" She turned away and tried to change the subject instead. Hadjar got down from the wagon and found himself in a spacious meadow. The coachman had already arranged the wagons in a semicircle, and a fire had been lit in the center. The craziest freaks, such as the hairy girl or the bird boy, had been left in their cages. They were mindless, so it was dangerous to let them roam. The rest huddled around the hastily constructed cesspit. They'd been given a bit of soap with crusts of bread and were now looking at Hadjar enviously. None of them could even dream about talking to Stefa. "Why? Don't you like the part with the transformation?" Hadjar asked her. It wasn't difficult to guess what fairy tale he'd used as the inspiration for his marketing. His current goal wasn't only to make as profitable of a story as possible, but also one that was as noticeable as possible. That was the only way he could get what he wanted. He'd succeeded, if today was anything to go by. That old nugget of wisdom was true. People will follow the path of least resistance if they can. It's just so sad. Stefa took his arm, trying not to touch the skin directly. Hadjar really didn't look good, to put it mildly. He was wearing simple short pants to better show his wooden stumps, along with a shirt with short sleeves which served the same purpose, and some black cloth which he would be wrapped in. He wore it when he left the cage, or to be more precise, he was made to wear it in order to not ruin the appetite of others. People, even if they won't admit it, love tragic endings, Hadjar shrugged. Compared to those, their own lives don't seem as bad, especially if there's some hope to go along with the sorrow. Stefa looked at him oddly after he said that. "You're quite good with words, Hadjar." Possibly. She led him away from the central fire. There, the other circus performers were playing musical instruments, drinking, eating, and having fun. They were kind of jealous of the freaks, because they brought more money to the circus, despite the regular performers being more numerous. But no one would have let just a crowd of monsters into a city, so the owner kept the regular performers around as well. Hadjar was given a wooden bowl filled with chowder that also had a piece of meat in it. It was kind of fatty and far from good, but it was still better than what most of the freaks had. This time, the former prince ate slowly and savored his meal. If he'd planned well and calculated everything correctly, then this would be the last time he'd be eating with these vagrants. "Status," Hadjar ordered. The neural network promptly obeyed. Name, Hadjar. Level of cultivation, none. Strength, 0.01. Dexterity, 0.03. Physique, 0.002. Energy points, none. Hadjar just shook his head and continued eating. Despite everything, he'd continued his training. His weak, almost disintegrating body hadn't been capable of much, but after 5 years of training, it was a little stronger than before. He did 3 push-ups every day, a trifle, even for a simple child, but for Hadjar it was a titanic feat, and he often managed to keep going only thanks to the neural network sending him messages like this: Physique, plus 0.0001. For the sake of these infinitesimal gains, he would torture himself for weeks on end. It was better than simply waiting and hoping that his plan would work. Whatever the case, it was better to do something than to give up.
"Come on, you can't be serious,"
a knife thrower laughed drunkenly. He was a thin, weak-looking man, but he could throw 24 blades at once and not miss a single target. Hadjar would have been happy to scan his level of cultivation, but he was too weak to do so.
"I swear it. When I was 16, I killed a fierce bull,"
the broad-shouldered mercenary roared back. His name was Bromber, or Bromverd, something like that, and despite being quite short, he was famous for constantly trying to use someone, both figuratively and quite literally. He was always trying to trick people and take their money, and visited the brothels in the cities whenever possible.
"A fierce bull, even a young one, isn't below the level of awakening power," the thrower continued to argue, "which is definitely higher than the middle levels of the bodily rivers." "You don't believe me?"
Brom, I don't remember his name, threw a blade in front of the doubting man's feet. The thrower immediately bent down and picked it up. He was thin, but nevertheless was quite powerful. In fact, except for the owner himself, he was the one who visited Stefa the most regularly and stayed with her the longest. Nobody really dared get in his way when he did so. Analyze, Hadjar ordered mentally. Bald Brahm, let's call him that, threw off his shirt, exposing his stomach, which was impressively firm. He held a sturdy, curved sword in his hands and wielded it as if he were a windmill, and the weapon itself one of the windmill's blades. Name, Bold Brahm. Level of cultivation, the bodily rivers, stage 3. Strength, 1.3. Dexterity, 1.24. Physique, 1.86. Energy points, 1.9. 2 cultivators, and each of them, according to the neuronet, wasn't below the bodily river's 3rd stage. They waved their pieces of iron enthusiastically at each other. The loud hooting of the others, the sound of wooden mugs, and the rhythmic music of the lute player encouraged them. The company had nothing to do in the evenings. Everyone had been fucking everyone else for a long time now, since there weren't any new people. Only the freaks would be new, but no one wanted to go to bed with them. They'd grown tired of frequently getting drunk, so these kinds of scenes weren't rare. The truth was that the fights were mostly to alleviate boredom. Hadjar looked even at this stupid performance with a slight longing. Their strikes were slow and inaccurate. They struck at random, without even thinking about it. It was a fight between idiots. A true master was no dumber than Southwind. Defeating a worthy opponent was only possible if your mind was a few dozen moves ahead. The way they moved their feet resembled the process of stomping on grapes to make wine. They stayed in the same place and had almost no control over their center of gravity and balance. They possessed neither the grace nor elegance that was so essential to the art of the sword, the art that, despite being used for murder, had art to its lethality. It was as beautiful as a soaring falcon that had spotted its prey. It was as elegant as a tiger crawling through the grass, lurking, then pouncing swiftly. They weren't swordsmen. They were just practitioners who didn't see the forest for the trees. Most warriors were like that. The master had said that even some of the heaven soldiers weren't able to grasp the peaceful unity required to truly be at one with their weapons. It was necessary to have both talent and perseverance, as well as a certain world view to achieve this. Nobody really needed a lot of intelligence to stuff themselves full of precious resources and rely on others' expertise. Anyway, that's what his mentors had told him. He wondered what had happened to them, and the nanny as well.
"What are you grinning at, freak?"
A slight slap brought Hadjar out of his reminiscing. Falling down and dropping his bowl, along with the half-eaten meat, Hadjar saw the figure of Brahm, towering above him. The mercenary could have easily killed him if he'd used even a tenth of his power. "Nothing, venerable warrior." Hadjar looked down at the soup he'd spilled and tried to look respectful. He could eat meat that had fallen on the ground. He was hungry, so he decided to try and eat it all.
"Do you think I was lying?"
The mercenary stepped on the meat, flattening it into the ground and mixing it with the sand and dirt.
"Look at me when I'm talking to you, freak."
He lifted Hadjar's chin with his boot. He then staggered back, falling onto his ass comically. For a moment, he'd thought that Hadjar didn't look crippled, but like an ancient, fierce animal. His cold, blue-eyed gaze had been frightening. However, when the people who'd witnessed the incident started laughing a moment later, he stopped seeing the rage and determination that had unbalanced him, and instead only saw subservience and meek deference.
"You think you're better than me, huh?"
Brahm made Hadjar get back on his feet, then handed his blade to the freak. Someone tried to object to what was happening, but, alas, Stefa was the only one who could have stopped what was happening. Since she was already in the owner's wagon and unlikely to come out in the next hour, Brahm kept his abuse up.
"Well, show me what a freak you are, legendary beast,"
the mercenary laughed, trying to conceal his fear. Damn it, Hadjar thought, hardly able to lift the sword, despite the fact it would be light, even to a common man. Not now, not when I'm so close. After all, Stefa hadn't gone to visit the owner alone. She'd been accompanied by a person who could bring Hadjar one step closer to his cherished goal, freedom and justice. But he was now faced with a new problem. A problem in the form of an angry, humiliated mercenary who clearly didn't intend to leave things up to chance. Chapter 16. Despite the absurdity of the situation, Brahm had no idea how much danger he was actually in. Despite losing all of his levels and being weaker than most ordinary people, Hadjar was still a threat. His mastery of the blade couldn't be taken away. He was still one with the sword. And yet, Hadjar just lifted the blade in a ridiculous manner, almost cutting his own thigh in the process. This elicited another bout of laughter from everyone.
"Stupid freak,"
Brahm said derisively. He took his sword back from the enemy and sent Hadjar back to the ground with a light push to his chest. Hadjar, however, didn't care, and just kept looking at the now inedible meat forlornly. It was silly, but his humiliation really didn't matter to him right then. He was more interested in his hunger. He would have plenty of time to add Brahm's name to his list later.
"I want to."
The mercenary swung his blade, but the owner caught his hand in time. He was a handsome man in his 30s. He had red hair arranged into several braids. He wore light leather armor, and his boots were polished to a shine. "Think twice, mercenary, before you ruin my property," the practitioner that had reached a high level of the bodily rivers said, and pinned him with his almost black eyes. The look was so menacing that the man just froze. The sound of laughter suddenly stopped filling the meadow. The music cut off abruptly. It was as if everyone was holding their breath, waiting to see what would happen.
"Sorry, Darnan,"
Brahm mumbled apologetically, looking down. He pulled his hand back and, literally spitting out insults, went back over to his giggling colleagues. Once he returned, he smacked someone loudly, then yelled at someone else, but no one was really paying any attention to him anymore. Stefa was standing next to Darnan, who, according to some rumors, had once been an officer in the army. Her beautiful face was framed by her silky brown hair, bound with 2 jade hairpins. Those were her entire fortune. A strong gust of wind snatched several fortune-telling cards from her hands. They floated around for a while, then one card landed on Hadjar's knee. It had the image of a squirming dragon on it. "Look, Hadjar," Stefa whispered, helping her friend up and collecting her scattered cards. "It says that fate has something new in store for you." "Go into the tent, slave," Darnan commanded in a steely tone of voice. The tent was always placed between the owner's and Stefa's wagons. The circus performers rehearsed there, held meetings to discuss various issues, and divided up the money. A strange young woman was sitting at a folding wooden table in the tent as he came in. She'd covered herself with a red cloak, and her face wasn't visible to him, but Hadjar already knew, based on the shape of her figure alone, that she was beautiful, incredibly, abnormally gorgeous, in fact. She had the kind of beauty a woman could only attain after studying techniques for seducing and enthralling others. Warning: the host has entered the zone of influence of an aura that affects his perception. She probably hadn't tried to seduce the freak. Her aura was probably a sort of passive, magical one, and since Hadjar lacked even the resistance that non-practitioners possessed, he'd easily fallen under her spell. "Is your name Hadjar, slave?" "Yes, my lady," Hadjar groaned out, his chest still aching from the blow he'd received earlier. It had felt like a blow to him, at least. "Play for me." Darnan handed him the instrument quite carefully. It seemed like he was afraid of accidentally touching the ulcers or scabs covering the skin of his property. Hadjar took the ronja with a bow. He asked for permission to sit down on a chair, adjusted the pegs, and played as if his life depended on it. The fact it was true only made it easier to do so. He ended up not playing for long, only about 5 minutes. The stranger stopped him with an authoritative wave of her hand. "I agree to your price, Darnan." Saying that, she placed a leather pouch on the table. From what he could see, it had no less than 40 gold inside it. Wow, Hadjar's worth had increased 8-fold in the past 5 years. "Take off his collar." "Are you sure, Senta?" Senta waved her hand vaguely in response. "If I can't protect myself from a cripple," she said, "my cultivation has been for nothing." Darnan just shrugged in response. He made a quick gesture with his hand, folded his fingers into some odd positions, and the collar clicked open. The former owner didn't dare approach Hadjar. Stefa had to take off his chains for him. "Goodbye, Hadjar," she whispered in his ear. Surprisingly, he detected a hint of sadness in Stefa's voice, although it's possible he'd just imagined it. But he had no time to dwell on that. He breathed in deeply, marveling at how much tastier the air had become. And while it may seem that nothing had changed, that he'd only regained a bit of freedom, that was enough to change his perception of reality. In any case, he now felt more comfortable breathing. "Let's go." The woman, still wrapped up in her scarlet cloak, exited the tent. Hadjar hurried after her, hobbling along on his sticks. He cast a farewell glance at the circus troupe with which he'd spent the past 5 years of his life, touring half the kingdom. They hadn't been the happiest years, but they were still better than what living in prison would have been like. Before running off into the night, he threw one last glance at Brahm. As if he'd sensed something, Brahm turned, then paled and grabbed his sword. But it was too late. The strange creature with the creepy eyes had already disappeared into the darkness. "Don't you want to know where we're going?" Hadjar could have asked her, but he'd known from the start that he was being purchased for a brothel. And no, not for the sake of pleasuring perverts there. He'd been bought solely because he was an outstanding musician. "I'm afraid it might all be a dream." "It's not. I'll take you to the innocent meadow, and you'll see for yourself," Senta said. They approached the wagon, which was drawn by tall, gray stallions. Are these stallions at the awakening of power level?" "The 5th stage." Hadjar couldn't utter a word in response. His troop also had stallions at the awakening of power level, but they were only at the 1st stage. Even then, they could go up to 25 miles per hour and gallop for almost 3 hours straight. That was the answer to something Hadjar had wondered over for a long time: how armies and ordinary people managed to cross vast distances. It was apparently possible because there were horses in this world that could be 10 times faster than the most sophisticated of sports cars. Like other animals, the horses could also absorb energy, and they could evolve as follows. First, the simple or wild horse. Then, a horse would reach the awakening of power level, then the awakening of mind, then finally, the leader. But Hadjar didn't even want to try and imagine the value of a stallion at the leader rank. "But first, we will have to clean you up," Senta, the mistress of the brothel, said hoarsely, clutching her nose and not even trying to hide it. It was her that Hadjar had noticed in the crowd while playing music in the square. In every city, he looked for the owners of brothels, restaurants, taverns, and hotels, and every time he made sure to play music that hopefully would make them want to buy him, despite his appearance. "Please let me know, Honorable Senta, how much did you pay for me?" The mistress of Innocent Meadow sat down next to him and took the reins in her hands. She calmly responded, 70 gold coins, Hadjar. By the demons and gods. Now you have to work hard to pay me back. Chapter 17. The brothel, named Innocent Meadow, was considered to be the best one in this prefecture. It was right next to the shopping district and as big as the district itself. Its 6 buildings formed a kind of hexagon. There was only one entrance, if you were coming in off the street, which led to the courtyard. Alongside the gardens and several ponds, there were also shops where the local scientists plied their trade. They sold a variety of drugs and potions for men. One pill worked wonders on their libido, and another helped to ease any tensions. That's how they made their money. Senta, of course, received her fair share of the profits. They offered a discount to the workers of the meadow, as was stipulated in the contract they'd made with Senta. The discounts were quite hefty, considering how much these potions normally cost in shops that sold medicine. With red lanterns burning everywhere, the girls were easily visible through their sliding windows. They varied in beauty, and their prices were set accordingly. They were having fun, drinking, sleeping, and chatting with various customers. Most of the buildings were 2 or 3 stories high. During one typical evening, thousands of people could end up visiting the meadow. This was awe-inspiring in a way, since the town itself was rather small, having only 3 or 4 million inhabitants. Also, the prices for even the most ordinary of girls were quite high here. During this extravaganza in the central hall, where the most important city officials were having fun, a figure sat there, covered up completely by its black clothes. Nothing of the figure could be seen, only their white gloves as they ran skillfully along the strings of a musical instrument. The customers ate and drank, laughed and sang. They kept hugging the giggling girls merrily, reaching under their skirts and kissing their satiny necks with their greedy lips, spilling alcohol all over the silk pillows and fleecy carpets. And the figure just kept on playing as it all happened. Hadjar had gotten used to it. By now, he'd spent as much time in the brothel as he had in the freak show. 5 years. Just yesterday, he'd turned 17. He had officially spent 17 years in this world. 7 of them had been happy and carefree, but the remaining 10, however, hadn't. For 10 years now, he'd been living as a powerless freak, unable to take up even a broom, let alone the sword.
"Play louder! I can barely hear you!" Some official roared drunkenly and moved his hand back to throw a slipper at Hadjar. A tiny girl immediately came around the corner.
She had red hair, black eyes, and white, almost porcelain skin. Her name was Aina, and she was the daughter of the brothel's mistress. Smiling charmingly, she whispered something into the official's ear, and he calmed down. Moving back, Aina winked at Hadjar. The former prince wasn't always able to find company, especially if said company was a cute girl. He was really only friends with one, Stefa. She knew Aina well, and had apparently put in the right word for him. That's why Hadjar and the red-haired girl were friends, too. She often gave him extra food, or left him way too generous tips. Hadjar saved them carefully. He never forgot his primary goal, finding a potion. In this world, there were only two ways you could obtain something. Either you took it by force, or you bought it. While the first option wasn't available to Hadjar, he was hoping that the second one would be his salvation. In the darkness of the dungeon, with only a pervasive stench to keep her company, an old woman hung, suspended on thick iron chains. Her body was emaciated to the point where she nearly looked like a skeleton. She was covered in numerous cuts, with only a few rags protecting her modesty. The only sound that disturbed the oppressive silence was the creaking of the unoiled iron hinges. A broad-shouldered, gray-haired man entered the room. He was wearing a heavy gold crown. Soldiers in blue armor accompanied him, carrying torches. The light from the torches was making him squint. "Primus," the woman gurgled out, "you're so afraid of me that you've come with a squadron of guards." Without any hesitation, the king slapped her in the face. He didn't even pause to consider if he should remove his armored glove first. The woman's head swung limply to the left, and scarlet drops fell to the stone floor. "Where is it?" "You need to be more specific, Primus." The woman gave him a toothless, horrible smile, and then laughed. It was a wild, almost crazy sound. "Where is the king's sword, Nanny?" Yes, the nanny, who had changed so drastically, was the one in the dungeon. Before, it seemed like she practically radiated an aura of health. These days, it was hard to look at her without bursting into tears. "Didn't I teach you, Primus?" the former nursemaid of the royal brothers barely grunted out. "That it's bad to take someone else's things?" Another slap to the face, followed by a new cry of pain and a fresh surge of scarlet, was Primus's response to her mockery. 10 years, Nanny. 10 years of suffering. Maybe it's time to stop resisting. Tell me where the king's sword is, and it can all end." Despite her weariness, the pain she was enduring, when she raised her head to look at him, Nanny's gaze had a sliver of sanity. "And hand you the heirlooms of the royal family? You, the man who murdered his own brother?" Primus swung, but the third strike didn't land. He only lowered his hand feebly. "Haver was weak." "Like you're so strong. You had to chain me to a wall, coward." The nanny spat at her former ward. "What about your daughter, Primus? Does she know who she really is? Does she know what actually happened to her parents and brother?" Primus jerked his head to the side as she'd slapped him. "You old witch," he hissed, and turning around, started walking away from the woman's prison. "See you next year, Nanny." He was almost gone when he heard her speak. "It might take a year, maybe 2 or 3, but you can feel it, Primus. Am I wrong? You know your time is running out." "What do you mean?" Primus turned back. He only received a dry, croaking laugh in reply. Even the seasoned soldiers shuddered at the sound. It was straight out of a fairy tale told to children, the raspy cackle of an evil witch. "Don't lie to me, Primus. I can't see much, thanks to your torturers, but when I lost my eyesight, I gained something else. And I'm sure you haven't been sleeping much, that you wake up often, drenched in sweat. You can hear him coming to kill you, can't you? The soft sound of his armor as he moves toward you, the rattle of his sword as he pulls it from its sheath. You can feel the ground itself shaking as your doom approaches." "Shut up, old woman." "Hadjar is coming." The toothless smile only further disfigured her already deformed face. "The rightful king is coming for you, Primus. His sword is like a river. His power is as endless as the sky. His rage will incinerate your soul." "Hadjar is dead," Primus growled back. "If he's alive, he's hiding in a hole and waiting for death to take him. He's a freak and a cripple. What could he ever do to me?" Nanny only smiled wider. "Are you trying to convince me? Or yourself?" Primus stood, and the laughter of the witch followed him as he turned around and walked out. He slammed the door forcefully, leaving the woman in complete darkness and solitude once more. "Hadjar is coming!" he heard her muffled cry from the casemate. "I warned you." The governor was leaning against the wall. He was still as cold and arrogant as ever, and kept looking at his nails. "If you had just killed the boy, none of this would be happening." Primus closed his eyes, then abruptly drew his sword and swung it twice. A barely visible black haze remained in the air after each strike. 4 dismembered bodies fell behind him in a shower of gore, dropping their torches. Even their artifact armor, that had been forged for them by order of the king, failed to save them. "Why did you kill them?" The governor seemed surprised. "They would have betrayed me at some point." Primus cleaned the blood off his sword. They'd seen his weakness. They'd heard about the prince. Primus was right. They would have betrayed him eventually. "Why haven't you given up on this king's sword nonsense by now, Primus? It's just a legend from your village. If such an artifact did exist, Hadjar would probably have had it. Not that he could have ever understood what it was." "It's not a legend." The king smoothed his hair down. "I can still remember my great-grandfather giving Nanny a scroll on his deathbed. I noticed that the scroll had a map on it." "That map could lead you anywhere," the governor laughed. Primus, ignoring the imperial bastard, grabbed a torch from one of the dead men and began climbing back up. "You should be worrying about the Empire's share of the ore instead. You were nearly 450 pounds short last time." The king only cursed in response. He wandered through the long, empty palace corridors. One of his first decrees had been to expel all the minor nobles from the royal residence. Hadjar might have let them live there, but he had no such plans. The palace was surprisingly empty, without those parasites around to fill it up. The abandoned classrooms no longer had thousands of disciples in them. The master, who had used to teach thousands of disciples on the parade ground, was now all alone, fighting wooden dummies all day long. It was only possible to glimpse pale, frightened maids occasionally. They feared the king and were careful not to upset him in any way. "We need more slaves," Primus whispered to himself. The mine needed more laborers, and the work there was torturously hard. People were dying at a terrifying rate. There were never enough slaves. It was getting hard to find any suitable people from the southern region to replace the losses with. Primus didn't notice that he'd come to the lake. The garden in the palace occupied such a large area that the whole lake fit in there. The mountain where Havar's castle used to stand could be seen in the distance. He almost never visited it, and a squad of soldiers always guarded the ruins. Primus stood over a nameless and lonely tombstone that had been placed in a rather picturesque place.
"I spared your son," Primus said in a low voice. "For the sake of your memory, I spared him. And now I can't sleep. The guard sold him, if you can believe it. He sold your son. I made sure the gold he earned was enough for the rest of his life."
Primus looked at the golden monument standing in the throne room. Only a few people knew how the sculptor worked. He would pour boiling hot metal directly onto a living person.
"It's such a nice day today, brother," Primus said, as he let the wind caress his face. "Remember how we used to sneak out and go into the city on days like this? We'd play with the local boys, and we never lost a single game, not even once." Two swans swam along on the placid surface of the lake. They were majestic, beautiful, and utterly indifferent to him. "Do you ever miss those days, brother?" It seemed like Primus was aging noticeably as he stood there, as if the weight of the centuries he'd lived through had fallen on his shoulders all at once. "I do. I admit it. But why are you so silent, brother? Answer me."
"Dad!" someone suddenly shouted from behind him. Primus turned around. An incredibly beautiful girl was running across the meadow toward him. Her skin was whiter than snow, and her golden hair was so long that it almost brushed against the ground. She was as tall as any man could ask for. Her breasts, hidden by her chaste dress, were perky, tantalizing people wherever she went. Her long legs were admired by just as many men, even called art by some. Her waist was so thin that one could wrap their hands around it and almost touch their fingers together.
"Elaine," Primus smiled, and suddenly looked reinvigorated. He hugged the girl that had become his light in the endless darkness.
"Dad!" The girl hugged the king back tightly. She hadn't seen her father for almost a month now. "Have you come to visit my uncle's grave again?" The king nodded. Elaine looked at the nameless headstone angrily. It was the reason she didn't like this garden. "You should have had it demolished a long time ago. He killed Mom. He even tried to kill you and my brother, all because he wanted the throne."
"I know, my daughter, I know," Primus said, stroking Elaine's golden hair. "But he was still my brother."
"And why did you make my brother join the army? Now who's going to ward off my suitors?" Primus smiled kindly at her. There was true tenderness and warmth in his gaze as he looked at her, a whole ocean of it.
"Maybe you should consider accepting someone's offer."
"Don't even joke about that, Dad," Elaine said menacingly. "They're all stupid and lazy. Not one of them can even hold a normal weapon in their hands. Them being able to actually fight me is out of the question." Primus only shook his head.
"With every day that passes, I am more and more convinced that letting you train with your brother was a mistake."
Elaine laughed again and clung to her father. When she was with him, she felt so safe, so loved. Hadjar awoke from a strange dream. It seemed like an old sword, stuck in stone, was illuminating a dark cave somewhere. It seemed to be calling out to him. What a silly dream, he thought. He put on some dark clothes, covered his face and head with a black hood, wrapped himself up in his cloak, looking a bit like a bat, and went out into the city. Chapter 18. Hadjar plunged into the normal chaos of the city. People were scurrying about everywhere. Some were carrying something, others rushing to get to the market that was opening, and a few were just walking around. All in all, it was familiar, almost comforting, despite oddities like the fabrics people wore. "Look!" someone in the crowd shouted. Everyone looked up. There was a black line going through the white clouds, and a small boat racing after it. The boat had no sails or masts. It was nothing unusual, just a boat in the sky, moving at great speed as it chased after an adept. The two silhouettes disappeared behind the clouds soon enough, and people went back to what they'd been doing previously. "Thief!" a soldier roared, grabbing the hand of an old man in the crowd. This often happened in the market. Hadjar saw these kinds of scenes frequently. He'd used to spend hours wandering around the different stalls, recording bits of conversations with his neural network. Then he would have the network analyze them, hoping to find a hint about the medicine he needed. Alas, it was all in vain. "Sorry," the old man wailed. "Please forgive me." He was brought to the wooden poles, which, for the sake of convenience, had been placed on the square. There were 5 strong posts arranged on the small podium. Thirsty, chained-up men were already occupying 2 of them. "Tie him up," the soldier grunted, hitting the ground lazily with his whip. "Sorry, I'm so sorry," the old man pleaded, beginning to cry. His hands were bound tightly with rope, and he was forced to kneel down. Honorable guard, the vendor who sold cookies, turned toward the soldier. "I don't want to punish this man. Please let him go." "That doesn't matter." "But buzz off!" The soldier pushed the salesman away. He fell and crawled away because he was too scared to say anything else. The whip whistled as it cut through the air. There was another cry of pain. Then a crying child in ragged clothes ran up to the post to try and comfort the old man. The whip, however, didn't stop, and now 2 cries rang out. The old man shouted something about his family starving to death, but the soldier was adamant. Despite having turned pale, he continued to whip the child and his father. If he stopped, the next person tied to the post would be him. The people murmured, but no one dared to address the soldier directly. Everyone knew how harsh and cruel Primus's laws were. No one wanted to be sent to the mine, condemning their family to a slow death by starvation. "What did you just say?" the soldier suddenly shouted. The boy, drenched in blood, whispered something. "What?" "Prince Hadjar," the child whispered, barely audible. "He'll kill you. He'll kill all of you. Prince Hadjar—" The blade that beheaded him didn't allow the boy to finish speaking. The silence was broken only by the sounds the head made as it rolled down the wooden steps. The old man howled in anguish, but his cry was also cut off by the blade. "Prince Hadjar's the son of a traitor to our country," the soldier recited, wiping his bloody blade off using the clothes of the unlucky thief. "He won't be saving anyone, because there's nothing to save us from, only under King Primus." "Prince Hadjar," someone said timidly, interrupting the man's speech. "It's only thanks to his rule that our kingdom has become strong, so powerful, in fact, that now the Black Gates and other sects like it bow down before us, and not—" "Prince Hadjar," someone shouted, "and not vice versa. King Primus is our true ruler, only he—" The soldier tried to shout louder than the crowd, but it was a useless effort. 10,000 people were shouting Prince Hadjar all at once. No one knew who started it. Maybe one of the young soldiers couldn't stand it any longer and drew their sword, or maybe someone from the crowd threw a stone because they felt angry and powerless. Regardless, a rebellion broke out in the square that day. It wasn't the first, and clearly wouldn't be the last. It was quelled right then and there, flooding the street with blood. But not even that could prevent the common people from spreading the legend. They spread the news that the prince was gathering his army somewhere far to the north, and that very soon he would take the capital by storm, destroy the mine, and free his people from the tyranny of his murderous uncle. And none of them knew that Hadjar, feeling ashamed, had actually fled from the square before the sword even killed the boy. Wrapped up in his black clothes, he returned to the brothel, where he sat in his room until nightfall. In the evening, the mistress's daughter came to him. Her smell was a combination of a meadow full of flowers and a mountain stream. She sat down on her knees in front of him. "Give me your hands, Hadjar," she asked. "I can do it myself," the cripple said. "You don't have to." "I don't mind." The girl's smile was so warm that it could have melted a glacier. Hadjar moved the edge of his cloak aside. Aina didn't flinch like the rest at the sight of his scabs and ulcers. She gently applied a special cream to his wrists and hands, which kept them healthy. "Thank you," Hadjar said. "You're welcome," Aina replied. "I owe Stefa." Hadjar looked out the window. It was getting dark. The lights had already been lit, and well-dressed officials, as well as ordinary rich people, were already gathering in the courtyard. "There's no way you owe her enough to justify taking care of me for the past 5 years." Aina smiled at him. Sometimes Hadjar felt that, for the sake of this girl's smile, he would gladly cross even the impenetrable eternal mountains to find the potion he needed. He would do anything to ensure the horrors of this world never touched her angelic smile. He wasn't in love with her. Love was unattainable for someone like him. But he felt gratitude toward Aina. During his 10 years of wandering, Hadjar had come up with a simple code he would live by. Those who showed him kindness and treated him well would have it repaid 100-fold. Those who hurt and mistreated him would get 100 times worse in return. Unfortunately, not many people were in the former category. "Would you believe me if I said that my mother asked me to do this?" She pulled a bandage out of a small medical box. She then carefully wrapped Hadjar's hands with the bandage. She even put his gloves on for him to spare him the trouble. "I wouldn't." They looked at one another for a while. She was a beautiful girl whose mother took care of her and treasured her. Despite the fact that Aina had been living in the brothel since childhood, she hadn't slept with any man. Few people wanted to get on Senta's bad side. She knew many secrets, and a lot of people owed her. On top of that, the mistress of Innocent Meadow was at the formation stage. Suddenly, Aina asked, "Is it true that if you love someone and they love you back, you will turn into a beautiful beast?" Hadjar just laughed. "That's an old story I made up so I could eat meat for dinner." The girl laughed as well. Hadjar rubbed his neck mechanically as he watched the tinkling, leaf-shaped pendant on her collar. It was unlikely that he would ever be able to put something around his neck again and not wake up after having a nightmare about being a slave once more. "I thought so as well," Aina said. She helped Hadjar stand up and handed him his instrument. "Mother's asked you to play on the dream floor today." The dream floor? That was where the creme de la creme went to have fun. Only the people at the very top of the food chain ever had the opportunity to visit the dream floor. Hadjar hadn't played there yet. What about Layla? She hurt her throat. Aina sighed, sad about her friend's misfortune. Hadjar didn't want to know how exactly the singer and a brothel worker had hurt her throat. But because she had, Hadjar would get the chance to play for the elite today. Maybe he'd finally be able to learn something about a potion to restore his nodes and meridians. Maybe there was even another way. "Will you tell me a new story today?" the redhead asked him. Of course, Hadjar answered distractedly. He often told her fairy tales and stories from Earth, adapted to the local way of thinking, of course. It was the only way he could thank her for her kindness. As he climbed the stairs, Hadjar missed the sad look Aina gave him. Chapter 19. Refusing Aina's help, Hadjar climbed the stairs with difficulty. Facing the gates to the world of dreams, he held his breath for a second and tried to calm his wildly pounding heart. He hadn't experienced the difficulties that came with puberty in his past life because he simply hadn't been able to feel his body. It hadn't been ideal, but it had still been much better than his current situation. Now, living in a brothel, he would constantly find himself desiring something he couldn't afford. Even if he had 100 times more savings and suddenly decided to spend it all on indulging his wants, no girl would have agreed to it. When the doors opened, Hadjar was calm, but he still felt a powerful surge of desire, even through his forced serenity. Vats of water were positioned along the perimeter of the huge hall. Girls in wet, translucent silk capes danced in them. It would be impossible to call these capes clothes. The girls were graceful and seductive beyond all reason. They weren't naked, but the wet cloth stuck to their bodies and inflamed the imagination. It somehow looked even more alluring than simple nakedness. The branches of various fruit trees hung from the ceiling. One could just raise their hand and pluck a juicy, sweet fruit right off of one. Other girls smeared the lips of addled guests with this juice, which was full of the fragrant aroma of flowers and fields. Only the highest-ranking officials were in here. Hadjar even noticed the sons of the most important military and economic leaders among them. They were hugging several of the fairies, pushing their hands underneath their clothes and causing them to make languid, sweet sighs in response. Some officials, unable to endure it any longer, were busy in the corners, covered with thick fabrics. There, the things that had made the innocent meadow famous were happening. Half-naked ladies were walking around and lightly kissing men. This ensured even the more reluctant patrons were coaxed into participating. It was all so exciting. Hadjar closed his eyes and sighed deeply. He tried his best to calm the surge of heat that had arisen just below his waist. "As you asked, Honorable Eternal Stream, here he is." Senta suddenly appeared in front of the tables. She was dressed in red, loose clothes and unsettled people with her cold, unapproachable beauty. No one would dare to even think about touching her, let alone trying to paw her like the rest of the girls. "Is this your best musician?" Hadjar couldn't believe it, but it seemed like the heavens had finally taken pity on him and had sent a famous scholar to help him. Eternal Stream had managed to become famous throughout the whole kingdom in the last 6 years. No one knew the true story of this man's life, but it was said that he was the heir of some famous clan that had gone on a journey to learn more about the world and its mysteries. People said that he could make medicine that cured thousands of diseases and knew the answers to all questions. He was dressed very plainly, in green clothes that were belted with a simple leather strap. His calm gray eyes were alert, despite the situation. There wasn't a single trace of a beard on his face, and his thick hair had been tied into a tight ponytail. He looked young, but in this world age was difficult to discern. "Yes, he is. And what is this musician's name?" "Hadjar, Venerable Eternal Stream." The scholar immediately looked more interested, even if only for a moment. "What a simple name. Hopefully the musician is better," he said sluggishly. No one mentioned that this was the name of the prince of the kingdom. Nobody wanted to incur the wrath of the local general, whose son was, at present, groping some of the most desirable women that Hadjar had ever seen in his life. And that was saying a lot, when you took into account that, in his past life, he had practically lived his life on the internet. "Can you play the Song of Claird?" the scholar asked. Hadjar knew this work well. Men with broken hearts often asked him to play this difficult song, but Hadjar played it skillfully and with ease. "I can," he nodded. "Could you play A Summer's Day?" That was an even more complex piece of music, and few talented musicians would risk playing it without rehearsing it for a long time beforehand. "I can." "What about 6 Moments Before Life?" The hall became a little quieter. 6 Moments Before Life was a legend about the birth of the world. It told the story of ancient gods that, tired of their loneliness, exhaled their 6 lives into the vast void, creating this majestic world. They sacrificed their lives to let others live. A piece of music more complicated than that one would be impossible to find in this world, at least in the kingdom itself, and yet, at the same time, this was the easiest task of all for Hadjar. His mother used to sing that song to him every night before bed. He remembered all the notes and chords easily, but every time Hadjar played the song, he remembered the smiling queen and her scent, her warm, gentle hands holding him. "I can," Hadjar sighed forlornly. Many people took his sigh as a sign of impending disaster. Perhaps the scholar thought so as well. "Play." He waved his hand imperiously, leaning back against the pillows. And so Hadjar began to play. With each new note, the heat in his heart was quickly replaced by the cold of the desert night. He was no longer interested in the dancing girls or the carnivorous, greedy laughter of the visitors. All that mattered to him in that moment was the memory of his mother. He remembered her laugh, how she would run after him in the garden, how they'd painted Elaine's nursery together. What was happening to his sister right now? What horrors was Primus subjecting her to? And the longer Hadjar played, the quieter it became. The people stopped what they'd been doing before, plunging into the sad music which was full of hope for a new dawn. They listened, but not for long. Everyone soon resumed laughing, speaking, and even yelling. The musician no longer interested them, and only the scientist was still listening to the music, as if he were looking for answers to some of his own hidden questions. "Did you like it, venerable scholar?" The mistress bowed low. "I'm satisfied," Eternal Stream nodded. "I haven't heard this melody performed so well for a long time. May I ask you for a room where I can talk to Hadjar in private?" "My musician isn't an employee of this institution, honorable scholar, but I'm sure that if you look for—" "And I'm not a fan of men, dear Senta." She bowed immediately. "Forgive me." The scholar waved it off casually. "I want to reward this musician, but to do so I have to know his desire. So, do you have a spare room we can use?" Many were now interested in their conversation. They were jealous of Hadjar's luck. Receiving a reward from one of the most famous scientists in recent years was an incredible success. "Of course," the owner nodded. "Let me show you the way." They went down a floor, and she opened the doors to a rather spacious room. There were several screens, mattresses, and silk sheets there, nothing superfluous, but still a relaxing enough atmosphere to indulge one's desires in. Senta, after a quick glance at the musician, went out and closed the door behind her. Hadjar, without any hesitation, fell to his knees in front of the scholar and pressed his forehead to the floor. "Please, venerable scholar, tell me if there is a cure that can restore meridians and nodes in the human body after they've been destroyed." The seconds passed, as if they were years. Hadjar didn't hear an answer, and the only thing that intruded on the silence were the echoes of the eternal feast in Innocent Meadow. Suddenly, Hadjar heard the exact same sound that his own forehead had made a few seconds ago. "Don't you remember my saying?" a voice asked through tears. "Have you forgotten what I've taught you, Your Highness?" Hadjar slowly looked up. He saw the haughty scientist kneeling before him in a low bow, in the same pose Hadjar himself had been in. "I've been looking for you, my prince. I've been looking for you for so long," the scholar sobbed. "You're saying," Hadjar repeated. An almost forgotten scene from his childhood flashed before his eyes. An old, strict man and his saying, "Southern winds breeze over internal streams, bringing cold winters with them." The first royal scholar had called it the eternal cycle of life in the world, where the death of one person always gave birth to another. Teacher. Chapter 20. "My prince," repeated Southwind, who was now named Eternal Stream. "But how?" Hadjar asked, while clumsily attempting to get his mentor to stand back up. Finally, after hugging, they sat down on a long, narrow bench. Neither of them wanted to ponder why it had been placed next the bed and what sort of acts were usually performed on it. "First, I must tell you a story, my prince." And so Southwind began to talk. "I managed to escape from the palace the same day the coup happened. For 6 months I traveled alongside a trade caravan. We went to the Hot Valley." Hadjar's eyes opened wide in surprise. The Hot Valley wasn't just far away. It was unimaginably so. How could they have possibly gone there in just half a year? Apparently, Southwind had gotten lucky by joining up with a rich trade caravan that had strong and durable animals who were perhaps more than mere horses. "What happened to Nanny and the master?" "I don't know," the scholar answered sadly. He continued talking. "A terrible storm struck. The caravan was almost completely destroyed, but some lucky people, including me, managed to hide from it in a cave. Unfortunately, the exit out of the cave ended up completely blocked off, so we ventured deeper into it. We had been walking for almost a month, and had run out of food and water, but then we stumbled upon a city." They walked through the cave's tunnels for a month? How deep was that cave? And they found a city? Hadjar thought in astonishment. "I won't go into all the details, but I've managed to become the disciple of a great scholar, a cultivator of the Lord stage." "The Lord stage?" Hadjar asked. "What's that?" "The stage most imperial cultivators can only dream of, the level that almost borders on the magical. Look here, my prince." The scholar took a rectangular piece of yellow paper out of his pocket. Unknown symbols were inscribed on it in red ink. Southwind held it between his index and middle finger and began to murmur something. At some point, the talisman flashed, and a ghostly golden diagram began to circle above their heads. "Analyze. The request is being processed. The request cannot be processed. Error. Unknown object." What was that? "Don't be afraid, my prince. It's only a small spell. You see, even though I've only reached the stage of transformation, it's not difficult for me to use the knowledge of the great sage." A spell? There are spells in this world? Fortunately, the neural network had managed to record everything in great detail for later. "As you can see," Southwind pointed at his strong young hands and smooth face, "the great scholar can easily rejuvenate a person. He did it as soon as he accepted me as his disciple. But alas, I am only talented by the standards of our kingdom, and can't do the same for you." The scholar looked longingly in the direction of the east, where the vast desert lay. "My abilities are below average by the metrics of this world as a whole. I learned only a little from the wise man, and that knowledge was enough to make me the honorable eternal stream." "And why have you returned?" "To find you, my prince," the old man responded with a nod toward Hadjar. Admittedly, he now looked young and was very handsome. "During my apprenticeship, a caravan came to the city. As it turned out, some cunning merchants knew about his existence and had decided to bring him goods that can't be acquired underground. Some of them had heard about the situation in our kingdom." There was a pause. "Please, will you allow me to examine you, my prince?" The scholar reached for the black cloak covering Hadjar. He hesitated, but eventually allowed him to pull off his hood. "I hope demons eat Primus's body and soul," Southwind breathed out, lowering his hand. "After bribing some greedy officials, I managed to find out about some of the things that happened to you. But this... How did you know where to find me?" "I didn't." The scholar smiled for the first time that evening. "But I'd guessed that you would decide to make a living out of this. Because music is the only thing I can do now." "Exactly. And so, for 7 years, I wandered around the kingdom, and everywhere I went, I asked people to play 6 moments before life for me." Hadjar shrugged. "Well, I would think that among the millions of musicians, you surely found a few that were capable of performing it." The smile on the scholar's face became even wider. "But no one, except Elizabeth's own son, could have played her version of the song for me." Hadjar blinked and smiled warmly as well. Even after her death, the queen was still trying to help him and doing her best to protect him. "That helped me recognize you, although, to be honest, finding you wasn't easy. I've heard about almost 24 different Hadjars. It's like Her Majesty had foreseen the future and thus chosen a suitable name for you." The former prince couldn't disagree with that. Walking around the city, he often heard his name being called out multiple times. Perhaps that's why Primus's Secret Service hadn't been able to find him all these years. "Esteemed mentor," the smile vanished from Hadjar's face, giving way to a heavy, resigned sigh. "Primus destroyed my nodes and burned the meridians in my body. All this time I've been trying to find a clue about the potion I need, but I got lucky and found it." And with these words, the scholar took out a scroll from the depths of his clothes. "Take a look, my prince." He unfolded the map. Along with its edge, among the designations for valleys, there were several circles. One circle was quite small, the size of a small coin. The second circle had been drawn around the first one. It was wider, about 1 inch in diameter. There were also other larger circles, from 1 to 3 inches in diameter. While Hadjar was examining the map, he gave the order for his neuronet to record it. In this world, maps were valued almost as much as some of the techniques. It was very difficult to get a hold of some of them. "That's strange, teacher," Hadjar suddenly said. "I remember all of your lectures, but I can't remember these designations at all. These mountains, these forests. All of it's foreign to me." "That's because it's not a map of our kingdom." Hadjar looked at him. "Observe this area." Southwind pointed to the smallest circle, the one that was no larger than a coin. "Is that Lydus?" "No," the scholar shook his head. "That is the Empire of Darnassus." "The Empire of Darnassus!" Hadjar practically shouted. The Darnassus Empire was a huge territory that united numerous sects, family clans, and kingdoms. It was almost endless, but on this map it had been designated as something small and not worthy of attention. "What is that around it?" Hadjar pointed at the outer circle, which was several times larger than the empire itself. "An organization that controls our empire and some others as well." "Others?" The scholar sighed. "This world is truly enormous, my prince. Living in the palace, we didn't get to see even its smallest part." "And the other circles are also organizations?" "Yes," the scholar nodded. "The sage gave me this map. He said that it's the simplest one he has. That day he changed my view of the world by showing me his personal map. It occupied a wall the same size as mine had been in the palace, but it was on the same scale as this scroll." Hadjar stopped breathing. How abnormally gigantic was this planet? Or was it even a planet? After all, if the Earth were to become several times larger, it would cease to be solid and would become a gas giant instead. And this world was thousands, no, tens of thousands of times larger than the Earth. "Now, direct your attention here, please." The scholar moved his finger farther and farther east, and then poked at a lake designation. In reality, that lake was probably larger than the ocean. "This is the Lake of Forgotten Hopes. The sage told me that the flower of hope grows there. If a person picks it during a day when both the sun and the moon have appeared in the sky, then boils it in the lake water and drinks the concoction, they'll be reborn. Their fate will change. Their appearance will change as well. At the same time, their body will be rebuilt completely. So, my nodes and meridians will be reborn along with your body." Southwind nodded. Recording the route in the Neuronet's database, Hadjar gave the order to calculate the approximate path, length, and travel time. Estimated time of arrival, excluding possibilities of unforeseen circumstances, is 79 years. The calculation was made with a mode of transport at the awakening stage of power as the baseline. "We have to travel a long way, and seeing as you're not a practitioner, your main enemy will be time itself," the scholar said, and then took out a flask with several red pills from his pocket. "The alchemists of the underground city made this for me. Each of these pills can extend the life of a mortal by 20 years. When are we leaving?" "Today, my prince. A wagon drawn by very powerful horses is already waiting for us at the—" At that moment, a thin arrow pierced the paper partition, flew through the air, and stabbed into Southwind's back. Carving a hole through his body, it ended up embedded in the floor, just a few inches from Hadjar's legs. Chapter 21. The scholar's spell began to flicker, then exploded into gold dust and disappeared altogether. Hadjar suddenly heard a whole cacophony of new sounds, since Southwind had apparently been keeping a sound barrier up around them. "Teacher!" Hadjar cried out, ignoring the sound of clashing blades, the crackling of flames, and all the shouting coming from outside. "My prince!" Pink foam bubbled at the corners of Southwind's mouth as he spoke. "Take this." He took out a small notebook from his pocket, his hand trembling all the while. 2 flasks full of pills and a map etched in wood, which depicted a road and a horse, were taped to it. "That's the spell, and the seal for the wagon." "Teacher," Hadjar couldn't hold back his tears. Yet again a loved one was dying in his arms. "Good luck, my prince," Southwind sighed, and his last words were, "Now I can be at peace." A great scholar died in the arms of a freak that day, a man who devoted his life to serving the royal family, and even while dying, he could only think about one thing: how to help the true prince of Lydus. Hadjar took the notebook and then awkwardly jumped to the side. Breaking the wooden bars and tearing through the paper as he went, a fat, naked official burst into the room. He gasped and pointed at Southwind's back, where the sword was still lodged. Hadjar rose to his legs without hesitation, and after a bit of a struggle, pulled the blade out of his deceased mentor's body. "Help!" the official croaked out. He worked in the local court, and had managed to send almost 40,000 people to the mine in less than 4 years. "The gods will help you," Hadjar muttered and staggered out, dragging the sword behind him. Naked, screaming girls ran all around the place. Many of them tried to smother the flames that were engulfing everything in sight. Burning debris kept falling from the ceiling, and it was difficult to breathe. Black smoke choked anyone that tried to inhale, the smell of burnt flesh and wood permeating everything. Officials could sometimes be seen racing for the exit while trampling the prostitutes and anyone else that came close to them. They even cursed the people that got in the way of their mad dash. Hadjar steadily made his way through this nightmare, a stoic patch of calm in a sea of fire and fear. Unlike the others, he was able to think clearly. He wasn't moving down, where the fire was apparently raging and only getting worse. Instead, he planned to go up, toward the dream floor. He hoped he could use the gutter there. It was made of iron and wide enough for a man to use to get down. Dodging yet another burning wooden beam, Hadjar swore and removed his black clothes. He continued walking upstairs, now dressed in only a light blue robe. The people who saw him screamed in terror. It seemed like a demon had come for them, raining fire and brimstone upon their sin to cleanse it. Hadjar knew about smoke inhalation, so he used his sleeve to try and negate it, even as the fire grew so hot that his lungs burned on every inhale. Despite all of this, feeling weak and a bit disoriented, he managed to get to the dream floor. He opened the door, which was untouched by the flames for some reason, and entered. Upon seeing what lay within, he immediately froze up. In the baths, where lovely girls had once danced, the water had now turned red from all the spilled blood. The girls themselves had been left strewn about, horribly butchered. Their glassy-eyed expressions would forever reflect their horror and disbelief. The dismembered bodies of officials and even the members of the magistrate lay on the floor, drenched in scarlet. "Young master, you have to leave," a man wearing gray urged the general's son. The old man, surrounded by several dozen soldiers, stood next to his liege. The general's son was looking into the eyes of a girl, pinned to the floor beneath him and moving in a violent, repetitive way. The girl beneath him was still breathing. "Aina?" Hadjar didn't immediately notice that the guy was naked below the waist as he lay on top of the screaming and crying girl. The red hair covered the floor around them. The torn green pendant lay nearby. She looked at him, her vibrant eyes pleading with him. "Hadjar!" Aina shouted, continuing to sob. The soldiers reacted to her exclamation. They turned and shuddered once they caught sight of him. What they saw was a horrible monster standing in the doorway. He held a scorched sword in his hands, heedless of the raging inferno trying to enter this room as well. The old man, a devoted servant of the Garrett family, was using an amulet, and that was the only reason why the flames hadn't devoured them yet. He pressed the glowing sphere to his charge's chest, trying to calm the general's son, who'd gone mad with rage and lust. "Aina!" Hadjar cried out. At that moment, he wasn't thinking about his cultivation, the map, the flower. He could only see the girl who, for many years, had been his only light in this dark world. And she was suffering. He saw the kind, sweet Aina being raped. In that moment, he cared about nothing else. All the rage, all the anger, all the pain and darkness that had been accumulating in Hadjar's heart all these years was unleashed, all at once, in one swift slash of the sword. Hadjar screamed, his anguish both mental and physical. He was standing at a distance greater than 50 steps. In fact, the former prince stood almost 70 steps from the general's son, and yet the ghostly sword strike still landed. It cut open the rapist's cheek. He screamed and put his hand over the bleeding wound. He fell off the weeping Aina like a lead weight, then looked toward the doors, where the freak was standing, holding a sword and breathing heavily. Blood flowed from Hadjar's hands, mixing with the pus of his ruptured ulcers. It was an eerie sight that sickened the general's son. Any desire he'd felt vanished instantly. "Kill him!" the man ordered desperately, and after saying something to Aina, took out a dagger. "No!" Hadjar screamed. But it was too late. The blade slit the girl's throat. She tried to stop the blood from seeping out, but her beautiful eyes quickly grew dim, and she breathed her last. An arrow flew toward Hadjar, but it didn't hit him. Senta, who'd been pierced through with a sword and nailed to the floor, was screaming like a wounded beast. A black light began to radiate from her. "Protect the young master," the servant shouted, and the soldiers, not paying any attention to Hadjar, surrounded their lord with their bodies. They did so just in time, as Senta detonated her own energy a moment later. The explosion was so powerful that it easily turned the brothel's top floor into a pile of rubble and threw Hadjar around like a rag doll. He flew through the air, unable to control his fall. However, it seemed like he wouldn't be dying today. He fell into the gutter and rolled down it, suffering wounds inflicted by the boiling water and scorching hot iron. Landing on the ground, the scalded Hadjar hurried to crawl away, screaming in pain. Behind him, clearly visible despite the darkness of the night, the brothel was burning down. He'd considered it his home, even if he'd never felt much love for it. "Kill him!" the hysterical cry rang out, and black arrows thudded into Hadjar's back. In fact, they'd fired so many that not only were Hadjar's back and arms filled with them, but some arrows had also sunk into the earth all around him. He vaguely remembered what happened next. Apparently, he fell into the sewers, and the water carried him somewhere. Hadjar spun and was tossed about in the filthy, stinking muck. Then the stream carried him all the way down to the river. It carefully but swiftly, not letting Hadjar collide with the rocks, carried him further and further from the city and deeper into the forest. How much time had he spent in that stream? Hadjar, completely exhausted, had lost track of time long ago. He inhaled desperately whenever he could, filling his lungs with life-giving oxygen. Then there was a waterfall, and an undercurrent drew him into the cave that changed Hadjar's fate. An ancient dragon was waiting for him there.
"Are you ready, Hadjar Duran? Come on, you bastard. Do whatever you need to."
And then the cave was flooded with the man's cries of anguish and the dragon's roars. Urgent message for the user. Unauthorized changes to the owner's body detected. One of the vital organs has been replaced. The old heart of Hadjar, who had endured so much pain and despair, was sinking into a whirlpool. The dragon's heart was now beating in his chest instead. It had been created by Traves, using a drop of his blood and all the willpower that he'd been able to muster. The dragon died, and the man was reborn. The age-old chains were crumbling, the ancient dungeon was collapsing, and the streams of water enveloping the body that was writhing in agony were carrying it towards the sunlight, flickering above the surface. Several people were walking along the lakeshore. A little boy, carrying a bundle of wood on his back and leaning on a frayed, thin staff, was among them. "Grandpa! Look!" the boy suddenly cried out. He was pointing at the center of the lake. Nothing had been there yesterday, but now the waves were pounding against the edge of a cave that had risen above the water. "Gods and demons," the people in the group gasped. They were carrying a long pole on their shoulders that had a fat boar tied to it. A group of hunters looked at the cave, and they saw the face of a sleeping man at the entrance of it. "There's a man in the cave." The half-naked young man was lying on the rocks close to the entrance. Water lapped at his feet, and his long hair covered his face. Despite his current state, there was something about him that took many people's breath away. The young man, even while unconscious, seemed to be as mighty as the mountain in the east. Suddenly, a bell started ringing in the ruins of the royal castle. Chapter 22. Hadjar was dreaming. He saw a stone inside a cave, untouched by the rays of the sun. The cave was within a distant mountain that was shrouded in a dense fog. The stone stood in the middle of pitch-black water. There were symbols on the stone that had been carved out by sword strikes. Seeing these symbols, Hadjar's heart sank. He felt like they were going to cut him if he looked at them any longer. He averted his gaze and immediately cried out in horror when he saw a blade that could take his life merely by being in the same room as him. Hadjar awoke abruptly, taking a half-sitting position. The barely distinguishable images were still flickering in his head. The cave, the stone, the sword. Hadjar shook his head in an attempt to ward off the delusion. He even slapped himself on the forehead. However, this only resulted in him feeling an unpleasant, stinging sensation. What the hell? Hadjar couldn't believe his own eyes. He was staring at his hands, marveling at how they'd changed compared to what he'd grown used to over the past decade. There weren't any scabs, nor were there any abscesses or gray scars, only clean, healthy, dark skin that was covered in short, black hair. He then tossed his blanket aside. He didn't spare a thought about how it had even appeared there in the first place. With tears in his eyes, Hadjar wiggled his toes. The man now had strong, long legs. He bent his knees and, laughing while he cried, fell back on the bed. He spent nearly a quarter of an hour laughing hysterically. The laughter only died down toward the end of it, leaving him sobbing quietly. "South wind," Hadjar said in a low whisper. His teacher had given his life in order to help Hadjar be reborn. He'd done so selflessly, doing everything he could to help, expecting no reward. Another name was now on Hadjar's long list. Correction, a nameless face. Regardless, it was as high up on the list as Primus's own. One day the general's son would pay for his transgressions. Hadjar would make sure that the scholar could rest in peace. Sighing, Hadjar got up. That's when he realized that he was in a wooden hut. There was a bed against the wall of the small room he was in. Other than the bed, there was a homemade nightstand and a window made from a dried animal gallbladder. The house looked rather shabby, because in normal towns and cities, people could afford glass. Hadjar tried to take a step toward the door, but immediately fell down, gripping his knees tightly. Idiot, the young man rebuked himself. Sure, he had his legs again. However, for the last 10 years, he'd been walking around on wooden sticks, and was now suddenly much taller than he'd been before. He would likely have to learn how to walk again. At that moment, the door opened. More precisely, somebody tried to open it, hitting Hadjar on the head in the process. "Oh, I'm sorry," a warm voice said. It was like honey in his ears. "Why did you get out of bed?" A girl entered the room. Hadjar mentally rolled his eyes. Was it his fate to always have women nursing him? Or did someone in the sky get confused, and noticing that Hadjar was generally unlucky, had decided to give him some good fortune for a change? "I'll call my grandfather," the cute girl cooed, and ran off down the corridor. Well, that was unexpected. Hadjar whistled while trying to get up. He only managed to sit up and then lean his back against the wooden wall. "Status," Hadjar ordered. "Reconfiguring the interface. Error correction has been completed. Host's age, 9 days." Hadjar didn't really show any surprise, since he quickly puzzled it out. It was actually quite logical when he thought about it. Upon his rebirth in this world, the neuronet's age counter had returned to 0, and then began to track it from the beginning. It seemed as though Traves had done something to his body, and Hadjar had been reborn for the 3rd time. Or was it the 2nd time? He was rather confused by his obviously broken cycle of rebirth. Name, Hadjar. Level of cultivation, none. Strength, 0.7. Dexterity, 0.9. Physique, 0.8. Energy points, 0.3.
"What have you done, young man?" a Hercules asked as he came into the room.
Hadjar was unable to come up with any other names for this man. He was about 7 feet tall, and his shoulders were about 3 feet wide. His mighty hands could have easily turned Hadjar's head into pie dough. In one gentle motion, the man picked up the prince with ease and put him back on the bed. "Thank you, Honorable—"
"Robin," the gray-haired Hercules said. "Call me Robin, Wanderer."
Wanderer. Hadjar mulled the word over in his head. It sounded quite pompous, and yet it was no worse than prince. In any case, it was more mysterious. "How long have I been asleep for, Honorable Robin?"
"Just Robin,"
the old man corrected him with a slight reproach in his tone.
"We're common people here. We speak to each other without any formalities."
"Okay." The Hercules nodded. 10 days. We even wanted to send for Ganessa. She's our herbalist, a kind of scholar. We thought she could maybe cure you." Hadjar's hunch was now confirmed. So, the neuronet wasn't mistaken. He was indeed only 9 days old now. "Would it be possible for you to tell me where I am?"
"Of course, Wanderer." Robin continued to nod. "Everything's possible, but you know my name, and I don't know yours yet."
Hadjar mentally slapped himself for his foolishness. He wasn't used to offending people so easily, but in his defense, he'd just experienced another rebirth, however weird that might sound. "My name is Hadjar." The old man tilted his head to the side. Hadjar rolled his eyes. "Honestly, my name really is Hadjar."
"You have a very simple name, Wanderer."
"You have no idea, Robin." The prince emphasized the old man's name. "How often I hear that." The old man laughed, tugged at his beard with his mighty fist, and after going back out into the corridor, returned with a stool in his hands. It honestly wasn't much smaller than Haver's throne had been. Robin shushed his dark-haired granddaughter that was peeking around the corner. She giggled while covering her mouth and then rushed off into the street. The gust of wind that blew through the hut pleasantly tousled Hadjar's newly grown hair, but something else was the cause of his joy. He could hear his old friend's voice again, calling to him, guiding him somewhere toward the east.
"Please, go ahead and ask your questions, Wanderer Hadjar."
"Where am I?"
"In my house." Robin glanced around the room. "In my room. In the village."
"Is the village yours as well?"
"No, I'm simply a hunter here. The chief asked if anyone had some room to spare, and I did. We must help people when we can, Wanderer."
"Indeed," Hadjar agreed, especially since he'd been one of these people Robin was referring to.
"We found you in a cave by the lake that's about a 6-day walk from here," Robin went on. "Once you regain your strength, don't be surprised by all the people who will be whispering behind your back. There were never any caves near that lake. We pulled your body out of a rather unusual grotto. By the time we returned to the shore, the cave had disappeared again, covered in stones."
6 days away? So the hunters had dragged him on their backs for days, putting themselves and others at risk. "You should have left me behind." Robin immediately frowned at that.
"I don't know what kind of people you've met before, stranger, but people from our village don't behave in such a manner. Every person here sincerely believes that we need to look after everyone in our country. Otherwise, we won't survive."
"What about the army?" Hadjar asked, remembering that Primus would take people from the village and force them to work in the mine. The old man took a moment to think about it, and then laughed. He laughed for a long time, and quite sincerely to boot. His laughter made Hadjar bounce slightly. It wasn't out of fear, but because the bed was shaking.
"What army, Pilgrim Hadjar? Those rocks must have hit you on the head. The nearest town, which is Springtown, is a month away on foot, and that's assuming that you encounter no trouble going through the woods."
Springtown, where the brothel Innocent Meadow had been. But that's impossible. Even if he presumed that the fastest and most powerful river had carried him and he'd somehow survived it, he still couldn't have gotten that far. Unless, of course, Trave's cave, where Hadjar had been found, had magically appeared near the lake. "And which forest is this?" the prince asked.
"Just a forest," Robin shrugged. "There are mountains around it, just ordinary mountains. There are other villages as well. We trade with them sometimes. We live very peacefully here. We don't disturb anyone. We just hunt, fish, work the fields, and have children. We're simple people, stranger Hadjar."
He clenched his hands slightly as he said this. They were thick as a young tree trunk, the skin as tough as tanned leather, and the veins looked more like ropes. "What's that, then?" Hadjar nodded at Robin's hands. "Scars you earned plowing a field?"
"If someone with ill intentions tries anything, we don't allow them to disturb our peaceful way of life."
They stared at each other in silence for a long time. Hadjar finally nodded and lay his head back on the pillow. He understood what Robin meant. In addition, his credo made it so he'd have to return the favor. These people had put themselves at risk by helping him for no reason other than to help him. Hadjar wouldn't be able to sleep properly if he didn't thank them.
"Rest up. My granddaughter's name is Lyda. She's a good kid, a bit flighty but reasonable. Sleep well and recover your strength. I'll introduce you to the others later."
After that, Robin used the blanket to cover Hadjar and went out into the living room, gently shutting the creaky door behind him. Hadjar was alone. He lay there, staring out the window. Some clouds were floating in the sky. He didn't find them irritating anymore, probably because he was no longer so burdened. Hadjar could once again breathe deeply. Feeling alive for the first time in a long while, Hadjar got out of bed after 2 minutes. He fell, but gritting his teeth and leaning against the wall, he managed to somehow stand up on his wobbly legs. They barely obeyed him. He had to use all his strength in order to stand up straight. Hadjar came to the door and opened it.
"Robin," he shouted to the old man who'd gone outside, "do you have 2 wooden sticks? I'm tired of just lying in bed. Can I help you with something? I'm not used to doing nothing."
The old man turned around and smiled warmly at him. He seemed pleased. Chapter 23. 2 people were standing on a covered bridge that connected 2 high towers in the palace. A girl in a gold dress that fluttered in the wind was sitting on the railing. Her hair was the color of the midday sun, and her beautiful face reflected her melancholy mood. A tall young man stood beside her. His black hair lay across his shoulders, heavy bracelets covered his wrists, and along with his blue, expensive clothes, clearly showed that he was someone important.
"I told you, Elaine, that's what Dad decided. We can still ask him to change his mind," the princess insisted. "Do you really think that'll accomplish anything?"
He chuckled. The handsome young man was Aaron, Primus's son. "He'll just end up giving me a lecture about what I need to do and what my duty is. But he wants you to join the army, and what's wrong with that? He doesn't want me to be a scholar. He hates them, considers them to be spineless worms." They looked at the garden. The nameless tombstone, illuminated by the sun, stood near the lake. They'd never liked it, but the king hadn't allowed them to demolish it, no matter how much they asked. "Everything will be fine, Elaine." Aaron approached his sister and hugged her tightly. "I'll be back soon, scarred and decorated. And all the maidens will be yours." The princess smiled sadly, kissing her brother on the cheek. "You'll find yourself a fiancé, too."
"No, I won't."
Aaron laughed and let go of his sister. "It's not normal for you to not even be engaged at your age." "It's fine," Elaine snorted. "Not like I could ever be interested in any of the local weaklings. Should I bring you a general, then, when I return? And he'll bring a heap of whores and concubines with him. No thanks. You're too fussy. You're a fool. Goldilocks. Shorty." They argued jokingly for some time, and then grew quiet. Their faces were caressed by the east wind. Elaine covered her eyes slightly. The palace would be even more lonely after her brother left. All she'd have to keep her company would be her dreams. A lonely figure often appeared in them. It was a man, standing on a hill, his sword drawn, facing 1,000 ferocious warriors fearlessly. The figure was always as calm as the rocks beneath him. His clothes would flutter in the wind, a bottle tucked under his simple robe belt.
Rags wound around his feet were the only shoes he had, but despite all of that, the figure was majestic, like the rocks beneath him. Elaine, for some reason, felt a kinship with this figure. It was strange, but she kept waiting for him to come, and each day she felt that he was getting closer. The princess hoped that her wish would come true, and her betrothed would come for her, the one who the heavens themselves had decided she would be with. She heard bits of his name sometimes, in the wind. If she listened carefully, she could discern some of them. Jar. "Add one more stone, please," Hadjar asked the girl, who had surprisingly bright black hair. It was the color of a crow's wing or a moonless night. "Don't you have a lot already, Bull?" Lyda laughed. She used a mechanism Hadjar had built, easily bringing over and putting one more flagstone on his back. Hadjar grunted and continued to do push-ups. He'd spent the last week in the village, shocking the people with how rapidly he was recovering. He'd been able to relearn how to use his legs in just a week. With the help of long meditation, he'd gone further down the path of cultivation in this short period of time than during the 5 years he'd spent in the palace. His body responded to long, strenuous hours of exercise like it craved being pushed beyond its limits. With 6 flagstones weighing 20 pounds each, and Lyda, who hardly weighed more than 2 of the stones, on his back, Hadjar did 300 push-ups. Progress gained. Strength, 0.01. Physique, 0.07. The messages from the neural network motivated Hadjar even more. "Look, Bull's lifting Lyda again." The girls that were on their way to wash clothes in the creek laughed as they went past. The locals didn't call Hadjar Bull because of his might. There were much stronger people than him around. Some of them could turn a cobblestone into sand by just squeezing it. Hadjar had personally seen Robin amusing the village children by doing that. Hadjar got that nickname for his inability to be helpful. The villagers knew he'd been ill, and therefore didn't condemn him for staying behind when everyone else was working in the field, crafting, or helping the village in other ways. The former prince knew that it was wrong to not help them. He owed them his life, after all, and so one day he decided to help out in the rice fields. It was a disaster. Hadjar had had no idea that rice was planted in the water in straight rows without straightening one's back. That was why the prince had managed to screw up something that normally would be impossible for someone to screw up. The peasants thanked him for his eagerness to help, and then hurriedly escorted him far from the field. And when Hadjar tried to help the potters, well, it's best not to mention that at all. The prince was allowed to work on his recovery, given a not-too-offensive nickname, and never bothered again. "One more stone," Hadjar croaked out, while moving on to the next set of 100 push-ups. "As you wish, Bull," Lyda laughed, and as if on purpose, got off him way too suddenly. The prince's arms nearly buckled because of this, but he managed not to fall. He felt he was now in a better position than when he'd been training in the palace, and not because he'd been 6 then and was now almost 19. No, it was his body. It had changed a lot. His instincts had become sharper, his vision had improved greatly, his reaction time was much faster, and his strength was noteworthy now. What most people would have achieved after many years of training, Hadjar had gotten after a bit over a decade of suffering and one lucky coincidence. Lyda dragged another stone onto his back and then sat on the pile. "Is it true that you can play the ronja?"
Yes, he replied with difficulty.
Will you play it for me?
In the evening, he groaned out.
Great!
Lyda clapped her hands and jumped slightly. Hadjar groaned even louder at that, to the amusement of the people passing by. He mentally ordered the system to show him his status. Name, Hadjar. Level of cultivation, bodily nodes, 8th stage. Strength, 0.9. Dexterity, 1.1. Physique, 0.9. Energy points, 0.7. Despite his love of tables, Hadjar acknowledged the convenience of the default setting, so he left it that way. His characteristics had been growing at an astonishing rate in the first few days of training. Now they were improving at a much slower pace. Hadjar was doing push-ups, squats, and running because he was anxious to get acquainted with his new body and its capabilities, not purely for the improvements.
Wanderer,
the prince discerned his landlord through the sweat blurring his vision.
Would you like to fight?
Lyda, Hadjar's voice sounded hoarse.
Well then,
the girl sighed in mock annoyance, jumping off of him again. She removed the stone slabs one by one with the help of ropes, and Hadjar, his back creaking, stood up. He took a deep breath and began to warm up. He suddenly realized that he wasn't much shorter than Robin. Hadjar only came up to the man's chest, but that still meant that the prince was just shy of 6.5 feet tall. Haver would have been proud. He'd always dreamed of having a tall son. "I'm ready," Hadjar said with a nod. They went to the square. About once a week, the villagers measured their strength there. The locals checked how much they'd cultivated since last time, when the guys weren't just showing off for the girls, that is. It was spring, after all. Everyone was looking for a mate. They walked along one of the central streets. One of, you might ask? It being a village, usually even one street would be a point of pride, but don't forget that the village was small only by the standards of this world. There were, in fact, almost 150 houses in it, and several thousand people lived there. Hadjar understood how lucky it was that one of the many hunting squads had noticed him, and that the village chief, a thin old man, had allowed a stranger to stay in the village. The guys were already at the square warming up. Compared to them, the slender, elegant Hadjar looked like a reed amongst trees. Every single one of these young men looked like they could easily crush Hadjar with their bare hands. None of their physiques were inferior to Robin's, and many of them were even more muscular than him. In any case, each of them could have, without any Photoshop, been on the front page of a fitness magazine.
"Look, Bowl's here,"
the female spectators laughed.
"Hadjar!"
The young men, who sometimes joined the prince when he trained, waved to him. He waved back. Various boulders were rolled out to the central square. A handle had been carved in each of them, making them look like abnormally huge kettlebells. These kettlebells varied in size, from ones as large as a basketball to ones that were a yard in diameter. Hadjar hadn't seen anyone lift the biggest one yet. There wasn't an adept here that could hold 3 tons of weight above their head and stay upright.
"Let's begin."
Robin went first. Single guys usually tended to be the ones lifting the stones, as it was something of a local courting ritual. And besides his granddaughter, Robin was alone. He had lost his family in a forest fire. At first, he picked up the boulder weighing 45 pounds, and then he grunted and went for the one which was 10 times heavier. Groaning, he put it on his shoulders, and with a loud "Ugh!" he lifted it pretty high up and then dropped it to the ground immediately. The crowd applauded.
The atmosphere was competitive but very friendly. After the old man went, the other guys approached the stones one by one. Some of them lifted 220 pounds, while others lifted 330 pounds. Only a few of them could match Robin, and it was only later that 2 young men came to the 4th row of the stones and lifted the ones weighing 660 pounds. The girls rewarded them with especially enthusiastic applause and exclamations. Finally, it was Hadjar's turn. He spat on his palms and went to the 2nd row, where the stones weighing 220 pounds were placed. Groaning under the tension, he lifted the boulder and put it on his shoulders. He was sweating buckets and gnashing his teeth, but with a loud "Hoof!" he lifted it pretty high up and then dropped it to the ground immediately. The observers laughed and applauded a little. The locals believed that a boulder from the 2nd row could be lifted by a 10-year-old boy. Hadjar was supposed to begin with the 3rd row. Of course, none of them knew that Hadjar couldn't have held an empty basket a fortnight ago, so the speed of his progress and recovery was already abnormal by his standards. The prince's eyes were full of joy when he looked at his hands, which were trembling from the exertion. He felt alive again.
"You are recovering quickly, like a young dragon."
Robin gave the prince a pat on the back. The old man didn't know how right he was. The fact that a dragon's heart was actually beating in Hadjar's chest made him— What did that make him, he wondered. He needed to ask someone who knew more about these things. "But I'm not strong enough yet."
"Well, lifting the stones won't make you stronger. You need something else."
Hadjar turned to the old man. "What are you talking about, Robin?" the prince asked. Robin glanced at the guys standing behind him. They looked at each other and then nodded and smiled kindly at him.
"I've talked to the others. We're going hunting soon. It's not that we need an extra pair of hands, but you strike me as a smart guy. Would you like to join us?"
Join the local hunters? The hunters that kill animals which aren't lower than the 4th stage of the awakening of power? Animals that can crush the boulders from the 1st row with just a single blow of their paws? Of course I would. Chapter 24. "We're going hunting" meant, get ready to go right away. Hadjar and the old man returned to the hut. Immediately, Robin went to get his equipment, a light chain armor and a strong hunting bow. It wasn't as big as a military one, but it was bigger than the bows used by the nomadic tribes near the southern border. Hadjar paced near his bed for some time. All of his possessions amounted to his worn clothes, which he'd gotten from Senta, and what he'd gotten from Southwind. Unfortunately, the book had been destroyed by the river water, and Hadjar couldn't take the risk of using the talismans without knowing what they did, why they did it, and how. The map had miraculously survived. It didn't seem as simple as it had looked at first sight. He'd also kept the seal for the carriage. Hadjar didn't know why he had kept it, maybe as a way to remember someone dear to him.
"Here you are."
Robin threw a chain armor and a bunch of darts on the bed.
"My son used to wear this."
The old man didn't flinch at these words. Not that he was a heartless monster, just life here was like that. Common people rarely lived to be as old as him. There were very few resources available, and a lot was required to overcome the threshold and advance to at least the bodily rivers stage. Hadjar wore a simple shirt with the chainmail over it. It was a little too big for him, but it was better than being gored by a boar. Hadjar belted his wide strip of leather with a metal plaque, armed himself with darts, and left the living room. A crowd of more than 20 people had already gathered on the street. Hadjar knew some of them, but he rarely hung out with them. He wasn't particularly sociable.
"Today we shall go to distant streams,"
Robin began talking first. They were standing right in the middle of the street. The old man drew a small map on the sandy road by using a long stick.
"Irie saw deer traces there while he was with his brothers."
A mighty guy with scars all over his face came forward.
"They went to the north, to the depression of waterfalls."
"Is this herd big?" someone in the crowd of people that had gathered around asked.
"There are 200 of them there, or even more than that."
Whistles and whispers were heard.
"We'll capture the weakest ones,"
Robin told the people reassuringly.
"We won't be fighting the Alpha."
Hadjar shuddered. Fight the Alpha? It was a beast as strong as a heaven soldier.
"We'll take enough food for 2 weeks with us, track them down, and then count the number of those whose level is greater than the awakening of power. Do we need traps? No, we don't."
Robin pulled at his beard with a fist.
"Luke's squad saw boar tracks. If they fall into the traps during their migration, the whole forest will ring out with their squealing." "Shall we get a move on?"
Irie asked.
"Yes, let's get going."
Robin nodded. And so, a little more than 24 villagers, armed with inferior armor and swords, went hunting. They weren't going to hunt simple animals, but those that had the core of power. Hadjar hoped he could get a hold of at least one beast. They could easily be sold in the city.
"Are you afraid?"
Robin gave Hadjar another pat on the back. He was about to answer, of course, but surprisingly, he realized that he wasn't afraid. His heart was beating as steadily as always, and he was overwhelmed with excitement.
"No." "That's right. There's nothing to be afraid of. Always aim for the eye of the beast. And please, don't throw a dart if you aren't sure you won't snag the hide."
"Why do you need the hide?" Hadjar asked for the sake of making conversation.
"We can keep some for ourselves and sell the rest."
"Do you sell the hide to the inhabitants of the other villages?"
"Sometimes we do," Robin answered while chewing a blade of grass. "But more often than not, we sell the hide to some wandering merchants. There's this quirky guy from Springtown. He's a pipsqueak, but he knows all the trails in our forests. The most interesting thing is that he's never gotten any splinters or even scratches. A lot of people from our village have been wounded by wild animals. Some have drowned in the swamp, some have tripped on rocks or branches. But nothing's ever happened to this guy."
Hadjar looked at his chainmail once more. Well, now it was clear how the village had gotten their hands on some. It should be noted that the baths, mills, and water wheel on the creek were the only benefits of civilization to be found in these parts. Hadjar was very interested in the fun facts that the merchant might know, and he wondered when he would be coming around again. "When will he be visiting again?"
"In a month."
"A month isn't such a long time." Hadjar paused and began to ponder this. Robin looked at him, nodded, and went over to the other hunters. They approached the largest and most beautiful house in the village. It looked like the place where Hadjar had grown up. One would think that the chief lived there, but Hadjar had already seen the house of the local governor. He lived near the river, in a hut that was even smaller than the one belonging to Robin. The villagers followed a simple logic, according to which the best things were to be shared. It was some sort of medieval fantasy communism. A fat woman came out of the big house, which they used as both a warehouse and club, because they would hold feasts and wedding dances there sometimes. She asked about the supplies they needed and sent several hunters inside. They pulled out large, stitched leather bags. Then everyone was given a smaller bag filled with jerky, crackers, and a jar of water. Everything was evenly distributed among the people. The total food supply should be enough for 2 or 3 weeks. Next, Robin was given another bag full of different powders, as well as leaves and pills. He would take special care of the kit. The lives of his people depended on it. "Hadjar!" He heard a familiar voice behind him. The prince turned around and saw the black-haired Lyda standing before him. She was holding a basket and hurrying toward the stream to wash clothes and exchange gossip with the others. "Yes? Don't forget that you promised you would play for me." And after saying what she'd come over to say, she proudly sauntered off. She looked like a duchess. How amusing. Hadjar hurried along behind the group. They went out to a high stockade. There was even a watchtower there, and people were stationed on it and wishing them good luck. Then they came to the edge of the forest. The village was located on the bank of a stream, which resembled a proper river. They were surrounded by mountains. Perhaps that was what had saved the village and allowed its people to live in their own little world, cut off from the rest of civilization. The hunters stopped, pulled off the rags on their belts, and began to fashion their makeshift shoes. Hadjar did the same. They had no boots. They were useless in the woods. They would only do person harm, since they were made of heavy, tanned skin. They were smelly and made too much noise. They would scare away all the animals. Robin stopped to pray after he got dressed. An idol in the form of a horned bear stood at the gate. A bowl of honey and some berries were offered to it. With the preparations finished, the squad of hunters entered the endless forest. Chapter 25. When jogging, the average person might cover 3, even 6 miles. Then they take a taxi home, or they might do a lap around their local park. However, back on Earth, there are legends about African and Native American tribes whose inhabitants can run for weeks on end. Not too quickly, just a little faster than their usual walking speed. The locals, whose bodies were as hardy and powerful as young oaks, did things a little differently. They ran for many hours, at the kinds of speeds cars in cities managed, all in absolute silence. They were like the wind as they rushed beneath the canopy of trees. Naturally, at first, everyone kept looking askance at Hadjar. He charged through the forest like a rhino, almost knocking the trees down with his forehead. Then, using the navigation function of the neuronet, it looked like a ghostly arrow in front of his eyes, and applying his own understanding, he began to run more quietly. By the evening of the first day, eliciting yet more shocked whispers, he made as much noise as a snake on the hunt. It was difficult to even sense him. The people marveled at the wanderer's talent. Hadjar only smiled to himself. The master had taught him a lot. He only had to remember it. And the dragon heart beating in his chest was doing something to him. Hadjar didn't understand what just yet, but he felt it. In the evening, after running a distance that was inconceivable by the standards of a person from his world, but trifling by the standards of the local hunters, the squad stopped for the day. They climbed up to the second tier of the forest, below the crowns of the trees, but still not on the ground. After they'd secured themselves to the mighty branches and ate a little of what they'd brought in their bags, the people fell asleep, still as silent as before. Talking while hunting was seen as something only a complete layman would do, and so they talked rarely, and only by using various hand signs. Each of them knew their business well, and Hadjar just tried to keep up. Fortunately, thanks to his new legs and body, he found it easy to do.
A couple of times he was pleasantly surprised by the messages of the neural network informing him about the scant increases in his physique. After everyone fell asleep, Hadjar checked whether the straps were holding him tightly, closed his eyes, and concentrated. Once again, he felt the particles of energy in the air. As usual, he reached out toward them with his mind and soul and began to breathe them in and out, just like an ordinary person would air. With each breath, the nodes in his body would burn slightly. When the fever became unbearable, Hadjar held his breath and, mustering all his willpower, pushed the energy in the direction of the syncoput, the last point in his body that was still closed. The power began to shift around like a hot whirlpool and pierced the gates that had been closed since birth. Thus, Hadjar was able to break through to the last, 9th stage of the bodily nodes. To reach this stage by the age of 19 was unimpressive, even by the standards of Lydas. However, thanks to the dragon, he was now less than a month old. Status: Name: Hadjar. Level of cultivation: bodily nodes 9th stage. Strength: 0.95. Dexterity: 1.15. Physique: 0.95. Energy points: 0.8. Hadjar had changed the settings once again, deciding to display the steps he'd reached within the stages in numbers. The message took up less space this way. It looked like something from an augmented reality device, but was still pretty annoying. That's why Hadjar tried to use the neuronet as little as possible. He was pleased with the increase in his stats and the fact he'd managed to progress to the next stage. He easily fell asleep. The next 4 days followed a simple routine: run, halt, run, sleep, run, halt. Then it all came full circle. Any other group would have lost their minds by now, but the hunters, who'd covered almost 1,000 miles in 4 days, had only warmed up. Finally, something interesting happened. Robin gave the signal. His upraised fist meant stop. They were in a small clearing. The old man squatted down, ran his hand over the grass, and then made several hand signs. Herd, nearby, 2 hours. Run. One of the hunters came forward. He also used the hand signs that Hadjar had entered into his database beforehand and could now read easily. Hours? I don't know. Herd. Deer. I'm thinking. There was no democracy in the group, only harsh totalitarianism. What the leader of the hunt commanded was carried out. They had no time or desire to argue. Finally, Robin punched his open palm 3 times. This signal meant getting started. The hunters moved from a gallop to a light trot. They took their bows off their shoulders and nocked arrows. Looking alert, they moved strictly downwind of the herd. Armed with one of the darts, Hadjar followed them. The farther north they went, the more clearly Hadjar could hear the sound of falling water. Tree, crown, scout, Robin showed. He pointed to Hadjar, and they climbed a tall, deciduous tree. It was almost as tall as a 10-story house. After getting through the thick crown, the prince turned his face toward the east wind. Taking a moment to enjoy himself, feeling refreshed, he opened his eyes and nearly fell. Not because of the vast expanse of the valley that was covered in thick vegetation. The endless sea of green was lined with blue veins, a huge number of streams and rivers. Some of them formed waterfalls that plunged into ponds and lakes, then ran farther down until they merged into a single, enormous body of water. Billions of tons of water fell onto a huge giant that was embracing the waterfall. Dead, the smiling Robin signaled immediately. Who?
The old man tried to show him something, then waved his hand and got as close as possible to Hadjar.
"The ancient Titan," he said in a whisper, "the lord of this valley. The legends say that he was once so powerful that he lifted a mountain with one hand and threw it into the sky, where it remains to this day. And below, he created our valley."
"The one where you hunt?" The old man smiled.
"The one where our kingdom is located, and more besides."
Hadjar looked at the ancient creature again. He noticed that it had turned to stone long ago. The legend was most likely untrue, but the giant, who was the size of the famous tower in Dubai, still inspired awe. "Look," Robin signaled, pointing at something. In the meadows on the edge of the forest, a herd of deer grazed. You could only ever see such beasts in pictures. They were all mighty and stately, much larger than their ordinary relatives. The weakest ones were still a higher level than Robin. The fallow deer were beautiful. Slender and graceful, they looked like arrows that had been shot from a bow. Robin came down first, followed by Hadjar.
"Herd, ours, the first, scare."
Robin signaled as briskly as if he were speaking the sign language from Earth. At the same time, he drew something on the ground with an arrowhead.
"They'll run. We'll cut off. Old ones, weak ones. Don't disturb the alpha."
With a glance, the old man asked the people around him if everything was clear. The hunters responded with quick nods. Robin jabbed his finger at Hadjar.
"Look, stay close."
That was an order that Hadjar didn't intend to disobey. The old man took out a bundle from the first aid kit and handed it to the guy with the scar on his face, who moved the fabric aside to reveal a small, shimmering stone. It was too big and too alive to be agate. Hadjar felt the potent energy emanating from the stone. It wasn't the same as the one in the air, but it was still energy. Having tied the strange object around an arrow, the scarred man, Eerie, who had also been the one to find the herd, ran ahead. After patiently waiting for the wind to change direction, he came out of the bushes and fired the arrow. It flew at least 500 yards and landed next to the herd. The deer with the best senses raised their heads but didn't smell anything. Eerie had already hidden in the foliage. Hadjar looked inquiringly at the old man, but he wasn't paying attention to the newcomer. After a couple of minutes, something in the meadow growled. Hadjar's heart sank, even if he wasn't afraid. The ghostly figure of a gigantic wolf appeared from the stone that had been tied to the arrow. Damn! It was the size of a house, and its aura was the same as the imperial governor's. The wolf leader, whose spirit the hunters had called forth, snarled and rushed at the deer. Fleeing from its ghostly fangs, they rushed toward the forest immediately, where the hunters were waiting for them. The wolf leader growled for just a couple more moments. His spirit disappeared after 2 heartbeats, but the frightened deer were still running frantically toward the safety of the forest and hills.
"In the eyes,"
Robin signed. Climbing up onto the tree branches, the hunters began to fire one arrow after another. The herd, mad with fear, ran farther and farther without noticing that some of them were falling behind. The oldest and weakest ones. The well-aimed shots took them down easily. None of the arrows missed their mark. Every single one hit them exactly in the eyes. The hunters loosed their arrows calmly. They used their sturdy, heavy bows skillfully and with practiced ease. The bows were small, but still required enough strength to use that not every royal archer would have been able to fully pull them back. When 10 deer fell to the ground, Robin raised his fist, signaling for everyone to stop. There was no point in killing more deer than they could safely carry back to the village, and it could also attract. Suddenly, a human cried out, and the place where Eerie had been sitting in ambush erupted in a column of fire 6 feet tall and 2 feet wide. Hadjar had to close his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, he saw a gigantic deer towering over the burnt remains of Eerie. It was 7 feet at the withers. His majestic horns were adorned with the roaring scarlet flame. The beast was at the alpha stage, and he had come to avenge the fallen members of his herd. "Look out!" Robin shouted. But it was too late. The rest of the deer, apparently obeying their alpha's orders, had surrounded the clearing. They lowered their horns and stood fast, ready to impale anyone brave enough to try and get past their barrier. Who are the hunters here? Hadjar asked himself as he shifted his grip on the dart he was holding. Doesn't look like it's us. Chapter 26. Without hesitation, Robin shot 3 arrows at once. Well, not literally at once, of course. He still released them one by one. Each of them was aimed at vital areas, the beast's eyes and heart. Snorting, the deer stomped. 3 fireballs coalesced from the flames circling around its horns. They evaporated the old man's arrows as they flew forward. "Move!" he shouted and pushed Hadjar away. The fireballs crashed into a tree, burning several holes through it. With a loud bang, the leafy giant teetered and then collapsed, right on Robin's leg. He roared like a wounded bison. "Run!" he shouted, the pain clear in his voice. But none of the hunters moved to do so. Instead, each of them loosed 2 arrows. The 40 arrows flying at the deer at once hid it from Hadjar's view. The prince hoped that this was enough to bring down the alpha, but it had other plans. The deer reared up and then sent the entire column of fire outward. It burned through all the arrows and kept going. Some of the hunters didn't take cover fast enough, and now their scorched remnants lay on the ground. Someone let loose a cry full of pain and despair. Dart in hand, a young man jumped forward, lunging toward the beast frantically. Hadjar recognized him. It was one of Eerie's 3 brothers. Turning around, the deer struck the man's chest with its back legs. The force of the impact doubled the man over and sent him flying. He hit a stone that was 5 yards away with a horrific crunch. A fountain of blood erupted from his throat. The dead body twitched a little and then stilled. A heavy silence descended on the clearing. The deer snorted as it looked at the terrified people surrounding it. Rearing up again, it shook the earth with a powerful stomp, and the horned beasts began to move inexorably toward the center. Watching as the hunters shot arrows and burned in the fire, Hadjar couldn't understand it. He couldn't understand why he was standing still. With a loud hoot, he threw one of his darts. It flew like a stone, launched from a sling, but that wasn't enough to break through the barrier of fire. "Damn it!" Hadjar swore, watching as one more hunter fell to the ground. The cries of the man, powerless against the alpha's flame, echoed in Hadjar's head. "Run!" He barely heard Robin's voice through the noise. The old man looked at the prince with a sad, regretful look. At that moment, Hadjar realized which fire had killed Robin's son, and why he'd been so glad that they'd come across the herd of deer. The old man wanted revenge. Gripping his last dart tightly, Hadjar paused to steady himself before throwing it. He knew that he wasn't accurate. In training, he'd been able to hit a coin with a sword while standing 3 steps away. Of course, he'd been using a sword then, not a dart. Suddenly, Hadjar remembered an image he'd all but forgotten. The master, standing before his disciples. He was armed with only a stick, but nevertheless could have used it at a level far beyond Hadjar's capabilities. The prince looked at the dart in his hand once again. It wasn't a sword. However, that didn't matter. He was about to face his death. The important thing was that he did so with his head held high, bravely, no chickening out, no hiding or screaming. His name was Hadjar Duran. He had spent 10 years dreaming about finding a cure. He had found it. Many people had sacrificed their lives to help him. He wouldn't allow this beast with fiery horns to end his life. He didn't care about what his weapon was, a sword or a dart. It was all the same. As long as he could hear the call of the wind, he would keep fighting. Hadjar pulled an iron arrowhead out of a nearby nest. Then he used it to whittle at the dart, shaping it. Holding the stem of the dart, he calmly stepped out in front of the deer. He heard Robin's desperate shouts in the background. The closer Hadjar got to the enemy, the more he felt the heat of the flame. With each step forward, the beast seemed to become larger and more menacing. The alpha snorted, and the other deer stopped approaching. It's important to note that at the alpha stage, the beast had sufficient intelligence, even if it wasn't as smart as a human, to realize what was happening. Perhaps, after another 1,000 years, the deer would have progressed further along the path of cultivation and been able to speak, but luck hadn't been on its side. It had been unfortunate enough to come across a strange, two-legged monster. Hadjar's eyes, as blue as the cloudless sky, didn't show an inkling of fear, only his resolve and an all-consuming fury. And so the alpha, upon noticing the look of a worthy opponent, took a step back, startled. Realizing that it had just shown it was afraid, the deer reared up and sent 4 fireballs at Hadjar. Duke Valen, Earl Vaslia, Primus, the governor, Viscount, Hadjar whispered the only prayer he knew, the prayer that he'd come up with. It was his battle cry. He wouldn't let some deer get between him and justice. He hadn't gotten to bury his parents yet. He hadn't found his sister. It was too early for Hadjar to die. The fireballs left a heat haze in their wake as they flew toward Hadjar. The hunters were shouting about something, but Hadjar paid them no mind. His homemade sword didn't waver. Making it look effortless, he dived under the first, and then avoided the second fireball. He turned on his heel, skipping over the third one, and barely swinging the dart, struck with the sword. It was weak, not even ghostly, a barely perceptible gust of wind. But it was enough to cut the fireball in half. Hadjar let the 2 halves of the fireball pass by him on either side. His heart was racing. His blood boiled. He could fight again. He could breathe again. After so long, he was alive again. His blue eyes lit up, and the deer howled with rage and fear. The beast lowered its head and launched a burst of fire as wide as the torso of an adult man from its horns. It was the most powerful attack it was capable of. Hadjar crouched slightly and then suddenly rushed forward. He vanished into thin air, leaving only a black mark behind, leaping over the flames with perhaps an inch of clearance, and feeling his chainmail heating up. He held on to his sword tightly, and when he landed in front of the deer, he swung upward with his blade while straightening his body. The hunters, who couldn't believe that a man was capable of moving so smoothly and quickly at the same time, thought that they'd heard a roar accompanying the sword strike. The hunters and silent deer both felt the blood freeze in their veins upon hearing that roar. It was the roar of a dragon. The wounded alpha ran back toward the forest, leaving the meadow covered in its blood. It had been foolish to hope that a practitioner whose cultivation was at the bodily nodes stage would be able to defeat an alpha, but he'd been able to hurt it, and scare it off. The nearby people had only heard the roar of a lord of the heavens, but the beast had seen the Lord itself. It had seen the flame of power behind those deep blue eyes, and had felt the fang lurking in the sword strike, a fang that could cleave mountains in two. The other deer ran away, following after their leader. Exhausted, Hadjar slowly lay down on the grass. He spread his arms out to the side and stared at the boundless sky. The sword in his hand crumbled into dust, unable to withstand the force that had been channeled through it. Duke Valen, Earl Vaslia, Primus, the Governor, Viscount, he repeated, almost inaudibly, and closed his eyes. He didn't even have enough strength left to breathe, but he could still hear the mighty serpent growling somewhere in the depths of his chest, near his heart. Chapter 27. Hadjar awoke with a shout and reached for his sword. Instead, he grabbed someone's wrinkled hand and not the makeshift blade he'd wielded previously.
"I'm too old to fall for such tricks, stranger,"
a hoarse, raspy voice told him. The prince turned his head. Amber eyes stared back at him. He was tied up, lying in a large bed in the living room of a rather impressive house. In any case, this room was far more spacious than Robin's entire house had been. The old woman was sitting by the bed, slathering a fragrant green goo on his burns. She looked like any other forest witch, fat, with a sharp nose, wearing clean, well-kept clothes with visible patches on them. There was a wardrobe filled with numerous clay jars behind the sorceress. Hadjar saw a variety of medicines he was familiar with inside the wardrobe, marked with the familiar hieroglyphs. The prince inhaled the odor of the goo, recognizing the sharp, slightly putrid smell. Swamp ointment, healing properties low. "Is that swamp ointment?" he asked. The witch looked up. He shivered slightly at her glance. She was a kind of stereotypical forest witch.
"What's your name, smart-ass?"
the old woman asked him, speaking clearly and precisely, unlike the other villagers. Hadjar. She just shook her head.
"Your name is too dangerous these days."
She was obviously not one of the natives, and her house was situated on the outskirts, outside the village stockade. "Is your name Ganessa?"
"You're a quick-witted one."
Despite her age, the healer's movements were strong and quick. She easily bandaged his hands and right thigh.
"How do you know about the ointment?"
Hadjar stared at the old woman for a while. She finished bandaging his burns, got up and walked over to the wardrobe, where she put away the rest of the ointment. It was a rather rare medicine. It would be possible to buy a horse in the city for 1/10 of what Ganessa had just stored. Scholars manufactured all of the healing concoctions, and there were a lot fewer of them than the practicing warriors. Learning how to do it took too long and was too difficult. "My teacher told me about it." Hadjar had no reason to lie.
"Teacher?"
Ganessa was wiping her hands with a rag towel as she spoke.
"Did the river bring you here?"
"How did you guess?" The witch smiled. She came over to a homemade table. To be fair, everything there was homemade, and picked up a bowl of delicious soup. She handed it, along with a spoon, to Hadjar, and then sat down again.
"It brought me here, too. It's brought many people to this and the other villages in the valley. Sometimes I even think that it takes away those who have been rejected by the outside world, the runaways, the poor, the ones with broken hearts. They are healed here."
Ganessa looked out the window and smiled at the midday sun.
The forest heals them.
That's right. The word forest was written with a capital letter. She'd pronounced the word forest with a lot more respect than the natives had. Hadjar touched his chest. It was hard to argue with the sorceress. His heart really had been broken.
"I won't ask you to be my disciple," she said suddenly. "You have another fate, stranger Hadjar, one tied to wielding a sword."
She looked at him so pointedly that only an idiot wouldn't have understood. The wise woman knew. But how?
"The merchant told me about it many times years ago," she said,
answering his unasked question.
"And then Lida came back one day, saying that the river had brought a newcomer. Then 2 worn-out hunters came out of the forest with a wild story. Eerie and his brothers were dragged back in body bags. We asked the hunters what had happened, and they told us about the Alpha, about the heroism of the stranger, and of course you and Robin were carried back to me on stretchers."
"Does anyone else know?" Hadjar asked. He appeared calm. He was eating soup and talking peacefully with the harmless old lady, but he was ready for anything. He'd already found at least 4 escape routes out of this room, and a few items that he could use as weapons.
"Do you mean the natives?" Ganessa laughed. "I love them, of course, but they're like pets. They're simple, harmless. They'll never guess the truth."
Hadjar remembered the powerful bodies of the native men and the explosive tempers of the women. He could have argued with the healer, but said nothing. Regardless of the situation, it was always better to listen more than you spoke.
"I'm so sorry about your parents, Hadjar."
Ganessa took the empty bowl from him.
"I didn't know them. I was just a simple student of the scholar back then. The royal treatments were beyond me, but they were good people. Yes, the kingdom had been poor under their rule, but the people were happy. And now—"
She waved her hand as if to dismiss the thought, stood up, and took out another jar that was full of simple forest berries. The witch offered them to Hadjar, and when he refused, began to eat them with gusto. The natives' way of life could probably still affect even the most enlightened people.
"The merchant said that there are no settlements left in the south, and the cities are empty. All the people have been taken to mine. Is that true?"
"It's true," Hadjar nodded. "Primus signed a treaty with the Darnassus Empire, which is at war with the Laskin Empire. If Primus delays the delivery of ore even a little, we'll be wiped off the map. A legion of Imperial soldiers has been stationed in our country."
"The warlord has his reasons. Surely you can sympathize."
"I can." Hadjar felt furious.
"Yes, calm yourself, prince without a crown."
Her amber eyes lit up.
"Or do you not know the story of what happened 15 years ago, when your father and uncle went off to yet another war?"
Hadjar stood still. Even if he wanted to, he could never forget the day his parents died. What had his father said before he died? It was an accident. What's the story? What happened at the border? Ganessa paused and then shook her head.
"I mustn't tell you. I didn't see it for myself. My teacher had been a military doctor back then. One of the injured officers told him. One of the commanders had told that story to the officer, and my teacher's maid told it to me. I don't know how much truth and how much falsehood was in that story, but know this. Your uncle had a good reason for what he did."
"What?" The sorceress was about to say something, but then she smiled slyly instead.
I'm a witch of the forest, aren't I? She slapped her knees. You'll find everything out on your own, Hadjar. And now, take this.
She pulled out another drawer that had a lot of parcels inside. They resembled the one Eerie had tied to an arrow and shot near the deer. She pulled one out and put it on the table next to Hadjar's bed. He immediately concentrated and felt the aura emanating from it. It was the aura of a beast at the alpha stage. Such a stone would cost at least 500 gold coins in the city. It was a huge amount of money, even for a nobleman. However, these stones weren't used for trade around here. They were used in hunting. "I can't accept that," Hadjar protested immediately. The villagers had already done too much for him. The fact that he'd helped the hunters had just been payback, nothing more.
"Accept this gift, stranger."
Ganessa slammed the drawer shut and pushed it back under the bed.
"I told you, the people here are simple. Don't offend them with your refusal. They wouldn't understand your reasons."
Hadjar sighed and nodded. It would be stupid to deny that he wanted to have the stone. It would greatly increase his chances of breaking through to the next stage, the stage of the bodily rivers. He would have to open his meridians and allow energy to circulate through his body in order to open up new horizons.
"I want to give you one bit of advice before we part, Prince Hadjar."
The witch stood at the door, her head turned away.
"Don't seek revenge. It'll burn you from the inside until there's nothing left and you're a shell of your former self, wandering the world."
Don't seek revenge? For his father's death? For his mother, who died in his arms? For his sister, who still didn't know what had happened? For the 10 years he'd spent living as a persecuted freak? For the people who'd spent all this time enslaved? For a country that had become not even a vassal, but a slave to the Empire? "I'm not looking for revenge." Hadjar could hardly restrain his fury. Ganessa took a step back because his blue eyes were blazing with the force of his wrath. "I'm not going to the capital for revenge. I'm going there for justice."
"There is no justice in this world, Prince. And if there are other worlds, then there is no justice there either. People don't know how to be fair."
Hadjar chuckled and lay back on his cushions. The wise woman shook her head with a heavy sigh and walked out the door. Maybe people didn't know how to be fair, but Hadjar strongly doubted that, after recent events, he was still a man. In any case, his heart was clearly from another tribe. Chapter 28. Hadjar rested and slept until the evening, and then decided to work on his cultivation. He sat down in the lotus position, crossed his fingers, and began to breathe evenly. He absorbed more and more energy with each breath, a lot more than he could have managed back when he'd lived in the palace. It could have been the result of growing older, his body getting stronger naturally, or maybe it was because of the dragon heart. It was useless for him to try and guess his own age. The neural network stubbornly kept track of it only from the day Traves had died and Hadjar had been reborn. The prince continued to breathe. The amount of energy in his nodes kept increasing. It burned and raged in every center and at every point he'd opened during his training. Someone's talent for cultivation was determined by how long they were able to keep the power contained in these bodily nodes. The longer a person was able to hold the power in, the more they were capable of improving their martial arts. Hadjar had never achieved much in this field. His talent had always been below average. That changed for the better, of course, after his rebirth, but not by very much. Now he could hold more power, but there were still many practitioners, even in the palace, among the children of the nobles, who could surpass him in this art. The dragon hadn't been able to produce a miracle, and Hadjar was still totally average, even if a bit above pure mediocrity. The energy kept accumulating. The burn of it grew more painful by the second. It raged in his nodes violently and chaotically. His body felt like he was on fire. Sweat was pouring from his forehead. If someone had come into the room at that very moment, they would have seen clouds of steam rising from the body of the young man sitting on the bed. But no matter how much it hurt, Hadjar continued to absorb energy from the world around him. He knew that if he stopped the process of evolution at that moment, the energy would burn through his inner body, setting his cultivation back by a couple of months at least. That was the reason why many practitioners hesitated, the fear of failing to transition from one level to another. After all, it was relatively easy to go from one stage of the bodily nodes to another. The same could even be said about the transformation level. Who would want to revert back to the initial stage of the Heaven Soldier for a whole decade after feeling its very peak? That's why the practitioners needed a variety of resources. They helped them cross the boundaries of the levels without fear of rollback. There was an endless struggle for these resources. Of course, the core of the Alpha Stage beast was not the most coveted of trophies, but it could still help Hadjar. Therefore, when his nodes were overwhelmed by the energy and seemed as if they might collapse at any moment, the prince reached for the parcel. He felt the power of the beast's aura. After Hadjar managed to withstand the blow, he took another breath. This time, he didn't draw on the energy of the world, but the power coming from the beast core. And if the energy that was always present around him could be considered peaceful and calm, the one that rushed to answer the call of the core, it was fierce and not at all malleable. It didn't want to quietly assimilate into his nodes. It raged at them like a storm. It was battering the walls of the nodes, tearing them apart, inflicting hellish torment upon him. Hadjar still kept quiet. He only clenched his teeth tightly, summoned up all his courage, and began to pull in the energy that answered the call of the beast core. The prince manipulated the energy in the decaying thread and tried to push it into his body. He did it over and over, once, twice, 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. Another flash of agonizing pain, and a new round of struggling with the power of the beast awaited him after each failure. Hadjar thought about only one thing, whether the power contained in the core would be enough. He could not afford to fail. He spent the whole night struggling to advance, but by morning he'd finally succeeded. A thin blue thread flickered within his body, and energy now flowed through it from his nodes. Hadjar, exhausted, fell back on the bed. The pain gradually receded. He felt immensely proud at the fact he'd succeeded, and he also felt a lot stronger than before. "Status," Hadjar groaned out. The prince could see, in digital form, the things that other people could only feel. It was his little advantage. Name, Hadjar. Level of cultivation, bodily rivers, 1. Strength, 1.1. Dexterity, 1.3. Physique, 1.01. Energy points, 1.7. Hadjar read the message from the neural network. There was nothing unusual and extraordinary to be found. Surely there should have been more. "What?" Hadjar exclaimed, instantly jumping up out of bed. He read it again, and again, and again, but he hadn't been mistaken. His energy points were pathetically low. At some point, Hadjar realized that those were really his stats and burst out laughing. "You're a damn dragon," he thought to himself, and laughed. "So that's what you meant, you winged bastard. Damn you to hell." What a pathetic sight. Any normal practitioner of the bodily rivers would have had at least 1.5 times more energy at the first stage. The master had told him that such a practitioner should have been able to use the scorched falcon technique almost 5 times. Hadjar wouldn't be able to use even the fried sparrow thrice. He was almost 1.5 times weaker than any other, even the most unlucky practitioner. Hadjar shrugged off the message after he recovered. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. It's better than being crippled, and who said it would be easy? Even if he had 10 times less power, he would still have arms and legs and a good head on his shoulder. He wouldn't complain. He would keep plowing ahead, never slowing down. Writhing in pain from his aching wounds, Hadjar left Ganessa's house. She'd already gone off somewhere. He reached the village by following the trail. Fortunately, there weren't any wild animals in this part of the forest. The ones that were so powerful that they could have leveled the village to the ground weren't interested in this settlement and its inhabitants. They were busy fighting for territory and resources, all sorts of magical roots, herbs, and stones, just like humans. The whole world was constantly struggling to gain more power. If the piece of music titled 6 Moments Before Life was true, then, in Hadjar's opinion, the native gods had created a very ugly system. "Hadjar!" As soon as he went through the gate, the villagers ran up to him. "How are you? Have your wounds healed? Was Ganessa really scary? Will you have lunch with us? Let's go to the river." People swarmed him, eager for his attention. Hadjar was no longer a wanderer or bull after what the hunters had told them. Now he was one of them, someone who had risked his life for the others. There were husbands, sons, grandsons, and fathers that hadn't died in the forest thanks to him. Hadjar smiled. It had been a long time since he'd felt like he belonged anywhere, like someone who would always be welcome. "I've promised to play the ronja," he reminded Lyda. "Then let's go to the meadow. You can play for everyone there." And so the crowd moved toward the creek, everyone voicing their approval in a hum. In the meantime, on the other side of the village, the merchant had arrived. He was leading a donkey loaded with bales behind him. He kept his goods and other various knickknacks in those bales, but apart from them, he also had news from the outside world. Chapter 29. In the evening, some of the men from the village gathered in the central square by the fire. There were about 70 people present, sitting on the makeshift log benches. This was the local council that ruled the village, second only to the chief in authority. There were no women there. The natives hadn't heard anything about feminism, and the enlightened customs of the outside world didn't matter in this village. They lived according to an ancient creed. The husband says it, his wife does it. As for the women, they did their best to subtly set their obnoxious husbands on the right path. Hadjar, who'd never really gotten a chance to do something like this back on Earth, was content. He was feeling particularly comfortable thanks to the pipe of strong tobacco he'd bought from the merchant. However, the reason why this meeting had been called was the merchant, and not the men's desire to sit around and smoke. The pipe was the only thing Hadjar had bought, apart from an inferior, rusty sword. He'd gotten a whole deerskin after the hunt as part of his reward. He'd bought a sword and a pipe with the money he'd earned from the sale of the skin, and received a few silver coins as change. Hadjar had often smoked back on Earth because it had been one of the few activities that his body was capable of. In this new world, he'd managed to forget about the habit, but now he could afford to start smoking again because his practicing body had the endurance needed to do so safely. After thanking Robin for the honor of being allowed to attend the council, he sat there, silently smoking and inspecting the sword lying on his knees. Honestly, the misshapen hunk of metal was unworthy of even being called a kitchen knife, but since he didn't have anything better... Robin sat down carefully, due to his bandaged foot, setting aside something that was all too familiar to Hadjar. It was a wooden crutch, similar to the ones that had replaced his legs for a long time. "You live in a blessed place. It's much better than the outside world," the merchant said, wiping at his lips with his sleeve. He was small, with a sparse beard, slim as a rake, wiry, and had bright eyes. He looked like one of the pickpockets Hadjar had seen plenty of at the fair. "What's going on out there?" the chief decided to ask immediately. The old man, despite his deceptively simple appearance, was tenacious and meticulous, as a ruler should be, delving into all the details and not leaving anything to chance. He approached this the same way he'd gone about training Robin, who was to take his place in the future. Hadjar learned about all this from the villagers with whom he'd spent the whole day. When night fell, everyone went home to try and show off their new purchases. "War," the merchant replied immediately. "Admittedly, there's always a war going on out there, but this time His Majesty is very angry. The Empire won't help him, so he's gathering troops to fend off the nomads." "Are they attacking from the south?" Hadjar asked, after raising his hand. No one took any liberties here. Everyone could only speak after the elder's permission. "From the south, yes," the merchant agreed. "They attacked from the south before, but now they're attacking from the east, coming down from the mountain tops. There are no imperial legions stationed there, so they come in and freely rob, rape, burn, and ravage the settlements." "And what about the king?" the elder asked. "They say that the king even sent his own son to join the army. He doesn't love him, but he adores his daughter. People tell amazing tales about her clothes and servants." "The king has a daughter?" Hadjar raised his hand again and asked, feeling confused. "Don't you know anything, kid? For sure he does. She's the most beautiful girl in the kingdom. Her hair is pure gold, her eyes are like emeralds, her skin is whiter than snow. And if she's wielding a sword, you're better off burying yourself in the ground than facing her. Everybody's waiting for the day when Elaine becomes a heaven soldier." Hadjar choked on the smoke he'd inhaled, dropped his sword, cutting himself on it, and then barely managed to ask his question. "Sorry, merchant. What?" "Yes, you heard right. Everyone expects her to become a heaven soldier. Primus has hired teachers from the Empire and used the best resources to help her advance to that stage." "No, you don't understand," Hadjar interrupted him. "What's her name?" "Elaine." Elaine. Was it really his sister? No, absolutely not. Why would Primus adopt someone who could one day stab him in the back? But why then did Hadjar feel that it was really her, deep in his heart? How could she have forgotten their mother and father? But the description of her hair and eyes fit. It was all exactly as he remembered. His beloved, flighty little sister was now the daughter of Primus. No, he couldn't believe it, but his heart told him he'd be wrong to deny it. "So, right now, they're actively recruiting people for the army." And again, Hadjar flinched. "Do many people join the army?" he asked. "Enough of them do," the merchant shrugged, gratefully accepting another bowl of stew. After all, he would be setting out toward a new village tomorrow.
There are a lot of people who sign up to ensure that they and their families definitely won't be taken to the mine. They'll also be paid better than most can hope for. The food is decent. They will even be given a chance to advance further in stages, if they have the talent to do so. And accordingly, they'll be rewarded with promotions. What kind of soldier doesn't dream of becoming a general? The merchant laughed, and Hadjar pondered his words. How long will they be recruiting for? Well, the recruitment will be completed at the end of the month. The nearest station is in Springtown. I don't think they'll take you, young man. You're too sleek. You look like you've never even held a sword in your hands before. It's necessary to pass an exam once you get there. Your level must be no lower than the 6th stage, and the nodes must be no older than 18 years. The other men looked at each other and grinned. No one told the stranger about Hadjar's recent deeds. Meanwhile, he was estimating if he could make it. Less than 3 weeks remain, and according to Robin, I need more than a month to travel on foot to Springtown, even without any trouble along the way. Elaine. Hadjar stood on a cliff, wrapped up in a cloak Robin had given him. He looked at the water streaming from the cliff, deep in thought. He wondered what lay ahead. How could he find justice in this harsh world? How could he bring peace to the spirits of his father and mother, whose bodies had been buried in the middle of nowhere? He could become a mercenary and work for many different people in the hope that someday he would be able to do more than just mention the king in his prayer. And then he would break through the palace guard after hundreds of years of training. This was a very dangerous idea, but it could be implemented. But there was another way, much more difficult and bloody, but a lot faster. He could have gone to... "Are you thinking about what you should do?" Robin walked up to him quietly and asked. Hadjar almost fell off the cliff in surprise. "Yeah, I am," he nodded. The old man, groaning from fatigue, stood next to him. "You'll go to join the army," the old man didn't ask, but claimed. "I remember how much you don't like soldiers. Why you're going there is a mystery to me, but I'll tell you something. No matter what you have to do there, no matter how hard your journey is, I know you'll get through it. And when you're done with all that..." Robin turned and hugged Hadjar so tightly that the younger man felt his bones crack. "You know you have a home here. You will always be welcome here, and there will always be a bed and a hut ready for you to use. Don't get lost, Hadjar. We'll be waiting for you." The prince hugged the villager back, swallowed the unwelcome lump in his throat, picked up the bag he'd packed, and set forth through the forest. He left without turning around because he was afraid that if he did, he would end up staying. Chapter 30. Today, on the outskirts of Springtown, a town with a population of several million, it was surprisingly busy. For 2 months now, one of the king's armies had been encamped there. Every morning at the central square, a crier would invite everyone to come to try their hand at the exam. There were a lot of people that did just that. All sorts of individuals were represented among the men and women streaming toward the center of the army camp, from ordinary vagabonds who expected to be fed for free, all the way to dashing adventurers. But mostly they were either the younger sons and daughters of large families or those who hadn't found something else to do in town. Some were motivated by their hunger or poverty. Some had been lured in by the promise of power or by the prospect of advancing in the ranks, as the crier had described. He'd promised that anyone who signed up could have general's armor and regular dinners in the capital in a couple of years. Alas, only a few of those who wanted to join the military could pass the entrance exam.
A tall young man stood in line, slowly moving in the direction of a huge parade ground in the center of the army camp that resembled a labyrinth of tents. He towered over the others around him, which surprised him a little. His long, thick black hair had been gathered into a ponytail and fastened with a leather strap. He was garbed in plain, blue clothes instead of a shirt or a jacket like most of the other men wore. They were dirty, torn, and didn't look like noble robes. Instead of a belt, he had a rope with a wooden bottle filled with water tucked into it. He didn't wear any proper shoes or boots. Instead, he wore strips of cloth wound around bast shoes, fastened there with wide ribbons. He held a rusty sword and was smoking a pipe. A wide straw hat covered his face.
"Is your tobacco from the western plantations?" somebody asked. Hadjar turned toward the speaker. Next to him was the only other person as tall as he was. The young man was dressed decently, a leather jacket, high boots, black pants made from a durable fabric. However, he didn't have any weapons, or even a knife. He was quite handsome, wide cheekbones, a strong chin, with a determined and calm look in his gray eyes. Like Hadjar, he had long hair, but had elected not to tie it into a ponytail. The young man held a pipe as well, but the smoke coming from it was completely different. "Probably," Hadjar shrugged. The young man blinked several times. "Don't you know what you're smoking?" The prince only smiled inwardly. Back on Earth, he would have just left a cigarette smoldering next to his bed, so it was hard to say that he had ever truly smoked. "My name is Nero," the young man introduced himself, holding out his hand. "Hadjar." The young man's handshake was firm, but his skin was soft. Judging by his appearance and the absence of any calluses, he was probably the youngest son of a merchant, or a young nobleman who had escaped from overly protective parents. "I see you've brought your own weapon." Nero nodded toward the rusty sword. Hadjar noticed a slight hint of mockery in his companion's calm gaze. "The road was long, so I had to defend myself from bandits." The young man said. "You mean they saw how poor you were and ran away immediately?" The prince laughed. "No, they gave me some money and bread first," Hadjar added, snorting. Nero chuckled, and then they both started laughing loudly, which annoyed the people around them. "Where are you from?" Nero asked, putting the pipe back in his pocket. "From a village. It's about a month away on foot. And you?" "I'm a local." Nero waved his hand around. "From Springtown." Hadjar looked at the parade ground. Another group of people who wanted to try out was being gathered there. According to his more optimistic estimates, it would be at least another quarter of an hour before it was his turn. Some friendly banter would hopefully make the time fly by. "Have you run away from your bride?" Hadjar smirked, putting his pipe away as well. "I wouldn't run away from my bride. I would—" Nero sighed dreamily. "By the way, who runs away from a woman?" "Women. No, Hadjar of the village. I haven't run away from anyone." "Why, then, do you want to join the army?" "My family's making me," Nero shrugged. "It's what my kin do. Serving." "As part of the fighting forces?" "As an official. A low-ranking one, but an official. Some of my family work in the court, others in the ports administration. Apparently there wasn't a civilian job available for me, and so they sent me to the army. Well, it's always good when there's a military officer in a family of officials. You always know who to bribe." Nero squinted at him and smiled. "Did you say you were from a village? What kind of village do you come from, Hadjar, that you would think like that?" The prince shrugged. "Well,
I did travel for a month to get here. I've managed to learn all about the urban lifestyle." They looked at each other and smiled again. Sometimes you may feel like you've met a kindred spirit. You chat, laugh, part, and then never remember that other person again, but while you're talking to them, it seems like you've known this person your entire life, and even longer than that. Such people are said to be connected by the red thread, the thread of fate woven around everything in this world, be it living or not. "Why do you want to join the army, Hadjar? Do you think that the army, like those bandits, will feed you for free?" "Not just feed me," Hadjar corrected him, "but also dress me, give me a roof over my head, and replace this sword." Nero stretched his neck slightly and looked at the tents all around them. They were simple, one-person tents, and all of them were white. A few of the officers had more luxurious shelters, and some even had large enough tents that they had actual entrances. If one squinted, it was possible to spot the tents of the top commanders and the largest one, which belonged to the general. "I also heard that they have women of easy virtue on Fridays." Nero smacked his lips. Hadjar laughed again. "Do you want to join the army because of your family or because of women? In this life, everything I do is because of women, my new friend. What is the point of living, if not for the sake of enjoying women? Their magnificent and firm breasts, their long legs, those wide hips, that satiny skin." The young man licked his lips and made some girls who were standing nearby blush. Unlike the villages, the world in general wasn't sexist. If a person was good enough at cultivating their martial arts, then their gender wasn't important. "If you hold me, Hadjar of the village, you'll be sleeping in not just a soft, but also a warm bed." They turned and looked at the ladies behind them. The girls blushed and almost growled in annoyance. "Bastard!" "Me or him?" Nero asked immediately. "I want to emphasize that my incomparable handsomeness is known throughout Springtown. And I was the best catch in my village. That doesn't matter, my new friend. Springtown is much bigger than a village. Therefore, my good looks are more objective. But the girls are prettier in our village." Nero clutched his chest. "The girls are more beautiful than the ones in Springtown. You must take me to your homeland." "I'm afraid you would end up stoned if you went there." "So be it. Even the threat of such a cruel fate will not deter me. I must get to these fabulous creatures." The ladies behind them were already reaching for the canes tied to their belts. They'd probably brought those canes with them to avoid feeling inferior to the men, or maybe they just couldn't manage without a cane. Hadjar shook off these thoughts. I'd best avoid that particular rabbit hole.
"Hey, you two!"
A soldier in black armor barked. Exhausted from the heat, he was trying with all his might to move the breastplate away from his body, and looked silly doing it.
"Go to the parade ground. Damn! Why is it so hot?"
"Well, it was nice meeting you, Hadjar." Nero extended his hand. "You too." Hadjar shook it. Then they went in different directions. There were too many people interested in joining the army, so the parade ground had been divided into 4 parts. In each of them, separate groups took the same tests. Hadjar went up to the table where 4 people who looked like scholars were sitting. Just looked like, mind you, because compared to Southwind, they were ordinary quacks. They had big bellies, shifty eyes, and fat fingers. The scholars showed Hadjar the large skull of some creature.
"Put your hand in there," one of them said. "If it doesn't bite your hand off, your age and stage are suitable."
"What are the requirements?" Hadjar asked to make sure. In all honesty, he was simply stalling for time, because he wasn't sure how the skull might react to his neural network.
To become a private, you should be no lower than the 6th stage of the bodily nodes, and under the age of 18.
How do you check that? The scholar was about to answer when his colleague interrupted him.
Peasant, don't delay the queue, and you, put your stinking stump in the skull or get out of here.
Hadjar shrugged and put his hand inside the mouth of it, feeling a small, cold, stone sphere in there. The bodily rivers, the 1st stage. The age is under 18. The 3rd and most sensible of the scholars wrote this down in a huge scroll immediately. Name? Hadjar. Full name? Hadjar Traves. Listen to me carefully, Hadjar. The scholar made his well-rehearsed speech in a bored tone. Your level of cultivation allows you to take an officer's exam. It's much more complicated than a private's exam, but your salary will be higher and the conditions will be better. You'll start with a low rank, junior lieutenant. Of course, you won't have anyone to command straight away. And if I fail, then you'll be a private. Apparently he wouldn't lose anything if he tried to become an officer. I accept, Hadjar answered, without hesitation. Chapter 31.
Then I'll administer the first part of your exam. If you pass, I'll tell you where you should go next. Agreed?
Hadjar nodded.
In that case, draw the hieroglyphs for house, sword, and light in the air.
Apparently this was how they'd test his literacy. Hadjar drew the required hieroglyphs immediately. Even without the neuronet and its database, he was still a literate man. Well, as far as anyone can be a man with a dragon's heart beating in his chest. That's why Hadjar had chosen the dragon's name as his surname.
Tell me, what herb should I apply to a wound to ensure a speedy recovery?
He wanted to answer plantain at first, but that didn't exist in this world. A leaf from the yellow tree dipped in water.
How much will I have to pay back if I take out a loan from the moneylender at 20% interest?
What a stupid trap. Nevertheless, the scholars smiled, enjoying the free show. After all, what they saw wasn't the Prince of Lytus, but an ordinary boy from some backwoods village with a rusty sword as his greatest treasure, and admittedly with a decent level of cultivation considering where he'd come from. He'd probably been lucky enough to stumble upon some rare plant or some other means of getting so far.
How much would you borrow? 1 gold coin. In that case, you'd need to repay 1 gold and 20 silver coins.
The scholar nodded, wrote something down in the scroll, and pointed toward the path leading to another parade ground. There was no queue there, since it was 5 times bigger.
Take this.
The scholar held out a wooden plate with his name and signature on it.
Good luck.
Thank you. Hadjar nodded again. Moving away from the table, the young man turned around. He saw a profusely sweating Nero holding a huge tub. Its weight was obviously more than 100 pounds. Clenching his teeth, he straightened his legs and held the tub in the air for almost 10 seconds, and then threw it back on the ground. The officer overseeing the exam roared something, and Nero went to another section. Some people had been paired up and were already fighting there. Judging by his shrewd gaze, Nero was trying to join the queue in a spot that ensured he'd be fighting a woman, not a man. Hadjar wished his new friend good luck. Bypassing several tents, Hadjar approached the huge parade ground. He was stopped by an officer in fairly standard metal armor, without any patterns or silly frills like the armor of ordinary privates had. The quality of the armor was also much higher.
The seal,
he extended his hand. Hadjar handed him the plate.
The 1st stage of the rivers, the officer snorted with displeasure. And you look scrawny. Will the wind carry you away?
Only if I don't have breakfast.
Funny, the officer nodded.
If you break your legs or arms, the army isn't responsible. If you get cut and bleed out, the army isn't responsible. If your guts fall out onto the sand, the army isn't responsible. But we will provide a healer. Is that clear?" "Yes, sir." "Then throw your stuff away here." The soldier pointed to a bunch of the same weapons as Hadjar had, rusty swords, sabers, knives, daggers, even a couple of spears. All this had been dumped into one pile of scrap metal. Hadjar hesitated to part with the sword that he'd bought with honestly earned money, even if it was rather bad. "It's actually worth a bit of money. If you pass the exam, you'll get a normal one. If not, privates also get something." Hadjar didn't like the sound of something, but seeing the officer's unyielding gaze, he decided not to argue. He untied his sword and threw it on the pile, shuddering from the metallic rumble that ensued. A small piece of his blade seemed to break off. Well, he had been lucky enough to not encounter any animals on the way to town. Perhaps the sharpened dart had been a better weapon than what the merchant had sold him. There were about 100 people at the parade ground, which was the size of an ordinary square. There were also several officers. A senior officer was present as well. He wore a white cloak made from a mountain tiger's skin, which was a beast at the awakening of the mind stage. Hadjar wondered if the officer felt hot under such a thick cloak, or was demonstrating his high status, more important than comfort. "Now that there's exactly 100 of you, we can start." An officer with a truly great beard came forward. His beard reminded Hadjar of movie adaptations made based on Dumas' work. "First, we'll test your strength. This part of the exam is a little different from what the ordinary warriors have to do. 4 of you, step forward." 4 people came up to stand on the sandy surface of the parade ground. There were 3 guys and 1 girl. It would be hard to call her frail or slim, but she didn't appear to be fat either. Instead, the girl had a powerful build. Weights lay before them, instead of the metal tubs Hadjar had seen before, stone weights. They were ridiculously reminiscent of the ones that the villagers in the Valley of Streams used. However, they were much smaller, which was also true for the people themselves. During the month he'd spent in the village, Hadjar had gotten used to being a man of average height, and now he towered above all of them, looking like a veritable giant. The first examinee couldn't lift even the smallest of the weights. He was immediately sent over to where the ordinary warriors were being tested. He asked for a second chance, but immediately retreated as soon as one of the officers put his hand on the hilt of his sword. Among the first 4 people, only the woman managed to lift the lightest of the weights. The girl, after dealing with the first weight, immediately went over to the second one. She gave up only when she got to the 4th. The officers wrote something down in their scrolls and asked her to wait on the sidelines. The woman sank down on the bench made of boards, sweating and panting. The queue began to thin out pretty quickly. About 20 out of 100 failed to lift the first weight, and they were sent back. Both the people sent back and the officers supervising everything seemed disappointed in the results. How was it possible for people at about the same stage of cultivation to show such wildly different results? That's because the stages were only a superficial measurement. Only if you dug deeper did the real differences become evident: talent, willpower, and the effort put in. Finally, it was Hadjar's turn. He had been the last to enter the parade ground. Spitting in his palms, out of habit, he went over to the first weight. He planted his feet, straightened his back, and with a jerk, almost threw the weight into the sky. It must have weighed more than 200 pounds, and not long ago that kind of weight would have been an issue for him.
This time he picked it up a lot more easily than he'd expected, albeit with some effort. "Go on," the officer hurried Hadjar along. The prince approached the second weight. It was the size of a soccer ball, but apparently made from a different material than the weights he'd trained with before. Weighing about 300 pounds, it became a serious challenge for Hadjar to overcome. Feeling his muscles straining so hard that his veins popped out, he first lifted it up to the level of his waist. After gathering all his strength and willpower, Hadjar raised the weight over his head and then immediately dropped it. Breathing heavily, he came up to the next weight, without waiting for the command. 400 pounds. It was an almost impossible task for his current body, and yet he was still able to lift it. Well, not completely. He couldn't get it above his head. Regardless, he'd been able to raise the weight to the level of his waist. "You have 15 minutes to rest, and then we'll check your dexterity and reaction time," the officer instructed. While the rank-and-file warriors were setting up a portable obstacle course on the parade ground, Hadjar was staring at his trembling hands. What the hell was going on with him? He had been sure that having 1 unit of strength meant he would be able to lift approximately 200 pounds. With the abilities he had, Hadjar shouldn't have been able to lift the second weight. "Status," he ordered. "Name, Hadjar. Level of cultivation, bodily rivers, 1. Strength, 1.1. Dexterity, 1.3. Physique, 1.01. Energy points, 1.7. After reading the message several times, Hadjar didn't find anything new that could explain his feat. Then he looked at the girl sitting a good distance away from him, the one that had been able to lift the third weight. Scan. Name, Ariel. Level of cultivation, bodily rivers, 5. Strength, 1.8. Dexterity, 1.5. Physique, 1.99. Energy points, 2.3. Apparently, the neural network, which was constantly collecting information, had somehow managed to find the girl's name out. She might have told someone her name, or it could have appeared in some scroll. Hadjar was always eager to get more information into the database so that he could increase the analytical abilities of his neural network. At that moment, however, he didn't understand whether he was being an idiot or something had happened to the computing abilities of the network. Why was the system that had worked so well thus far beginning to bug out? He felt that it must have had something to do with the heart beating quietly in his chest.
"Continue,"
the officer barked. Chapter 32. The next test involved training dummies, which made Hadjar feel nostalgic. The dummies were positioned on the edges of a trampled, winding path. Each of the dummies was armed with a knife, and red paint had been applied to the edge of each blade.
"Your task is to get through the entire course without getting hit more than twice," the officer announced. "The knives have been blunted, but if the blow is strong enough, you'll still get badly injured, which will have to be sewn up. Those of you who aren't confident in your abilities better leave at once. What you've shown in the last test is enough to get you into the army as an ordinary warrior. You'll be able to repeat this exam next year if you're 19 years old or less." The officer made sure everyone had time to think about the situation, but no one gave up. Those who'd reached the stage of the bodily rivers already saw themselves as future cultivators, and it was very difficult to become a cultivator without proper dedication and motivation. In fact, it was almost impossible. That meant all of the people trying out had enough willpower to not be tempted by a bird in the hand. "Well then, go ahead. This time we'll start from the back of the line."
The officer pointed at Hadjar. He stood up, a little disappointed that he wouldn't be going last this time. He hadn't had much time to rest. Hadjar dusted his clothes off and walked over to the obstacle course. While standing next to the course, the officers made several gestures with their hands. A dull gray glow covered their palms, and the dummies sprang into action. They spun at different heights. Some dummies aimed at the knees, others at the ankles, but the majority was targeting the chest and neck. Sometimes they changed their speed or the direction of their movements. The mechanical bodies also went up and down in an effort to confuse the person running the course. Hadjar sighed and closed his eyes. He could use the neural network. If he asked for a hint, it would instantly determine the best route to take. The neural network would display the pattern, and Hadjar would simply need to follow the proposed hologram. But it wouldn't be his, Hadjar's, own skill. He could have used the help of his neural network, as he'd done more than once during his training, but this time he wanted to test himself. He didn't care about joining the army. Instead, he wished to see what months of training in the village had done for his skills and to test his new body. Opening his eyes, Hadjar went forward. What the audience saw had no logical explanation. Even the senior officer forgot about his glass of cold, diluted wine and watched the examinee with a slightly open mouth. What could they have expected from a person trying to pass this test? Well, if the first dummy didn't hurt the person, they were supposed to get through by jumping, dodging, and falling down comically, all the while twitching like a crazy person. The audience clearly hadn't expected to see what they were witnessing right now. Hadjar was walking along as calmly as if he were wandering along the lake shore on a fine day. His long hair was fluttering in the wind, and his loose, ragged clothes were buffeted by it. The movement of his legs was the only thing that attracted the attention of the people watching the testing process. Hadjar's feet were not walking, but floating on the sand, leaving barely visible footprints behind. "The measured footsteps technique," the highest-ranking officer whispered in amazement. He'd mastered it only a year ago, and it was one of the reasons why he'd been able to move up the career ladder. The measured footsteps technique was nothing complicated. It was the simple ability to move without any unnecessary movements, as silly as that may sound. In fact, to master this technique at a level before the transformation stage, a practitioner needed to be very talented. Not at cultivation, but at the very essence of martial arts battle. By all outward appearances, Hadjar was calm, but inside he was almost groaning with the unbearable effort needed to maintain his concentration. Using all his senses, he monitored every movement within a radius of about 3 feet. Hadjar would foresee the attacks of the dummies, and then take the single step he needed to avoid everything coming at him. This test was like playing chess against hundreds of people at once. That was what the measured footsteps technique actually meant. It wasn't just moving correctly, although that was a fundamental part of it, but the ability to react and think quickly. A focused and clear mind was the main weapon of a martial artist. After 5 minutes of slow walking, Hadjar stepped out at the other side of the obstacle course. He examined himself and found only one red mark at the level of his ankle. His initial use of the measured footsteps technique had not been perfect. Hadjar's mind wasn't in full sync with his body, and that was the reason why the dummies had been able to hurt him. If the master had gone through that course, the dummies' knives wouldn't have even come close to his body. "You've passed the test." The officer who'd explained everything earlier came to his senses and wrote something down in his scroll again. Hadjar sat back down. His legs and arms trembled slightly, so he closed his eyes and began to breathe evenly, absorbing the energy of the world. It wasn't just suitable for cultivation, but for recovery as well. Some even said that true adepts didn't need to eat or drink for years on end. They used only the energy of the world to sustain themselves. Hadjar didn't really believe it. Judging by the sounds, as well as the awkward attempts to ask for a second chance, a lot of the applicants hadn't completed the task. As a result, when Hadjar opened his eyes, he saw that only half the people remained after the second round of testing. They were all smeared with red paint. Only one short, thin boy had been left unpainted by the dummies. The proverb was correct. There's always someone better. Hadjar was eager to compete, relishing the challenge, and he was glad to see someone could provide him with a goal to strive toward. "The next stage will be the last one," the officer announced, while ordinary soldiers were taking the dummies away and cleaning up the parade ground. They created some sort of arena in the sand and set up some stands with a variety of weapons along the perimeter of it. These weapons were much better than the one Hadjar had used for the last month, but much worse than the ones the master had owned. However, comparing the royal palace and a mobile army camp didn't make any sense. "We will pair you up for sparring. You'll fight until first blood, or until one of you gives up. But remember that victory is not the main goal. Your task is to demonstrate all of your skills. There are 20 people left, and we'll choose only 5 of the winners to become officers. So even if you manage to defeat your enemy, but you do it simply and without showing any real skill, you can feel free to go and sign up as a private." The examinees looked at each other. All of them were clearly ready to fight, determined to give it their all. "The first pair." "The general!" the senior officer exclaimed as he fell to one knee. He put his fist against his breastplate and bowed his head along with the other officers. The examinees gave a low bow, bending forward almost a full 90 degrees. Hair fell over Hadjar's face as he hunched over. It hid his spiteful gaze. He saw a fragile-looking blonde woman. Her hair was in a tight, thick braid, and she was walking beside 2 tall officers who were clad in heavy armor. Dressed in simple clothes, she only wore half armor. Apparently she'd taken off her neck guard, but had kept the gloves and a lower corset, which was like a metal skirt that reached up to the hips. Women being in the army was completely normal, so female armor had been invented long ago. The general wore a funny metal crown with 3 leaf-shaped spikes. The central spike covered her slightly snub nose, and the other 2 framed the sides of her beautiful, oval face. The general was beautiful enough to break even a cold, withered heart, and apparently, despite her seeming fragility, she was amazingly powerful. In her right hand she held a siege spear that was almost twice her height. But the beautiful woman in armor and with a general's seal hadn't been the one to draw Hadjar's attention. The man swaggering next to her, smirking confidently, was who Hadjar focused on, a man whose face he would never forget. He was the one who'd burned the innocent meadow down, the one who'd killed Aina, Senta, and everyone else that Hadjar had lived with for the last 5 years, the son of a local chief general. "You can't run away this time," Hadjar growled faintly, dropping his gaze. A half-mad smile was on his face as flames surged up from within the dragon heart. Chapter 33. The general greeted the soldiers with a gentle nod. She was immediately offered a fairly comfortable, hand-carved chair. After placing her spear beside her, she lowered herself into it and with a wave of her hand allowed the examination to continue. She looked calm,
confident and imperious, as befitted a general. Seeing a woman in such a high position was unusual to Hadjar, but wasn't anything new to the locals. And yet, he wasn't looking at her, but at the son of the official bribe-taker. The man looked the same as when Hadjar had last seen him, except for the long, straight scar that now marred his cheek. He constantly tried to cover it up, but it was quite difficult to hide such a mark. A white, thick line ran down his handsome face, and then further still hidden under his expensive clothes. They were worth a lot more than what the general wore. This was probably why her son looked at the general with smug superiority whenever he was sure she couldn't see him. He clearly felt that he deserved to be the one commanding everything. The first pair faced off in the makeshift arena. They were the girl, Ariel, who'd managed to pass the second trial by the skin of her teeth despite being the most rested, and the undersized young man who'd done the best of all of them. The girl chose a heavy warhammer, and her opponent decided to fight with 2 daggers. He looked and moved in a way that left no doubts about his past. The former bandit had decided to join the army's officer ranks. Maybe he'd been kicked out of the gang, or they'd just decided to have one of theirs join the army. That was something taken for granted around here. Large gangs would sometimes become official groups. They would just start to call themselves sects, and if they were organized like the mafia, they would be called family clans. One never knew whether a sect or a clan was of the ordinary kind, or whether it was an ex or even an active gang. "Begin!" The general crossed her arms. If she hadn't been wearing so much armor, her pose would have probably looked a bit seductive. But at that moment, she looked completely serious and businesslike. Ariel, after taking a deep breath, rushed forward like a battering ram. The hammer didn't look like a clumsy pile of metal in her hands, but a rather formidable weapon. When she swung it down with all her might, the powerful impact shook the ground, scattering sand everywhere. But the nimble boy wasn't anywhere near the spot she'd struck. He was ostentatiously picking his teeth with one dagger, while the second one was pointed at the girl's throat as he stood behind Ariel. Most people hadn't even seen him move. Only a few of them had been able to discern the vague silhouette that looked like a gray shadow. Hadjar saw more. Despite how ordinary the trick turned out to be, he was still impressed. Thanks to being at the 8th stage of the bodily rivers, the smaller man had been able to redirect all of his energy into his legs. That allowed for the measured footsteps technique to, even if for just a few moments, gain the properties of the mortal technique. This helped him increase his speed, and the young man was able to win the fight in seconds. After all, no matter how strong your enemy was, if you were faster than them, you'd always have an advantage. Unless, of course, you got hit. "Next!" The next pair entered the arena after Ariel put the hammer back on the improvised weapons rack and walked dejectedly back to the area designated for the new privates. The second fight was quite long. One guy was wielding a shield and a mace, and the second one had a halberd. They'd already been fighting for over 10 minutes before the officer stopped them. In the end, they both joined Ariel. Then came an archer, who was admitted to the officer ranks as soon as he fired the first arrow. The army always lacked good archer practitioners, so they were very appreciated and valued highly. They were so welcome, in fact, that even the general awarded the guy a private nod of her head. Apparently, a very bright future awaited him. People chose to use the staff a couple of times. It was a weapon the people from the villages and small towns used quite often. It was usually difficult to find good iron, and thus iron weapons cost a lot of money, which peasants rarely had. It was much easier to carve out a staff and learn how to swing it. However, one should not underestimate the real masters of the staff.
"Your turn,"
the officer pointed at Hadjar. A slender guy was chosen to be his opponent. Their fight was among the last ones. By then, the sand in the arena had already been scattered in places, exposing the trampled ground. Grass would probably not grow there in the next few years. Blood stained the sand. Some of the competing people who hadn't blocked or dodged in time had needed healers. They'd been taken to the large tents that served as the army hospital. Most of the time, the healers ended up dealing with open fractures and having to bandage deep cuts. Various hammers, staffs, batons, and maces were the most popular choice. In second place were spears, throwing knives, and daggers. The least popular were bows and swords. Those two were the most difficult to master and the most expensive weapons. The two undisputed kings of the battlefield. Hadjar and his opponent had been the first ones to choose a sword as their weapon. That intrigued all the spectators, whose number had surprisingly increased by that time. The officers and soldiers alike had come to the arena as soon as they were able. Each of them, upon arrival, would kneel and greet the general. She rarely answered with a nod, mostly not noticing the people around her. She was too busy spectating the fights. Hadjar's opponent picked his weapon first. That immediately put Hadjar at a disadvantage because the other combatant had had the chance to choose the best sword. In fact, it turned out that among a dozen blades that hung by their crossguards, Hadjar could not find a single sword of outstanding quality. They were all on the same level, enough to swing around in a normal battle between two armies, but no more than that. Those blades would be of no interest to a cultivator. However, it was said that real cultivators could make do even without a sword. It was widely known that a person who had gone beyond the level of the Spirit Knight would gain the ability to concentrate energy so tightly that it was enough for them to move their index and middle finger together to make a phantom blade appear. That kind of sword was much weaker than a real weapon, but still allowed a practitioner to use sword techniques. Hadjar chose a classic sword. It had a narrow blade with two sharp edges. The blade was long and had an almost invisible rectangular crossguard. The handle, wrapped in calfskin, felt right in his hand. Hadjar, walking around in a circle, swung his blade a couple of times, getting used to its balance and weight. The enemy in front of him assumed a standard stance. His left hand, used both for balance and to help his aim, froze in the very gesture mentioned before. His index and middle finger were pointing upward, and the rest were clenched in a fist. Hadjar stood there casually, not assuming any of the 10 stances he knew. Ignoring his skillful opponent's condescending smile, he closed his eyes and felt the east wind caress his face. How many years had it been since he'd last fought with a sword? It was probably in his past life, in one of his many lives. "Begin!" came the familiar command. Unlike the others, the swordsmen didn't run around the arena like rabbits. They didn't yell at or taunt each other. Hadjar remained in the same spot, enjoying the cool breeze blowing across his sweaty skin. He was standing with his eyes closed, having dropped his sword to the ground. The enemy was approaching him slowly. Amusingly enough, he looked like a crab as he moved around on widely spaced legs, staying in his previously adopted position. His right hand was extended forward, exposing the blade of the sword like a scorpion's sting. His left hand was raised above his head. His opponent thought that he was facing an upstart peasant, admittedly one that had mastered the measured footsteps technique. Apparently having some middling talent, he'd been able to learn it by spending time catching snakes. Probably considered himself a genius after doing well in fights against the other villagers. That was the reason why the poor peasant couldn't even hold a sword properly. He was different, however. He'd spent the last 10 years attending the best fencing school in Springtown. The master there had even praised him and said that he was talented with the sword. Hadjar's opponent didn't notice the spectators' mocking glances at all. They had already named him Crab in their minds. Crab, as he'd been taught in school, moved his center of gravity to where the sword's pommel was and immediately lunged forward. The tip of the blade whizzed through the air, flying at Hadjar, who was still standing, with his eyes closed. Chapter 34. Crab could already see the blade slicing through the rags that served as clothes for this stupid peasant. He felt like he could sense it as it crushed the weakling's bones. In his mind, he'd heard the enemy take his final breath. Most of the other examinees had left the arena with minor wounds or fractures, but in a battle of swordsmen, death was commonplace. The weapon was too cruel and served only one purpose: murder. Sword wielders could die even while training with blunt blades, and the battle for an officer's position was a much more serious affair. Crab would finally be able to help his family move out of their tiny home on the outskirts of town when he won the fight. He had no doubts he would. They'd buy a nice house right in the center of town to live in. His sister would find a good husband. His father could stop working in the market, and his mother could stop sewing. And, well, he himself would finally be able to enjoy plenty of female attention. He'd be an officer in the army, after all. The dreamy smile that had adorned his face immediately faded when the enemy opened his eyes. He saw a coiled, fierce beast in that blue bottomless gaze. It was like staring into the abyss. Hadjar didn't even move from his spot. He only turned slightly, letting Crab's sword pass an inch away from his body. The attacker flew past, but managing to right himself, he planted his foot and turned. Using the momentum of his rotation, he swung his blade in a vertical arc at Hadjar, hoping to split him in half, right down the middle. If Hadjar had been a little slower, he might have even succeeded. Unfortunately for Crab, Hadjar seemed like he didn't even know what the word slow meant. He remained in place, tilted his body back, and after the blade whistled through the air harmlessly, he pushed the attacker in the chest with the hilt of his sword. Crab lost his balance and landed on the ground. He rolled to the side immediately, got up, and swung his sword once more. This time, Hadjar swayed back to avoid the impact as gracefully as a branch in the wind. Once he was back in the safe zone behind the center of Crab's blade, Hadjar again threw him to the ground with a casual push. The prince stood there, looking quite calm and serene. Preoccupied with the fight, he didn't notice that the audience couldn't take their eyes off of him. The hillbilly, who had until recently appeared even more ridiculous than Crab, had changed suddenly. After taking up the sword, he'd gained, no, not greatness, something far more terrifying than greatness. Many people gripped the hilts of their weapons involuntarily. Someone had, without realizing it, began checking if their armor was properly adjusted. It seemed to them like something other than a man was standing in the arena. A wild beast, dangerous and ferocious, ready to tear you apart if you dared encroach on his territory, an area that was almost plainly visible to all. It was a circle about a yard in diameter, in the center of which stood a tall man wearing a ragged coat instead of robes. It was a boundary which very few of the spectators would have dared to cross.
"What's your name?"
Crabbe asked as he was getting back on his feet. He took a strange stance. It was as if he were trying to parody a sleeping heron, his leg bent oddly. "Hadjar," came the quiet answer.
"Then pay your attention, Hadjar. The best swordsman in Springtown taught me this technique. However, in your village, you probably haven't even heard about sword techniques yet. Let me show you how vast this world is, and that your steps are nothing more than child's play."
Crabbe exhaled, and a blue glow surrounded his blade. It shook as if trying to get away from the blade, but still remained in place. The audience almost took a step forward to get a better look at what was happening. 10 years ago, this kind of mortal technique would have been considered something incredible and even mystical in the kingdom of Lydus. Nowadays, thanks to the Empire, even schools in backwoods like Springtown had access to them. But judging by the intensity of the glow and how the blade was acting, Crabbe wasn't all that good at it yet. Maybe he was still at the initial levels of the technique. All the same, not all of the officers in the lower ranks could have boasted about mastering a mortal technique like that, not even its most basic form. Hadjar, while outwardly calm, was now on edge. Well, he knew a mortal technique, too, the technique he'd named Fried Sparrow. Unfortunately for him, Primus was no fool, and all his agents already knew about it. That was why Hadjar would never use it before the time was right. The technique that his opponent was about to use was indeed beyond the realm of the footsteps. Raw speed couldn't always counter overwhelming force. This death technique was exactly that kind of force when compared to the conventional technique of movement.
"Awakening Heron!"
Crabbe cried out, confirming Hadjar's guess. Awakening Heron. Energy points, 0.32. Threat level, medium. His adversary swung his sword, and the people heard the cry of a heron. It pierced their ears, and then a blue blade flew toward Hadjar. Crabbe hadn't reached the level of one with the sword. Rather, the technique allowed him to hit a target at a distance of 7 steps. Even if Hadjar had been in full armor, the attack would have still gone through him like a hot knife through butter. The attack was fast, so fast that it left a ghostly blue after-image in its wake. Someone was already calling for a healer. And then there was silence. For the first time since the fight began, the hillbilly used his sword. However, he didn't use the blade itself, only the cross-guard and the hilt. Faced with the mortal technique, Hadjar remained as calm as if he were reacting to a pillow thrown in jest. Well, Hadjar did end up having to step back. Without lifting his feet from the sand, he drew his right leg back, leaving a wide arc in the sand. Putting the cross-guard and the hilt forward, Hadjar clasped his right wrist with his left hand and took up a defensive stance. The strike slammed into his sword like an axe trying to split a log. But instead of splinters, it produced some sparks and a few drops of blood. Those scarlet drops shot into the sky and then fell to the sand. The cuts on Hadjar's wrists were bleeding, but the wounds were negligible. And more importantly, that was the only damage the technique had managed to do. Crabbe couldn't believe his eyes. That technique had helped him win the tournament at the fencing school. Using it, he'd become famous as one of the most talented swordsmen of his generation. It was supposed to have been the foundation of his legend, and it had been absolutely useless against some random hillbilly.
"What the hell?"
Crab screamed.
"He's using some kind of artifact. He must be cheating. Check if he's cheating."
Crab tried to approach Hadjar, but tripped and fell face down in the sand. He didn't even have the strength to stand back up, and so, unable to comprehend what was going on, he sat there, looking at his own trembling hands. "Hadjar Traves," the senior officer's voice sounded. "Yes, sir." The young man turned and bowed, lowering his blade. "Why didn't you use your sword? Do you have any bodily techniques, or are you just skilled in the footsteps technique? That alone is not enough to become an officer in our army." Hadjar turned to his opponent, who still seemed unable to comprehend what had happened to him. Why hadn't he used his sword? The answer was very simple. "I don't know this man. He hasn't done me any harm. Why should I kill him?" "Kill him?" the surprised officer asked again. He even awkwardly adjusted his animal skin cloak. "You think you're so skilled with a sword that you would have killed him?" "I wasn't sure that my opponent could survive even a single strike, sir." Not straightening his back, Hadjar continued the conversation. "That is why I only defended myself, waiting for my opponent to tire himself out and lose his will to fight. I think my approach was the correct one. It seems to me that I've won fairly and deserve to be an officer in our army." The officer had started to reply when a cry full of disgust and arrogance sounded, cutting him off. "Who are you, you bastard, to make any kind of decisions around here?" Hadjar, still bowing, turned around and saw the screaming man through his long hair. Even if he hadn't been able to see him, he'd recognized his voice easily enough. It was the son of General Larvae, wearing expensive clothes, polished armor, and carrying a blade that must have cost as much as the whole of Innocent Meadow had once been worth. "Officer Colin," the senior officer spoke in a fawning voice but with hatred in his eyes, "the fact that you've become, for reasons unknown to me, an adjutant does not give you the right to interfere in the exam." "I'll intervene when I see fit, and where I think it's needed," Colin chuckled. Hadjar was delighted to find out his name. "And you, officer, should be punishing this miscreant. Didn't you hear? He dared to tell us what we should do with him." Hadjar remained silent. If he'd been a prince, the whole army would have been kneeling before him. But he was a hillbilly, someone who had no right to even breathe in the presence of the esteemed officers. He couldn't even think of trying to influence his own future. Only powerful men and women could forge their own destiny in this world. The rest had to rely on the decisions and will of their superiors. It had been like that even during the reign of Hadjar and Elizabeth. "This young man is right." The senior officer stood his ground. It was unlikely that he was worried about Hadjar's future. He probably just wanted to annoy Colin. Or maybe he was doing this out of envy. He'd been serving as a senior officer for half a century, but that 18-year-old boy had already become an adjutant. "Are you brain-dead, officer? A fraud is standing right in front of you, and you want to make him a junior officer in our grand army?" Colin snorted and took off his silk cloak. It slowly fell to the ground, but before it finished its journey, Colin was already standing in front of Hadjar. "While you might have been able to trick this poor citizen, you peasant, I can see you're holding a sword for almost the first time in your life. Talk all you want, you won't fool me. Your death is nigh." Colin unbuckled his sword belt defiantly and threw it aside.
He kept only the scabbard, holding it in his left hand and standing as proudly as if he were a mountain, not a mere man. Everyone looked at the general. They spent 10 seconds waiting in silence, and then she waved her hand to signal for the fight to begin. "Say goodbye to your life, peasant." Chapter 35. "Don't be hasty, Colin," the general finally spoke. She had a very warm, quite an ordinary female voice. She sounded friendly, more like a woman that sold fruit at the market than a stern general. "You are at the transformation stage, aren't you?" Colin turned to the general and replied, teeth grinding as he did so, "Yes." After a pause, he added a very reluctant, "Sir." In this world, sir was used to address superior officers of both sexes. "This fight will be meaningless," the general responded, completely ignoring his hesitation, "if you use all of your power. This bastard needs to be taught a lesson." After a few more seconds of silence, she went on, "Adjutant, heed my order," she said, in the same exact tone as before, but Hadjar immediately wanted to bow down and apologize to her. The other soldiers and officers were already on their knees, trying to look inconspicuous. Even Colin bowed low but didn't kneel. "You may not use a level of power higher than the bodily rivers. I forbid it." "I shall obey your order," the general's son said through clenched teeth, and saluted her by banging his fist against his chest. He straightened up, turned toward Hadjar again, and closed his eyes. When he opened them, his aura became calmer and weaker. Hadjar just shook his head. Colin hadn't done much. Limiting his power like this only influenced the amount of energy that he could use. But as Hadjar already knew, each new stage a practitioner reached not only increased the amount of energy available to them, but also transformed their body. The neural network couldn't scan Colin, but it was clear that he was at least 4 times stronger than Hadjar in every way. And that didn't even make it the same as fighting against 4 people who were as strong as him. It was much more difficult. Hadjar had fought such an opponent only once in the past, when he'd fought the Alpha of the Deer. At the time, Hadjar, using all of his power, had only managed to injure the beast. Now he had to contend with a human practitioner who was possibly even more powerful than the deer had been, one wielding a sword. Oh, joy! "Thank the general," Colin hissed, "for dying slowly." He drew his blade, unsheathing it in a flash of movement. He held it tightly, too tightly. His stance and grip showed Hadjar that his opponent wasn't particularly good at wielding the magnificent weapon, but the difference in their levels of cultivation easily made up for Colin's lack of skill. Did that stop Hadjar? Did any fear or hesitation show in his gaze? No. Everyone watching could still see both the human and the beast in the center of the arena. A cautious beast that bided its time and waited for the perfect moment to strike. They were still unnerved by the sight, forcing them to grip the hilts of their weapons for comfort. Hadjar charged his foe, his blade out, moving unpredictably and trying to come at him from the side. Colin charged in as well. Despite being pompous and arrogant, he wasn't a fool. He didn't actually intend to blindly rush at an enemy who, while only being at the first stage of the bodily rivers, had stopped a mortal technique attack. The general watched it all with an unchanging, stoic expression. Only by watching closely could one spot a mild flicker of interest in her gaze. Colin attacked first.
His sword was longer than Hadjar's, allowing him to do so with impunity. His blade shot forward as an arrow fired from a siege bow. It whizzed toward Hadjar's belly, leaving a dark, smoky trail in its wake. It wouldn't be a fatal strike, not immediately fatal, anyway. Its victim would have enough time to try and pull his intestines back into his body. Repeating what he'd done in his fight against Crab, Hadjar unsheathed his sword and stepped aside smoothly, turning his body slightly. It looked slow, but in reality he'd moved with the speed and grace of a predator, fast as a bolt of lightning and not wasting a single action. Hadjar's clothes fluttered, hiding Colin's blade from view for a moment. When everything was still again, the spectators saw some rags falling to the sand. They had a few drops of blood on them. The beast pressed a paw to his wounded side. Colin chuckled haughtily and swung his sword around, painting the sand purple and getting the blood off the blade. "If you immediately fall to your knees," he pointed at the ground with a smug grin, "and crawl, like the worm you are, over to me, I'll let you live." The onlookers glanced at each other. Everyone knew how nasty Colin was, and doing this wouldn't shame the newcomer. How could a simple country boy ever defeat a military officer? Even if he was a stupid and lazy one like Colin. Still, years of training and a rich family had provided him with undeniable advantages. But they hadn't taken into account the fact that it wasn't just an ordinary man standing in front of them, sword in hand and with his clothes torn. It was Hadjar. Colin flinched. The senior officer unsheathed his sword slightly. The general stretched her hand out toward her spear. For a moment they'd seen not a swordsman, but a dragon standing in front of Colin. It had been there for a fraction of a second. It went by so quickly that they didn't even notice it consciously. Their subconscious, however, did. "Idiot!" Colin laughed, but his knuckles turned white from how tightly he was gripping his sword. Without knowing why he wanted to get rid of this annoying ant as quickly as possible, his goal was to demonstrate his strength in front of the other officers and put that deluded daughter of an insignificant merchant in her place. In his father's palace, she would have been just a common servant, the kind of nobody he would have fucked whenever he felt like it. Why did he have to obey a commoner? Colin was going to take out all his rage on this talented countryman. Hadjar took a few practice swings with his blade, testing the feel of it. He took the sword in both hands, raising it to eye level and turning the tip of it toward his enemy. He bent his legs slightly, ready to keep fighting. In front of him was an enemy who was only 4 times stronger than him. Could they have made it any more unfair? Of course, it was unfair to his foe, not Hadjar. Even if the devil himself were to stand before him, Hadjar would kill him too. As long as he held a sword, no one would stop him. Colin swung at Hadjar. Once again, his sword whistled as it cut through the air, but this time it swerved and went from side to side as it was swung, leaving a ghostly zigzag in its wake. The speed of the strike was incredible, despite the complicated pattern it was tracing. Such an attack could have easily broken through the guard of most senior officers, but not Hadjar's. He ducked beneath the strike, but slipped on the sand as he was trying to attack Colin's legs. The powerful counterattack, which had been capable of crushing the arrogant man's ankle, only kicked up a lot of sand instead. The very next instant, Hadjar had to roll in order to avoid a follow-up attack, which would have most likely ended with him skewered and pinned to the ground. "You pathetic worm," Colin laughed, lunging forward. He tried to find a gap in Hadjar's defense. And he did. Hadjar, despite all his speed and dexterity, was always a little slower than the enemy's attacks. Small cuts covered his arms and torso. Colin wasn't going to forgive this arrogant commoner. During his next lunge, he aimed for the stomach again, but this time, instead of feeling his blade cutting through the yokel's flesh, he felt it strike another blade. Hadjar had managed to block the deadly attack. The vibrations caused by the blades crashing against each other made him wobble unsteadily. Trying to keep his balance, he took 5 steps back, almost ending up outside the arena. An imperceptibly angled shield kept him from falling. The officer who'd helped him stay on his feet also pushed Hadjar back toward the center of the circle. His expression didn't change, as he was afraid that even the smallest hint would give away that he'd helped the newcomer. Hadjar cracked his neck and approached his hated foe once again. He caught on to the enemy's fighting style. He saw the general outlines of Colin's technique, which were based on impetuous, thrusting attacks, almost as if he were wielding a spear. It was like fighting against a scorpion or a wasp. Lots of deadly quick strikes, followed by an immediate retreat. That's why Hadjar didn't block the next attack. Instead, he rushed toward it. It looked like the poor country boy had gone crazy and was going to impale himself on his opponent's blade in a desperate gamble, but the tip of Colin's blade grazed Hadjar's shoulder. A few drops of blood fell to the sands, but Hadjar was already in the safe zone where he couldn't be hit by his enemy's sword. This was the biggest disadvantage of Colin's lunging attacks. If they didn't hit the target, they'd leave a large gap in his defense. A skillful warrior could have compensated for this using raw speed, but he was far from one. To the spectators, it seemed like Hadjar's blade didn't whistle, but growled instead. Some of them thought he was wielding a white fang instead of a sword. Hadjar slashed Colin's chest, but instead of blood, he only saw sparks. Colin dodged aside and put some distance between them. He felt his chest incredulously. Under his shredded silk robes, white armor could be seen. Obviously, it wasn't ordinary armor, as most kinds of armor wouldn't have stopped such a powerful attack, especially at point-blank range. However, Colin had remained completely unharmed, despite his armor being destroyed.
"Oh, you stinking bastard!"
he growled. The black fire flared up around his sword.
"Scorpion's breath!"
Colin shouted. Scorpion's breath. Energy points 1.01. Threat level high. This time, as he lunged forward, an actual stinger rushed toward Hadjar. A scorpion stinger that had been woven together from a ghostly, almost imperceptible flame. This attack was over 3 times more powerful than the heron that Hadjar had managed to block, and that was just the energy level. The audience didn't even bother to send for a healer this time. They knew that no one at the bodily river's level, especially at its initial stages, could block this technique. Despite being technically at the mortal level, it was used by practitioners at the transformation level. And yet, Hadjar didn't get out of the way. He got a more comfortable grip on his blade and, half-turning, swung it. It all looked so casual, as if he were doing some morning practice. And yet, it was this very ordinary-looking slash that finally caught the general's interest. She even leaned forward slightly, but the conjured scorpion's stinger obscured her view. It covered Hadjar with a fiery veil. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Colin smiled haughtily and was about to sheathe his sword when he saw it. On the sand, with his left hand behind his back, Hadjar stood unharmed. There was no hole in his chest, as there should have been, but 2 of the tents behind him had been slashed and set on fire. The technique had been split in two, not harming a hair on Hadjar's head. "You eat far too much spicy food," Hadjar commented dryly. "One with the sword," the audience whispered. Some of them even gulped nervously. This level of skill was much more frightening than any technique. After all, to use any technique, you had to spend the energy you'd accumulated in your body. How many stings could Colin create? 5? 10, maybe? The calm countryman could simply split them all with a single slash. His strikes, made at a distance of several steps, didn't require a single drop of energy from him. He would just use his skill and a sword. "That's impossible," Colin gaped in astonishment. Even his father had only recently reached this stage, and he was considered to be the best swordsman in the whole prefecture. For a moment, Colin thought he'd heard the bumpkin utter a name that he'd already heard somewhere before. Who was this Aina? Colin didn't have the time to try and remember. For the first time since the fight had begun, Hadjar pressed the attack. But he didn't just lunge forward like Colin had. At every step, he swung his blade in a wide arc, and with each sweeping motion, a phantasm was conjured at the edge of the blade like a shimmering mirage, ready to disperse at any moment, but somehow still visible to the naked eye. Merging into one ghostly attack, they flew at the shocked Colin. By the time he'd come to his senses, it was already too late. The 10 attacks became one strike, which had absorbed the power of 10, and was no longer just a ghostly mirage. The spectator saw a huge crescent ready to sever Colin's unprotected neck. This crescent was held back, however. It covered the sword, emanating a smooth, blue light. Hadjar wouldn't rely on his luck and a ranged attack. He chained the strikes to his sword, reinforcing them further with cold iron and his own strength. "Stop!" the senior officer who had started the whole argument shouted. He knew what fate awaited the man who would kill Colin, the son of the prefecture's general. It was not a fate to be envied. However, Hadjar didn't slow down. His sword didn't waver. In his blue eyes, the burning rage of a dragon smoldered. General Larvy's son? Ha! He could have been the Emperor's own son, and Hadjar wouldn't have cared. The blue crescent on the sword crashed into a spear. Hadjar was flung 10 yards away, like an ordinary rag doll. He crashed through several tents and rolled on the ground. The general stood in front of him. She held her siege spear, which now had a black scratch on it. "How dare you threaten the life of an officer?" she snarled. The officers and soldiers pressed their fists to their hearts and bowed simultaneously. Each of them knew that this misconduct wouldn't go over well for the newcomer. They also knew that, perhaps, the general had just saved not only Colin's life, but the countryman's as well. But Hadjar didn't think about that. They'd taken his prey away from him, and an animalistic roar almost tore out of his throat. After regaining his senses, Hadjar knelt and pressed his forehead to the ground. A real storm raged inside him, but outwardly he was more submissive than a sheep. "Please, forgive your unworthy servant." He lifted his head and then forcefully lowered it back into the sand. As he did so, he would repeat the plea every time. "Please, forgive." With every humiliating repetition, the storm in his chest grew more turbulent. Hadjar was able to bow to anyone, as long as he knew that in the future his sword could drink the blood of someone from his list, and now he knew where to find one of the people for whom the goddess of justice had been waiting far too long. You've passed the officer's exam. The general sat back. But your behavior demonstrates that you don't know how to follow orders, nor the army's laws. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to ensure that you won't negatively affect others in the army. Senior Officer Dogar? Yes, General. A mighty man fell to one knee. Compared to him, the general looked like a little girl. Admittedly, compared to this bear of a man, any other officer would have looked the same as well. You've been asking for an assistant. Here he is, your new assistant. Thank you, my general. The spectators exchanged glances again. Dogar's squad. No one survived there for more than a year. Even a penal battalion would have been a milder punishment. Then Dogar's squad. Chapter 36. Senior Officer Dogar, in Hadjar's opinion, was even more impressive than the residents of the Valley of Streams had been. He was almost 8 feet tall and nearly 5 feet wide at the shoulders. He truly looked like a bear that had shed its fur. He could have probably crushed rocks in his massive jaws and smashed the city gates to pieces with just a glance. He used military gloves as weapons. Apparently, this was due to the fact that it was impossible to find a weapon he could wield comfortably, as his arms and hands were too big. One of his biceps alone was as big around as Hadjar's waist. It seemed to Hadjar like the earth shook slightly when Dogar walked, though admittedly he could have been imagining it. The neural network, of course, reported only the following details when asked to analyze Dogar. Name, Dogar. Level of cultivation, lack of data. Strength, lack of data. Dexterity, lack of data. Physique, lack of data. Energy points, lack of data. The senior officer was much stronger than his new subordinate, so it wasn't possible to scan him. Hadjar didn't exactly look presentable. Thanks to the general, he was covered in bruises and cuts. He limped along, leaning heavily on his sword, which served as a makeshift crutch. "Go to the warehouse and leave your toothpick there." The officer's voice was quiet and even slightly high-pitched, despite the man's mighty appearance. "Yes, sir, Senior Officer Dogar." "Just so will do." They left the main camp area and headed toward the outskirts. There wasn't even a parade ground there, just lots of tents and marquees standing in the high, uncut grass. It looked like a backwater village, or some sort of refuge for exiles. But nevertheless, Hadjar could feel the unique military atmosphere of the place, one that he hadn't been able to sense in the main camp. It had seemed to Hadjar, back at the main camp, that he had not come to an army camp, but to an ordinary tent city. The only difference was that the people had worn armor instead of clothes, nothing else. "Here's your tent." Dogar pointed to a tent in the center of the area. It was spacious enough to accommodate several people. He stood next to the bigger one that was right next to Hadjar's own tent. "You're my new assistant, so we'll live near each other." "Yes, sir." Dogar turned to Hadjar for the first time. He appraised him coolly, then pointed his finger at his subordinate's chest. The newly instated officer of the Royal Army swayed from the force of the accidental poke, but did not fall over. "You're fragile." Dogar could hardly stop himself from spitting the words out. "I watched your fight. Your speed and reaction time are great, but you have the body of a frail little girl." Hadjar didn't argue or try to prove anything because he felt that the officer was telling the truth. "Well, since you're my assistant, you'll train 10 times harder than my other subordinates. Any objections?" "No, sir." "I'll send you to the healer afterward. You'll sleep all night, and you'll come to training in the morning. If you come to training lame, with a runny nose or a headache, I'll kill you and then tell everybody that you attempted to desert the army. Any objections?" "No, sir," Hadjar repeated. Dogar stood there for a short time, towering over Hadjar like a mountain, and then nodded. He took Hadjar to one of the most spacious tents in the whole camp, the healer's tent. The prince counted all the tents on the way over. There weren't many of them, approximately enough for 1,000 people. In all honesty, it was a very small camp. In an army of several million soldiers, a tithe, which had 10,000 soldiers, was considered the smallest unit. This camp was like a tithe that had been formed from a tithe. What does the general use Dogar and his people for? The healer was a quite pleasant man of indeterminate age. He had Hadjar lie down on a foldable bed. There were about 3 dozen of them in the tent. The tent itself was full of pained, groaning, howling, and bandaged bodies resting on each of the beds. "Was the battle fought recently?" Hadjar asked, while the healer was coating his wounds in an ointment.
"The battle?"
The scholar was distracted for a moment, looked around, and then smiled.
"Oh, no. This was just training."
"Training? This is how they look after training? What did they do to end up like this?"
"I heard about your fight."
Hadjar's eyebrows shot up in surprise.
"Just some rumors," the healer explained. "Half of the camp is talking about the hick swordsman who beat Adjutant Colin. But don't get a big head. There are plenty of great swordsmen in the army. There is a great number of those who are one with something, too. I want you to keep this in mind. A girl came here at the beginning of the last month. She was at the one with the world level of swordsmanship. She defeated 4 senior officers like they were helpless kittens."
Hadjar blinked a couple of times and leaned back against his pillow. Every time he felt like he had made a little progress on the path of cultivation, it turned out that the world was much more complicated than he'd previously thought. To reach one with the world before the age of 18, who was this monster in a skirt? However, it wasn't at all surprising to see such immense power in such a young practitioner. No wonder that the various sects, clans, academies, and even the army had introduced the age limit. Simply put, as somebody matured and aged, they were less likely to move on to the next stage. If a practitioner hadn't managed to reach the stage of the Heaven Soldier by the beginning of their 3rd century of life, they would never reach it. The same law was also applied during the transition to other stages. That was why the fastest and most active cultivation occurred in the early years of a practitioner's life. It was also why the children of the Empire had stood out so much when compared to the children of the Lydas Kingdom. The situation changed a little when Primus came to power. Now, once mythical mortal techniques had become quite commonplace, and not only those techniques either.
"Don't be angry at the general."
The doctor had a slightly rural accent that Hadjar found made him sound kind. He put aside the ointment and placed a green pill on a spoon for Hadjar to consume. It tasted vile, but the pain gradually faded away.
"She saved your life."
"No, she probably saved Colin's life."
"Don't be silly, Officer Hadjar. The adjutant had, after all, only been using power at the level of the bodily rivers against you. Do you really think he would have followed the general's orders in the face of death?"
Perhaps he wouldn't have, but Hadjar was still sure that he would have cut off his head before Colin could have used all his strength.
"Besides, even if you'd killed him, you wouldn't have been prosecuted. His father is very dangerous. The laws mean nothing to him. I'd be willing to bet my soul on it. You wouldn't have